That's why I write notes. Do we have a quorum? Hey, Bart. Good morning.
Good morning, how are you doing?
I'm
My
good. How
question
about
is the
you?
first one on the list.
Do we have
All
a
I
quorum?
wanted to know was
Do we have a quorum?
the first one.
It wasn't, that was the
It's good advice. It's good advice.
That's funny.
Do the same when I call. It's not, I have my
Stop me all the
Bible.
time and I have her on speaker.
All right, good morning.
I have my motion.
Good morning. Good morning.
I started, Ms. Parlay, you want to do the pledge?
My pleasure, madam. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, the mission of Charter School Advisory Board. The Charter School Advisory Board works to ensure the existence of high-quality charter schools in North Carolina. Our ethics statement. Board members are reminded that it is our duty to avoid conflicts of interest and the appearance of conflicts of interest as we handle the work of the advisory board. Does any member of the advisory board know of any conflict of interest or an appearance of a conflict with respect to any matters coming before us at this meeting?
Madam President, I must recuse from Riverside, possibly Aristotle.
Okay.
And I'll be recusing from the Cabarrus Charter Academy renewal discussion and ALA Monroe discussion.
Okay, thank you. If so, please state them for the record. If during the course of the meeting you become aware of an actual or apparent conflict of interest, please bring the matter to the attention of the chair. It will then be your duty to abstain from participating in the discussion on the matter or from voting on the matter. We need to approve the agenda. Can I get a motion for the agenda?
I'll make a motion that we approve today's agenda.
I'll second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we need to also approve the minutes from the previous meeting. Are there any changes to the minutes? Did you get that edit?
Yes.
Okay, then can I get a motion?
Madam Chair, I must abstain from November 8th minutes.
Okay,
I'll make a motion to accept. I'll second.
it's been properly moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
I abstain.
Okay.
We have one more item that you need to approve, and that is the calendar. I believe I sent it to you guys via email. It also is on eBoard now, but this will be our 23 to 24 calendar. So our next meeting would be January 9th and 10th. That was already on our calendar. But now we've set out the next the next year of conferences or committee meetings.
Okay, any discussion on the calendar? Good, can I get a motion?
Make a motion that we approve the calendar.
I second that. Properly moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Great. Okay, I think we start with,
Good morning, everyone. So I have two new consultants I would love to introduce to the board. As you know, we have been working with a very small staff for the last 5 months. It's been 5 months with 4 of us.
So you're-
Not that I'm counting.
We
Thank you. So we are really excited to have 2 new staff members on board. The first one I'm going to introduce is Dr. Natasha Norins. And she joins OCS with 20 years of educational experience. She started her educational experience with Teach for America in Vance County in 2003. She continued working with TFA and trained incoming teachers within Eastern North Carolina for over a decade. She has been an advocate for students in various populations. She's empowered educators to elevate students' critical thinking skills. She was leading the online professional development with the Digital Learning Collaborative during the pandemic.
She also has worked with AIG students, and she is a former gifted and talented director with one of our first virtual charter schools in North Carolina. And in addition, she serves on Cognia accreditation reviews. So we are really excited to have Dr. Norens with us. And then the second consultant, who today is actually her first day, so she's really getting thrown into learning how this works. Nikki Nowinski is a K-12 administrator. She has public, charter, and magnet school experience. She has led the implementation of a leadership development program, a grant program through Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation for personalized learning at middle schools. She has been part of a successful startup charter school and most recently led the turnaround of a charter school as the director of academics. She has used strategies obtained through Harvard's Principal Institute. She has also received her master's degree in education law with a concentration in education law advocacy. And she is driven by the belief that every child, every day, deserves the opportunity to be a student in an effective school that sets them up for success in any path they choose. So we are really excited to have Natasha and Nikki with us, and hopefully you guys will get the chance to talk with them today and learn more about them.
Thank you. Welcome.
Welcome.
Believe me, we are really glad to have you. Okay.
Right, so good morning, Melanie Rackley with the Office of Charter Schools, and so I am pleased to announce that we are rounding out and completing our 2022 application cycle. So between today and tomorrow, we'll hear from a total of 5 of the second round applicants. These folks, these boards have interviewed in front of you all from September through last month, and so you all have invited them back as you all did deem some strengths in those applications generally, but there were some clarification questions that you all thought you would be able to review and make determinations. So the structure of today is abbreviated in nature because those clarifying questions have been provided to you, CSAB, and so you have the ability to read those, but we have it designed for about 45 to 55 minutes in duration. We'll allow the board today to come up and make their brief introduction statement. You all will then deliberate, and then the board, the school board can then make their closing statement. So if there are no questions, we can begin with our first applicant. Yes, Mr. Friend.
No, I think you're gonna.
You ready?
No, I jumped the gun. I think you're gonna do your introduction, so sorry.
Oh, absolutely. And so similar to what we had in prior months, I'll just kind of review their snapshot data here. And so our first school that we'll hear from is Heritage Collegiate Leadership Academy of Wake County. And their mission statement is here. They look to serve a student population grades K through 8 with 600 students. In year 1, they're going to serve K6 with 440 students. They will participate in the National School Lunch Program, provide transportation to their student body, and then we actually, can you move up just a bit for me? Okay. And so then they're proposed for the northeast quadrant of Wake County. You'll see actually kind of like our plot map here of those schools across Wake County. Again, they're going to be in that northeast portion of the Raleigh, greater Raleigh area. You'll see all of their LEA demographic as it relates to Wake County there. There were about 7 questions that you all asked of them, and so they did respond. They provided written response for those, and so we can go ahead and allow the HCLA board the floor and the opportunity to make your 5-minute opening statement.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to return to you to answer the questions that you posed of us last month. My name is Dr. Kashi Bazemore, and I am the board chair for the board for Heritage Collegiate Leadership Academy. And we are excited to be here today. We've done a lot of work since we last saw you. We've had our first community outreach opportunity. We were at the Chavis Park location this past Saturday. We received lots of support, lots of interest in partnering, lots of people who are looking to enroll their children in a school like ours. We've also scheduled our first virtual information session for January. And we are here again. We've introduced ourselves, but I'll just take the last bit of time to introduce us, since there are some board members who are new to us today. To my right is our Vice Chair, Dr. Rhonda Dunn. Dr. Dunn did her dissertation specifically on Teach Like a Champion and how it can be used to improve student achievement and teacher efficacy, or teachers feeling good about the work that they're doing. On the other side of her is Mr. Kelly Chesson. Mr. Chesson works with North Carolina Central University in their institutional and giving department, and he has extensive experience with fundraising, grant writing, and getting funds. To my immediate left, we have Mr. Travis Bond, who is our athletic expert. Mr. Bond is from Bertie County. He did some work with us and our students in Bertie County, and he is absolutely committed to HCLA. He is a UNC Chapel Hill graduate. He played football at UNC Chapel Hill on a full scholarship before going to the NFL with Minnesota. And but I've seen him firsthand with what he's able to do with young people. He has a counseling background, and he's licensed as a peer-to-peer counselor. And then to his left is Dr. Jim Poole, whose reputation precedes him. I have met so many people who know of his work. He was one of the founding doctors for Growing Child Pediatrics, and he is also the founder of Fast Brain program, a program that helps children with ADHD and autism. And so thank you so much for this opportunity, and we are ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Welcome back.
Thank you.
So we have about 25 minutes to go ahead and, as you're familiar, we'll generate some questions. Any board member want to start with any questions they have? Yes?
Well, aside from the ones that are on the sheet, how long have your newest board members been board?
So this board has been in place since 2019.
The ones that you introduced this morning?
I'm sorry?
All of the ones that you introduced this morning?
Yes. This board has been in place since we decided to move forward. Okay.
I have a question that may be legal, but Ashley, maybe you can answer it.
Yes, ma'am.
The 501c3, isn't the 501c3 a requirement to get the charter, that you have, that the nonprofit status is the thing that you have 24 months to get?
Yeah, well, they have to be a nonprofit board to apply. The 501c3 isn't that? I don't know if that's
24
that's
months.
24 months. Yeah, that's the 24 months because that's related to the federal
Okay.
tax exempt
So
status.
you just have to have the
yeah,
corporation, so to speak?
exactly.
Okay,
And then they have those 24 months.
once to
apply.
get the 501c3,
Yes.
okay.
Remind me where you're thinking the school might be. You
So-
mentioned you had your community meeting recently at Chavis. Is it going to be down in that area of Raleigh? Or?
Great question, and no. So we are specifically looking at locations in the 27616 zip code, and we have had 3 potential locations. We just got a 4th one. We've already had communications with the realtors, and 3 of the buildings have been vacant for years. We know of a school building that is newly available in the 27616, area, and so we are looking at that too. Last year, I had the pleasure of working at Casa Esperanza Montessori Charter School, and so we know that that building has recently become one that we need to look at as well.
So thank you for that. Where else have you done community sessions? Because that zip code is not exactly close to like doing community sessions at the Chavis Community Center.
So our desire is to be a choice for students from all over the county who don't have viable options available to them now. So for me and for the board, it was very important. We had county commissioners, we had city council people, we had the leader for the NAACP, and the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. So there were people there that we wanted to make that initial contact with, and as I said, we were very well received. But with regard to North Raleigh, I attend two churches regularly, and they are two of the biggest churches in 27616, Body of Christ Church on Spring Forest Road, and St. Matthew Baptist Church on Lewisburg 401, and so we didn't want to get ahead of ourselves, but we are excited about doing continued outreach because for most of us, we've lived in Raleigh for many years, 20 years or more. Thank you.
I have a question about the session. Do you have data showing how many families showed interest in your school?
Okay, so our first, yes, ma'am. So I did provide to you all our petitions that we had. We had roughly 15 pages of petitions, and as I indicated in the response that I gave, we've had countless conversations. I've even spoken to leaders, previous leaders from Torchlight Academy. I've talked to families from Torchlight Academy, and there is a real interest. We didn't want to get ahead of ourselves here because it's different when you're recruiting as a proposed school versus an approved school. But I can assure you from our work with different groups of people, with our visits to churches, and again, we just started our formal community outreach this weekend, and we were very well received. So that will continue. And we've been through this before. When we did this the first time, I did the majority of the recruiting that year of when I moved back to Berkeley County. And that is a strength for me. Community outreach, getting people to see the vision, getting parents to buy into the vision is something that I've done twice. The first time I opened a charter school was in Brooklyn, New York, and that was the first Brooklyn Ascend School, which still stands today. And so I had to do all of the community outreach in Brownsville, Brooklyn, all by myself, but that's, again, something that I'm very good at. Thank you.
Dr. Bazemore, I have a few questions.
Yes, ma'am.
I have looked at everything that you submitted, and I didn't see an updated submission for the bylaws and the articles, although your narrative said you did that.
Yes, so I thought that we had that in there because I did provide that to the email address.
I also did not see what you're referencing as far as interest, a list of parents named in contact.
I did provide that as well.
We did, I sent that in a link because I didn't want to put any,
Okay.
it was a Google Drive
Okay.
link, and I didn't want to put the personal
I recall that
information.
email. Also, one final thing, I could not open the board on track agreement. Did anyone else have that issue? I'd like to know what that is.
So
Board
what
on
we...
Track agreement.
Okay, so Board on Track is a company that works specifically with charter school boards. I first learned about them when I was doing a fellowship with Building Excellent Schools in Boston, Massachusetts. Last time, we reached out to them and got their support at the end of everything. And this time, we have said we want to begin with the end in mind. And so we have started out up front with them to ensure that our governance practices are the very best possible.
So they provide support board.
Absolutely.
Board governance.
Yes, thank you.
And I don't want to reflect too much on the past, but in your narrative, you also referenced some issues with filing due to not filing the 990 for 3 years. Can you explain to me, I don't know all the details of all the
Yes.
history, but why were 990s not filed for 3 years?
Okay, so we immediately said, when the school in Berkeley County was closed, I immediately said we were going to try to reopen the school because we absolutely believe in our educational program. And so in that case, our last year, and I'm really not trying to get into negative things publicly, but our files, our business records, our HR files were taken. A police report was filed. DPI was notified, the Office of Charter Schools, and so I had to contact the auditor, our accountant, and the North Carolina Department of Revenue and the IRS to explain the unique situation that we were in. And so our nonprofit status, our corporation never was in jeopardy. It was still listed as active. I provided a screenshot of what you would see on the Secretary of State's page. I also amended the bylaws, amended the name. But with the IRS, when I went to check on our status with them, the nonprofit 501c3 status was suspended because this is their policy. So if you don't file a 990 3 consecutive years, then you have your 501c3 deactivated, if you will. And so we don't owe any money. We have paid all our quarterly taxes, and this is a process. And so in my response, I also noted that we went through this once before because our accounting firm, one of their employees didn't send something off that should have been sent off. And so we lost our status, and we immediately did what it took to reinstate it. Ms. Bazemore and I both have extensive experience with 501c3s.
I have another question, if that's okay. No one else. Well, actually, there's already a Heritage Elementary in the county there in the LEA, right? I don't know if that's an issue. There is already a Heritage.
Yes, my youngest daughter went there for kindergarten through 2nd grade.
So my understanding is that a goal of the charter schools would be to reflect the demographics of the LEA that they're operating in. And you have openly and very aggressively stated that that's not your goal for this charter, that you want to reflect a greater ethnicity, a greater level of minority population, to the point of maybe no more than 10% white, and then the other 90% being other ethnicities. How can you accomplish that without, an open discrimination type policy or practices that do discriminate against the other races? I just would like to sort of bring clarity to what the intentions of the school are.
Okay, so we are not doing a weighted lottery, and I want to make clear that we are a proposed charter school for any child who walks through that door. We will focus in our recruiting communities that we believe have been underserved by Wake County Public Schools, as evidenced by the data that I've provided for you all. In Wake County, African American children make up a relatively small percentage, but when you look at the number of high poverty, high minority schools that they have who are failing D and F schools, we want to be an option for those children who are not, for whatever reason, feeling like existing charter schools in Wake County are for them. We want to be a place where children can feel when they walk through the door that they are cared for and that they are on a mission that will change the trajectory of their lives, which in turn will improve our community. And so, yes, ma'am, we are proposing to be a school for children who are being grossly left behind, but to be clear, we will accept any student who walks through that door. And there are white students in this county who are poor and not getting opportunities as well. And if I didn't learn anything else in Berkeley County, I learned that a poor white child and a poor black child have some of the same obstacles facing them, and they need the same supports in order to be successful.
So to follow up, the data that you submitted indicates that there's about 45% white population in the area.
Yes.
That's what the LEA would, that's who they teach, about 45% white, 55% would be other ethnicities.
Mm-hmm.
How do you accomplish a goal of 10% to 90% without somehow screening, or when you say you're open to all?
We are. And so
the LEA is going to reflect a different, if you open to all, you would think that it would be.
Currently, I teach.
Population.
Currently, I teach high school at the Early College High School in Durham on North Carolina Central University's campus. And one of the things that I find really interesting is that Durham Public Schools only chose to do one Early College High School, and they chose to put it on an HBCU campus. They had a goal, clearly, to give minority students the opportunity to get an early college high school experience, but they didn't say, we're not enrolling white students. They just chose to position themselves on an HBCU campus and to aggressively recruit students who were typically underserved with regard to those students who go on to college. And that's essentially what would be the case with us as well. Again, we are a school that will be very honest and candid about the fact that we are trying to offer a choice to children in this county right now who don't have choices. Wake County is moving thousands of children again this fall, and there are many people who just want to know that their children are stable and secure in one school that's going to get them through the K through 8 experience, and we want to be that option for them.
You actually said that the Wake County public school system is not as diverse as it should be. What did you mean by that?
So, in other words, when you look at the fact that, for instance, at the high school level, their two best high schools have caps on them, and that means that they're not recruiting, they're not enrolling a bunch of extra students from the demographics that exist are pretty much going to be that way, and that is Heritage High School and Panther Creek High School. When you look at the northeast area of the county where we are seeking to have our school, those children get moved more than any other part of the county. They have very little stability. The schools are D and F schools. In fact, we included again the chart that showed that we had over 20 D and F schools in Wake County in this quadrant. And I just really want to tell you all that I taught in Wake County back in 2000. I was recognized by the governor for closing the achievement gap when I worked at Wake Forest Roseville Middle School. I started my administrative career in Wake County at Apex Middle School and then Ligon Middle School. So I had the opportunity to do the magnet program and that recruitment process as well. And I'm really not trying to be negative, but I do want to be clear that parents can see through a lot of what's happening and what's not happening for certain children in this county. And we want to be a proactive solution to parents who are not feeling like their children are safe. Gang activity is ever increasing in the high poverty, high minority schools. And that was something in Berkeley County that we were so proud of. We didn't tolerate it. When we saw it, we nipped it in the bud. And we want to be that school for families who don't feel like they have many choices right now. And thank you for your questions.
Thank you. I appreciate your responses.
Thank you.
Bless you.
I have a question. Yes, sir. I'm really interested to maybe Dr. Poole can expand on how you incorporate exercise and education, what that would look like in a typical day. Is that going to be done during a particular period, multiple periods? If you can
Do you want, you can come to the mic. Okay.
Thank you. I was born in Japan. My dad was there studying the effects of the atomic bomb, and I would love to incorporate the Japanese exercise program and so forth. But seriously, I'm an athlete. I played basketball and tennis in high school and tennis in college at Clemson. And what we know, the best study was done out of Naperville, Illinois. And if you're not familiar with that study, is they looked at they were trying to improve the scores of the people, of the kids. And so they came up with this idea of let's have them exercise 1 to 2 hours before school every day in groups of 3. And we didn't care what they did, but it had to be active. You know, there's a lot of, I started the first 5-star daycare center in Raleigh, actually in North Carolina. And what kids early age, the teachers were going out on the playground and sitting on the park bench, and we had to take the benches out because we wanted them interactive. And when you look at playgrounds, kids stand around. That's not the idea. The idea is to be very active, because that is what increases blood flow, increases ability to learn for what all the different reasons that happens. And so one of the ways to do it is to have exercise on a daily basis. As a pediatrician, I would say to people, and we all know that there's been an increase in weight in kids, you know, and that's atrocious. And a lot of it is diet, and a lot of it is exercise, and a lot of it is a cell phone. So we've got to attack that if we want to improve the health. And we know diabetes is off the chart. We know that death later on, diabetes leads the list for all the different issues that happen, cancer, all the different stuff. And so we've got to start it early. We've got to start a lifestyle early. And to have physical ed in the schools on Thursday morning at 9 for an hour for that week, to me, is atrocious, because it's as important as anything else as far as education. It's more important than learning 2 + 2, because I'm going to learn that eventually. I'm not going to learn the lifestyle. So how would we do it in school? I propose, and now I'm a board member, I'm not running the school, but what I want to do very much, and Mr. Bond, who played professional sports, and we understand that believe it or not, in high school, the kids that do best in school that play basketball is during basketball season. The ones that do on the football team is during football season. And you would think, well, they don't have much time, they got to study. No, it's the opposite. It's because they're exercising is the reason that it really helps them. And so we've got to change that concept. And so I would have it on a daily basis. I even like exercise during the course of an hour, stand up and do 3 minutes of jumping jacks and walking around. That's been proven to help. The study in Naperville, what happened to those kids? They became the top school in the country for student scores after they started the exercise program. And so that's the whole idea, and I can go all into exercise and diet and all the reasons for the brain, but the way we'd have to do it is on a daily basis, not Thursday morning at 9. Okay, thank you.
So I have a follow-up question to that.
Yes.
I want to make sure I understand. So students would have an hour of PE a day? Every student would have an hour of PE a day?
We haven't done that, but to get up in the course of a day and to exercise in class for 5 minutes or 3 minutes.
It would be part of the class.
Yeah, and it's just like playing music. I did a study of playing music and test taking, and it showed that the kids' scores went sky high when music was going on in the room because they could focus better. And then I gave that talk to a school, and then the teacher called me up. One of the teachers called me up and said, well, I'm having a problem. And I said, why? Well, one of my kids raised her hand and said, and I went over to her and I said, why aren't you doing your test? She said, well, you hadn't started the music yet. And all their scores went up with the playing of music in the classroom. And so we've got to look at things that go. We all know one of the top teachers in the country out of Baltimore used music and took a classroom of way behind kids and had their scores leading the school, and that she was doing exercise and clamping and stomping and did it, and yet we're not using that currently. When in my office, I took care of 40, 50, I did see sometimes 50 patients a day with ADD and school problems. And so it was school problems and grades. I wasn't focused on ADHD. I was focused on the grades and feeling successful. I got more out of a kid coming to me with tears in their eyes saying, Dr. Jim, I'm okay. And we would all get teary-eyed because then I knew I had them. And 94% of my kids doing these things went to AB Honor Roll, and over 60% of my kids were black and brown students with one parent at home.
A couple of questions related to the budget. I think we tackled some of these at the last interview, but just to clarify. So you don't have the facility picked out yet, but you have your eye on a couple options.
That is correct, and all of those options, well, 3 out of 4 of those options has been vacant for years, and so we have made contact back with the realtors to express interest, and yes, we are confident that we would be able to find a facility.
Where will the funding come from to get these, whatever the facility is, whatever it turns out to be, to get it school ready?
So I, again, would offer to you that we've done this before in Bertie County. We found a partner who helped us to secure modular buildings and to get things off the ground, and I'm working on that as we speak, speaking to companies and others who work specifically with charter schools to help them get a facility. But we're talking about leasing. And one of the things that I've said to this board is that we want to begin fundraising immediately. So upon approval, we want to use our planning year to begin fundraising and to secure the dollars that will help us to secure a facility. But again, last time we negotiated a contract, a lease, and we leased the building. We know that we can't buy a building as a brand new charter school, so we are looking to lease a building.
Do you have any cash resources available that you've already started to build up, not just for getting your modulars, but just everything needs to be done?
So again,
hiring to everything else, buying, which
exactly.
needs to be done even before the doors open, you get your first drop.
So again, we've done this before, and we will do it again if approved. And so, no, we don't have cash resources on hand. We've been inactive, but again, upon approval, we will absolutely begin securing resources and funding through fundraisers, through grant writing, and I'm an NCPTA board member as well, and this is something that we've done extensively for that organization, and we will do what any nonprofit does that's starting out, and that is making it a priority to make sure that we have cash on hand in reserve even before we get a dollar from the state. And I want to remind you that our first year of operation in Bertie County, back in 2014, this is when the legislative groups were at odds with each other, and they didn't get the budget approved, so we didn't get our first dollar from the state until September of the first year at HCLA in Bertie County, and we opened the doors in July. And so we were able to do that, and we've got Mrs. Bazemore is a licensed and active realtor. We've got Mr. Poole, who has done this before more than once with his businesses. Mr. Chesson is a fundraiser. This is what he does all day for his job. And we are confident that we'll have the resources that we need to move forward.
We're running out of time, so I'll be real quick. How many buses do you intend to utilize?
Right now, we're looking at 6 buses, but that's something that we will look at depending on the interest of the students who enroll and what parts of the county they're coming from. But again, in Bertie County, we were running buses to 6 counties and getting kids to school on time every day.
Okay. Any other?
Yeah, we have like 2 minutes left, so as we got Eric.
I'm sorry if this is covered, the prior one. Are you planning to work at school?
Yes, I am. I'm going to be the leader because I'm a licensed principal in North Carolina, and we've worked really hard on improving this program, and I did say that I am planning to be the leader at the school this time, yes.
Director.
Yes, the director. Mhm.
So you'll be stepping off the board then?
Oh, yes. So again, this is the founding board, and we have already begun vetting members for the governing board.
These people will not be the board?
Not everybody here will be on the board. Some people will potentially move into positions at the school. So we've talked to Board on Track about this. We've talked to other charter schools, and we've looked at the best practices, and you have a founding board. Our founding board in Berkeley County, I'd say about 70% of them stayed in place, and then some moved into working with the school. I'm not saying that they are going to move in. I'm saying that it's a potential.
Who's looking to, because we give the charter to a board, which
Yes.
is the board we saw. So when you tell me this isn't the board that's going to run the school, that makes me a little nervous.
I'm not sure why, Chair Turner, because to look at charter schools, I have studied charter schools in North Carolina for years now. And to go from a founding board to a governing board is not uncommon in this state and throughout the country for charter schools. So I assure you that what you would be doing, Chair Turner, is saying that you trust this board to make sure that governance is a priority, as it will be. Again, we are working directly with Board on Track, and they have been talking to us about the nuances and the differences between a founding board and a governing board as well.
Who besides you is looking to work at the school?
I really can't answer that now because everybody is employed and fine. And so when you look, Dr. Dunn was contracted to do our professional development, and she's amazing at it. And so we know that a board member can't contract with the school. And so we would just respectfully ask for the same courtesies afforded to any potential board for North Carolina, and that is to recognize, particularly with charter schools, that founding boards and governing boards are two different things.
Has that been your experience, that the boards don't, that
No.
the boards change? Mine either. Has that been your experience, that the boards change?
No, it's not been my experience. I think that certainly the board that receives the charter, I mean, there can be turnover. But the uncertainty of how many would be involved in that turnover, is it the entire board? Is it just two people?
We can guarantee that this board will be in place for the first, certainly for the planning year and beyond. So before any shifts and changes were made, we would absolutely, the one thing that we learned last time that we're going to do better if given the opportunity this time is the importance of communication. And so if there were shifts and changes in the board, we would absolutely make it a point to notify the Office of Charter Schools as well as CSAB about those changes. I will tell you that the only one of us right now who has said that we will work at the school is me.
All right, that's our time. That's our time.
Okay.
One last question.
The budget called for 2 lead administrators. Are there still 2 in the plan?
Yes, we are a 2-leader model. That is a director and a principal.
And you have not named the second one?
No, ma'am.
Have no indication, okay. Were there any revisions to the budget, because the budget was an issue?
So we did look at the budget, and we were told that that would not be a part of the questions today. But as a board, we understand that we've got to go back and look at the change with regard to the amount for the facility. Mrs. Bazemore was the chief of testing for DPI for many years. She retired in that role and managed a multi-million-dollar budget without ever having an exception. And we actually did a pretty good job in Wake County with getting audits with very few exceptions as well. So I assure you, just like I did last time with regard to the bylaws, that the budget is a priority and amending the budget.
All right, that's our question. So you have 5 minutes for closing.
Okay. So I stand before you humble, Dr. Kashi Bazemore, recognizing that we've had history that I hope to put behind us with an unwavering focus on the children who desperately need us to provide an option, a choice for them. And we firmly believe that we have a model that will change the lives of children who are being underserved by the local school district in its current state. We believe that we will offer stability for young people and their families. We believe that we have innovative practices that make us a worthwhile option for children and families who are not exploring choice. And I want to say on record that Wake County told me when I tried to get my daughter into a magnet program, and at the time, times were tough for me, and we were receiving food stamps. And what I was told in writing is that she was not considered for the magnet schools because they had enough free and reduced lunch children in the base population. And I couldn't believe that's what I was being told. And I had some conversations with the board, and hopefully they won't tell another parent that, but that's the climate that Black and brown and poor children are living in this county. We think we can do better, and we just humbly ask for the opportunity to do just that. I thank you all for your time, attention, and questions for today. Thank you.
Okay, so we now have 10 minutes, board, to deliberate what we've heard. This is obviously a second interview, so we are only left with two choices now. One is to vote to recommend the school to be open. The other is to recommend not to move forward. So we have 10 minutes to deliberate.
I'd like someone to talk to me about the question that I had about the enrollment, the demographics. I sort of like to hear your take on it. I understand the SES piece of this, but to say that I disagree with the LEA's demographics, the enrollment in schools, and we want a school that's markedly different in what those demographics look like. Have we had that before?
Well, I have to tell you that our school has very, very specific missions to eradicate generational poverty. So the students who go to my school, so my school's 100% free reduced lunch and 100% ethnic minority. 1,600
And that
kids.
does not reflect the LEA?
Not at all.
Of course.
No, not at all. But that's the specific mission of the school.
And when you wrote, on your charter, that was
the
part
mi-
of your
that was the
desired
mission.
demographics?
Yes, and we give preference to low income, to socioeconomic.
That would be understandable.
Do a weighted lottery.
Yeah, we do a weighted lottery, yeah. But the other thing is, it kind of depends on where you locate.
Exactly.
Because
They don't know.
if you locate in a community that is heavily low income, you're gonna get more kids who are low income, like that just happens.
One thing I would point out as well is that while that would not reflect the demographics of the LEA, it is not that different from some of the
Yeah,
schools
well,
within
in the LEA, absolutely,
Right. It will reflect that
absolutely.
community
Yeah.
or that location, as you
Right.
said.
And that's even with Wake County moving kids around. So that it's not unusual that could happen. So I don't see that as an issue. Yeah, we don't have a whole bunch of schools that reflect the LEA, and a lot of that has to do with where you put the school.
I guess I'd never seen it stated in the goals. I mean, obviously, it could be the outcome
Yeah.
anytime, intended or unintended, but had it stated
It's
in the
actually
goals.
stated in our mission.
Yeah. That's good to know.
Any other comments, questions?
We didn't really dive into the budget. I appreciate the time that they took to respond to our questions, so thank you for that. I'll be candid, I'm still skeptical about the ability to recruit teachers at the salary at $40,000. And that my skepticism comes from a couple of factors. One, and I operate a school in Wake County, and I know firsthand the challenges of finding teachers, that we all have that same challenge. And then at that price point. I respect the desire to partner with universities and other organizations as well that might present a pool of teachers. I've done that work with some universities in the state. You tend to get a lot of inexperienced teachers
Coming straight out of school.
coming straight out of school at that price point, which is not typically the type of teacher you're gonna wanna put with students who have a lot of high needs. So I'm struggling with that, that price point in the budget still, even after the response that they sent, I'm still struggling with that a little bit. The transportation, yeah, again, this is, I think if they were to move forward and ultimately open, I think this is, transportation is another area in that budget they're really gonna have to look hard at. I know student, I did really quick mental math, and I don't mean to like nitpick, but these things are important. I mean, $37,500 in fuel for 6 buses. That's gonna get you at, yeah, that's not a lot. I mean, that's about $6,250 per bus, $6,250 per bus. That's, each bus would get the fuel at $2.50 a gallon. Now, each bus could drive 2,500 miles a year. That's about 14 miles a day. Those numbers don't add up. So I think the area of the transportation, the buses, considering how busing is also going to be a really integral part of recruiting the students, that's a big area of the budget I would say needs to be reevaluated.
The need for this school is huge. That's real. And I appreciate that. I have concerns about teacher recruitment, particularly at those numbers, just because there aren't a lot of teachers out there right now. We're not finding them on street corners. And we're all struggling. And I understand the partnership with the colleges, but all of us are partnering with the colleges. So it's not like you'd have access to all their grads. Like, we're all out there partnering with those same colleges. And so if school A in Wake County is paying $48,000 and you're paying $40,000, who's going to be the person that chooses you over them? If the opportunity is similar, it's going to be the people who didn't get the $48,000. So I am deeply concerned that there's no way you're going to recruit quality teachers at $40,000 in Wake County. And I think that I mean, when you get ready to redo your budget, you're going to have to look at that. That's just not going to work.
Because I know some cases where teachers are hired, work one day, get offered a job in Wake County.
I think we've all experienced that.
Because of larger salaries. True story.
I don't think, I'm not sure when this was gone over, I don't remember this discussion. Was it discussed, the impact letter, specifically the comment made, our objection stems from the fact, as you know, that the same proposed charter operator started a similar charter, Emperor T, which had it revoked in 2017. So given that, like, has that been discussed in depth?
The first round. And then I
With
think
us, among, like this type of discussion?
You and I were absent that day.
That's a great question. That I think maybe opposite charter schools can help. I know we discussed there were nuances of it wasn't under their leadership, it was assumed. And so I do think it's a fair question because they reference their experience in Bertie a lot, for good and bad, in terms of lessons learned. Remind us, why was the school under this board's leadership assumed?
Well, I will preface this by saying I was not working at DPI at the time, so I am only knowing what I know through the history, and I actually came on board right during the assumption process in 2018. So it's my understanding, and Dave might be able to correct me if I'm wrong, but that the charter was going to be revoked, and I believe it mainly had to do with academics and also just failure to turn in things, failure to communicate, those sort of things, which Dr. Bazemore spoke about, understanding that. And this was the first assumption that kind of came up in the board meeting that, we could do an assumption, which basically then brought about this whole process of, I think, 2 or 3 groups responding to a request for proposals, and that's how what used to be called Global Education Services, but as you know, as the McQueens became the operators of that school.
So they were on the path of being closed due to academic performance and not turning in appropriate required documentation.
Correct.
To save the school from being closed.
That's
when
why it's
that was
assumed,
assumed by that. Okay.
yeah.
If I can touch on that, the assumption came during mediation when they were talking about closing it, but for somebody that was involved in that process, I can say that this board is extremely, is much more impressive than that board that ran Bertie County. I think the presentation here today was much more impressive. I think to compare this board to what happened in Bertie County is not fair to this applicant, because it's a totally different board, and you can tell that that this board and leadership has worked really hard to present a different type of presentation than they did the first time. I've been extremely impressed with what I've heard at our last 2 meetings, and at the quality of this board and some of the innovative things they're doing. As Ms. Turner said, this school like this is needed in this neighborhood.
What is how many board members of this board were on the board at Bertie?
I don't think there's any, is there?
I don't think there's any, yeah.
How many of this board were employees or in some capacity responsible for some elements of Bertie's operations?
Well, Dr. Bazemore was there,
Dr. Bazemore
but
and
I
her mom.
think just Dr. Bazemore, wasn't it?
And her mom.
And because your mom came, she was here at first, but then
That's right.
when she retired, she came.
Yes, and then Mr. Chesson, I recruited him as a teacher out of last year.
March,
Yeah.
I think 3 months before the school was, charter was assumed.
So I was filling the classroom with the highly qualified teacher that I had to talk him to come in to a school that we knew was closing. And he's here because he believes in the program.
County school division. I left Washington County Schools at the time to come here. The position I was in Washington County Schools was a great position, but I knew that she was in some.
Can you go to the mic?
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Good morning, everyone. So I left Washington County Schools in March of 2018. Dr. Bazemore did alert me of all the issues that our school was going into, but I kind of saw the need as well as the benefit of going to work for a school with those students who were at risk. So that's what my capacity was at the school. Thank you.
Correct me if I'm wrong, I think there were lawsuits or some type of litigation or anything that occurred between the prior board or members of the board, Ms. Blakesmore, that would be you, and the organization that assumed them.
There were some issues.
Is all of that taken care of? Is there anything outstanding that still exists between that whole situation? Do we know?
Is there? No?
We are satisfied.
That's done?
that it's
That's
all-
done, okay.
And that dispute was mostly on what the new organization came in and took.
It was
To
about
me, that's
stuff,
right.
yeah, it was about stuff.
In the academic performance of the initial school wasn't where we all wanted it to be. I think the biggest problem was the submission of records and that sort of thing. It wasn't that probably weighed heavier than the academics. Academics certainly better than the group that took it over.
But in considering that goes back to the quality of the teachers. So so we keep coming back to $40,000 isn't gonna do it.
But it's this, in terms of, we've gone over the differences. It is the same director.
It is.
I think just to say out loud, because I've only been on this board now, I'm celebrating my first anniversary. I wasn't around when this first situation occurred, but I do know that over the course of my first year, we've seen some pretty difficult things happen to charter schools in the state. And I know another kind of a confounding part of this whole process is that when we move things to the state board, the schools themselves don't get a chance to present to the state board. It's up to the Office of Charter Schools. And I know, given everyone's heightened awareness of the things that have occurred over the past year, that it's gotten a little bit more challenging to move things forward, you know, and so I feel that as this board makes a decision today, we have to feel pretty confident in whatever our recommendation is so that the Office of Charter Schools representation, when they take this, if it were to move forward to the state board, that they feel the same sense of what Dave mentioned today with the difference in the presentation and the information that they receive compared to what the board that was at the Birchie School before. Will they feel that nuance? You know, because I know that some of the questions they addressed in were what's going to be different, right? What's different about this school compared to the schools that are in the area, and then also I think a pretty open comment more than one time from the director of mistakes made and how we want to correct those moving forward. So I just want to be sure that we're clear about when we make recommendations to move schools forward to the state board, that we feel very confident they're going to feel the same nuance that we did, and it's not something that we leave the Office of Charter Schools up to have to defend.
I think some of that goes in the minutes, and us stating directly so that those things are in the minutes, so that they have some sense of what the deliberation was and what we considered, and that we did consider past history, and that we did look at it's a different board and the quality of the board, and that all those things are in the minutes. And I think that's how they get the sense of what we did.
Yeah, I want to make sure I said that out loud so it was in
The minutes. Good job. Good job, Todd.
So, the three of you have articulated your confidence in this board that's come before us. I don't disagree, but they've told us they're not going to be the board. How do we square that?
Therein is the issue. And that's what I was talking about when I said we're basing our decision on the people who are in front of us, and you just told me they're going to be different people.
I did hear her say, Ms. Blazemore say that they were going to assure us that this was going to be the board that during planning, and I think they even said first year of open, minutes could correct this, but yeah, it's a fair question for sure. I mean, a little bit of board turnover is not unexpected at all.
No,
and
but
not something
but
that we should
a plan to replace the board. Who will be the board chair? Have you decided who will be the board chair when you step off?
So Dr. Dunn just made it clear to me that she's committed to being on the board, and she's the vice chair. So
Okay.
when I step off, she will be the chair. And I want to really make you all aware, sorry. I just want you all to know that I hear you and your concerns, and I'm the only person right now who has indicated that I would move forward as an employee. So let me correct myself on the record that I'm the only person who has indicated that I'm moving and that this board is committed to being in place.
And it's not that we expect that there won't be changes in the board. We all have them.
Yes.
It's just when you tell me this is the board that's going to found it, and then we're going to go, that's scary to me.
I understand, and I do apologize for that confusion.
Go ahead, Eric.
I'm not
running into you.
I'm not sure what I missed. I kind of need somebody to push me over an edge here. I think we have, yes, there's differences, but I don't know. We're supposed to like put our name and I guess our backing behind a leader that's going to deliver results. How have you guys gotten so to the point where you say you're so confident, given that it's whether you want to say the board is different or not, it is the exact same leader. Now, I'm not saying I can't get on board with that, but I need to know why you are so confident.
Well, I have to tell you in all honesty, because I've been here a long time and been through all this. the presentation of the leader is a different person than we saw earlier as well.
That's the stuff I need to hear.
Yeah, it's just what we're seeing now is just very different than what we've seen in the past, and very positive in terms of the possibility of this being successful.
Their plan is very developed. Dr. Bazemore's responses have been consistent, completely consistent through both of our meetings, and very thorough and well thought out. I think they know what they want to accomplish, and they're really confident about it in a good kind of confident way. She wants to be different, is different, and plans for this school to make a difference. And I think it comes through in everything.
Well, and then add to the fact that there were 600 kids at Torchlight who now have no place to go. So they really have inherently a population of people who are going to be interested because they've been in charters, and theirs went away. So I honestly don't think recruitment's going to be an issue. If they locate in Northeast, I don't think recruitment's going to be an issue.
That's
This
good.
is
It
also
is
the
a-
third time that they've, excuse me, Rita, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
This is the third application that they've come back to, so it shows the leader's tenacity to want to open up a school. Now, a bad leader can keep coming back, I understand that, but I've seen a different board, I've seen a different leader.
Well, and the application's improved every time as
Exactly,
well.
the application, and I think, again, we need to take into consideration mistakes in the past, but I don't think it should be penalized when there's obviously a path to run a better school this time. That's where I am right now.
And I like how they're going to use movement and the music. And I know the music works. When I was there, I did it, and it really improved kids' scores and how they felt about doing better. So I do really love that.
Yeah, one of the things I would comment on is I used to live in the Chicago area, and when we moved there, we specifically sought out Naperville as the school system because the schools were so very, very good there. So I'm not surprised that they're doing cutting edge work there. My other thought is that, and I guess this comes from my sort of research background, but there are two mistakes that can get made. One is to approve a school that shouldn't be approved. And the other is to reject a school that should have been approved. And only one of those can be corrected later. If you open a school that shouldn't have been approved, we have a process for closing those. We have no process for getting them open when they should have been approved to begin with. And now that, of course, requires that you be willing to close schools when you make a mistake. But my inclination is when there's uncertainty to be willing to open some and then close them later if that becomes necessary. But I realize not everybody has the same view. Some people are deathly afraid of having to close one in the future and therefore are more willing to make the mistake of not opening some that should be.
Yeah, last question, because we are over our time, and we can do any discussion after a motion is made, but go ahead, Eric.
There was some conversation, and I think it would help me. I don't know if Ashley, if you have access to that, I'm trying to Google, I can't find it. But it was said that the school was closed for two reasons in Bertie. One was academic, which then I think, Dave, correct me if I'm wrong, you said it wasn't great, but it wasn't as bad as the next school that took over and da-da-da. I guess two basic questions. How long was the school around, and what were the academic issues under the leadership of the current applicant?
Around 5 years, I think.
I don't have that. I can try to pull it up in our files. I don't have it right now.
Or if you...
Dr. Bazemore, how long was your school open?
So we were open for 4 years.
Sorry.
I apologize. We were open for 4 years, and we made growth on 2 out of those 4 years. And I just want to say that we had some of our students were grade levels behind And we watched the growth, and if we had remained open, we believe that last year that we had the perfect team of teachers. I also want you guys to know that we believe in pulling from retired teachers and new teachers, but I hear you with regard to the salary. We definitely say as a board that it was a D or an F for each of the years, which was consistent with the district schools that we were compared to.
Was enrollment ever an issue?
Never. Even before we closed, Mr. Sanchez, on our last day, we had 168 students. But at our height, we had 330 students.
Well, and the bigger issue really was compliance. It was
Yes.
massive compliance issues. Obviously the academics played into it, but there were other schools that had similar academics that got 3 years because they didn't have compliance issues. This school also had compliance issues. So that really kind of led into the decision that we were going to revoke, which caused the whole process that ended up in the assumption.
And you're at the place, I'm putting you on the spot, I'm sorry.
Thank you so much.
Where you're thinking, despite having the exact same leader, immense compliance issues, and very low academic results, that was a learning experience that has now shifted with a new board, a new mindset, a new vision.
That's kind of what they've assured us. I am seeing some difference in the leader. I am. When they first started, her mom was not there, who has a background in EC that's ridiculous, and served at the state level.
Good ridiculous.
Good ridiculous.
Good ridiculous.
I got you.
So there are a lot of things in place. Can I guarantee they're going to walk in and they're going to be a B school like some of us? However, but I do think that they have a plan in place that can work, and I think they have the people who can make it work. I do think Dr. Bazemore knows how to do school. Like that wasn't the issue.
Right. Great discussion, even extremely lengthy discussion. So I guess we're at a point now where we need to find out if anybody on the board is ready to make a motion.
I'll make one. I move that we move Heritage Collegiate, there's some more letters in there somewhere, of Wake County, forward to ready to open status.
Okay, we have a motion.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion, a second, any discussion? I do have one thing I want to say is that I think anybody that's in here can tell that the presentation made a difference in the mindset of where everyone was prior to, given the history of the school and where we are right now. So given that, I feel the hope that based on that partnership that we will see a delivery of a mutual relationship between the Office of Charter Schools and this school, even more so to prove us all right.
Yeah, please.
All right, because again, like I said, the state board is not going to be able to hear anything that was in the passion or in the difference of the voice that was here, and I hope that in the minutes they're able to see that we dug on everything and you gave open answers to those questions, and so prove us right if the school were to go forward.
Can I build on that too for the record? As you can tell, there's great reluctance in just how much I think the power of the leader is important. My colleagues have helped me to understand that this is a kind of a different board with some different resources and different mindsets and a different vision. And then similar to what my colleague over here, Bart had basically said, I don't want to make the mistake of not opening a school that would serve children and serve children that really need it. I like a lot of the things I saw regarding just how purposeful they want to be for a demographic that sorely needs it. That said, and now referencing my colleague, I think it's fair to say that if it comes back here with any issues, there will not be much latitude given. And I say that with all purpose.
I'll add that I want to commend the board and Ms. Blazemore, and I hope members of, they don't have a chance to speak, as you said, Mr. Eldridge, before the state board. Hopefully members of the state board are listening or read the notes. That I think it's probably somewhat human nature that when we saw this board and Ms. Blazemore coming back before us last month, okay, here we go again, knowing the history, because we can't ignore the history. I've been thoroughly impressed with the presentation of Ms. Blazemore and this board and this application. I dare say that if there wasn't that history, I'm not so sure we would have had a need for a second interview. So certainly going to support this, echo all the comments of my colleagues here. The budget needs work. That's what your planning year's for. None of our budgets when we opened on day one, what they were when we presented them to CSAB. That's why you have the planning year. And I just think that I have the confidence in Ms. Blazemore and this board that mistakes were made and they recognize that, and they're going to work not just to prove us right, but because it's the right thing for them and the students. And so, yeah, I think that this is going to be a successful school. I'm proud to vote yes for it.
Any other discussion? All right, roll call.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approves.
Shelley Shope.
Aye.
I hope that I got that right, Shelley.
You did. Thank you.
Cheryl Turner,
Aye.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Bart Danielson.
Aye.
Okay, it passes unanimously. So we.
Congrats, you guys.
yeah.
Congrats. Long road, but you pulled it off.
I'd like to also say, if you all need teachers, you have cars, because I work directly at North Carolina Central. We have the Marathon Teaching Initiative. And while I am here for Heritage Week,
Want to take advantage of the platform?
Yes, ma'am.
This- This will be going to the state board in January, so I will be in touch with you between now and then if I need any additional materials, if any questions come up from the state board. It's presented in January. If anything comes up at that time, I'll also reach out, and then the vote, it goes for a vote in February. So we plan on having the earliest approvals in February, could be longer if there's any back and forth.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
And to the board, I just want to say thank you for your confidence, Lucy. Thank you. Thank you all.
Can we take a break, please, Ashley?
Yes, what, would you like a 10-minute break?
It's, yeah, how about 10:30? That gives us 13 minutes, I think.
We will resume at 10:30. Let me hit the mics.
So that'll help.
All right. All right, we're going to start with our next second round application, the Centerpoint Classical Academy.
Our next applicant is Centerpoint Classical. We heard from them as part of, I believe, 3 applications with ATA, and so you all invited Centerpoint Classical back for second round, and that was in September. They are slated for open in Guilford County with grades K-8, in year 1 serving grades K-5 with 376 students. They will have an in-house free and reduced lunch program. They are anticipated to open at that Guilford-Randolph County borderline. They will provide bus services to their student body. There was not an LEA impact statement. They were a repeat applicant, and obviously they are part of the American Traditional Academy's EMO. The application was complete. Again, slated for open in Guilford County, where there are currently 13 charter schools and 126 traditional schools. There's also 1 lab school there. Mr. Matthew Snyder is the board chair, and so we are welcomed. We want to welcome the Centerpoint Classical Board to come up, and then you'll have the 5 minutes to make your opening statement, and then CSAB will deliberate there. So please come on up. Yep.
Good morning. Thank you very much. We sincerely thank you all for graciously inviting us back to address the questions that you raised in our initial interview and reaffirm our confidence in Centerpoint Classical Academy. I'm Paula McMillan, the treasurer of this board. With me are board chairman Matthew Schneider and our also board member Doug Williams. Brian, Derek, and Felicia were unable to join us today due to work conflicts, like me last time. Please permit me to introduce myself, particularly because many of the questions that were raised last time were financial in nature. From beginning my career as an auditor with one of the 4 largest accounting firms in the world to being the financial advisor that I am today, I understand finance, budget, controls, and more. I've served on 2 charter school boards and been the charter school parent in 2 charter school startups in Guilford County. All have been very positive experiences with exemplary outcomes that have excelled in providing highly desirable options for the communities that we served. If you decide to move forward with Centerpoint Classical Academy, it will be no different. I grew up and was very active in this community where my mother still lives, in Pleasant Garden. I attended Pleasant Garden Elementary and Southeast Middle School, the 2 public schools that were noted in our application. The Toyota battery plant nearby is under construction, and it's set to begin production in the first quarter of 2025, bringing 2,100 new jobs to the area. 2,100 new jobs. That's a lot of young children who will come with those new hires, young children whose parents will be looking for choice. With Centerpoint Classical Academy proposed to open in 2024, I cannot imagine a better fact pattern for high demand and enrollment. From listening to the recording of our initial meeting, I was thoroughly impressed by your line of questioning and your thoroughness as capable stewards of our tax dollars and educational opportunities. We understand your comments about the ownership of the charter and the importance of understanding the fees and contract terms to which we are committing with ATA. We appreciate your questioning about that. Now, in working with managing members Mary Catherine Sauer and Taft Morley on the board of another charter school, I found them to be excellent partners, creative, honest, hardworking, and diligent. The kind that you want with you in the trenches when working through startup challenges and later to ensure consistent quality execution and outcome. While ATA is charging a fair market fee and will assuredly deliver above-market services, each year represents another opportunity to reevaluate the relationship. However, in my estimation, I see no scenario where ATA would not meet and excel our expectations as partners in delivering an outstanding educational experience to the children under our care. Because of the discussion about federal grants in the initial meeting, we wanted to emphasize that our board and ATA remain open to applying for grants and will evaluate each and every opportunity that as we become eligible based on our population and its needs at the time. Now, in that initial interview, you also expressed concerns about the reasonableness of our bus plan. Based on past experience and estimating a 40% economically disadvantaged population, we estimate approximately 40% or 150 students will choose to ride the bus to school in year one. Now, according to the North Carolina Student Transportation Department, the maximum capacity for grades kindergarten through 5 is calculated as the number of seats times 3, or 3 students per seat. Now, with 26 seats each, the 2 buses we have planned would allow room for 156 students. Because the cost of the buses has increased from $100,000 to $120,000, we're taking $20,000 from the furniture budget, where we found a good deal on some used furniture. Now, furthermore, we will efficiently establish strategic stops at which students can catch the bus. Another concern you aptly raised was whether we had enough budgeted for school lunches and encouraged us to seek government funding. Now, we have currently budgeted $75,000 for lunch. Our lunch provider has increased lunch prices from $3, the price in our original budget was built on, to now $3.50. Based on a 187-day school year, our budget provides lunch for 114 children at $3.50. Based on an estimated 40% economically disadvantaged student body, we would need 36 more lunches. We could make up the difference with a surcharge of 25 cents on each lunch to raise about $46.75 if an additional 100 students bought lunch daily, and move the remaining $19,500 from the curriculum and text budget line item. However, we do remain open to seeking government funding and will consider it as an option as we move forward. Finally, based on your comments during the initial interview, we're creating a student support specialist role to assist at-risk students or those who just need a little help. A student support specialist is a person we're adding in place of a 4th elective specialty teacher in response to your concerns about being sure students in trouble have a dedicated resource. The student support specialist would coordinate and connect community services with families. He or she would take on some of the responsibilities of a school nurse, counselor, and social worker in the first year. Additionally, the music, physical education, and art teacher will be available to help out in performing some teacher assistant type activities, using their extra time from having fewer students in the first year to support the students and teachers. Now, while we feel good about our plans for addressing transportation, school lunches, and student support, we are prepared to be nimble and proactive with these issues and others that will surely arise. Through the strength of our board, our management company, our principal, and the educators who will join us, we are confident in what Centerpoint Classical Academy could mean to the deserving families of Southeast Guilford County if you will stand for us. We, the Centerpoint Classical Academy Board, welcome your questions, appreciate your interest, and hope to win your support. Thank you.
Okay, so at this time, is that the end of your opening remarks?
Yes.
Okay. So at this time, it's the board's opportunity to deliberate. We have 25 minutes. There'll be some questions that we'll ask you, and don't forget when we do to come to the mic to answer those questions so that people watching online are able to hear your comments. So at this time, are there any questions or discussion from the board?
This is the comment. You absolutely cannot put 3 kids to a seat all the way K-5. Doesn't happen. I run 30 buses twice a day, every day. Doesn't happen. You can probably do that. You definitely do it K1. Because they're very little people. You might be able to do it in 2nd grade. If you've looked at any kids who are older than 2nd grade, you cannot stuff them 3 to a seat. That is not going to happen. They are going to fall on the floor.
And I appreciate your comments because I heard that comment from you in the initial interview, and I do appreciate it and I hear you. And that's why I looked it up on that North Carolina site, the North Carolina Transportation Department. But I know what you mean.
But
sometimes
I'm putting real
design,
children, they're putting numbers.
Yeah, sometimes design, sometimes numbers can be different. But we ask you to just help us in remaining open-minded with that because we just came up with 40%, based on the fact that we have 40% economically disadvantaged children. Maybe it'll be 30%. We don't know exactly what the numbers will be, but just from doing this before, we know we can move around budget items and find that budget from somewhere else. That's why, again, we have opportunities to take more government funds, but we don't start there. For other line items, we are very cautious in being good fiduciaries of tax dollars, and so we're not trying to make it extra comfortable, but we are trying to be realistic. And I appreciate the fact what you have said, because I'm not disagreeing with it. You know, like you said, we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know exactly how many children there will be, but we're just going off the numbers that were provided to us.
I would also add to that in transportation world that because you're not a district school and everyone lives in the neighborhood, the other thing that you run into is that you're gonna need more buses and more drivers than you think you are, so kids are on the bus for 2 hours. You're gonna have half full buses sometimes, but to accommodate families, you know, the kids are on the buses forever.
Well, and that's why we will definitely need to have those scheduled stops, strategic stops, so that we're kind of starting with the stops as opposed to the children. And, you know, they will have to plan around those stops based on whether they come to the school.
That also presumes that the only children who are going to want bus service are kids who are low income. And there are some people who are high income, but they have to work and they can't get their kids to school at the times they work and will want bus service.
Have you determined where your bus stops are going to be, or how are you going to determine where your bus stops are?
We have not determined that yet. We may be in a temporary facility our first year. We are looking at 2 right now that we have under consideration, so it will, you know, that may come into play as well.
What will determine where your bus stops are?
Where we ultimately, between the temporary facility and where we think will ultimately be.
I understand that.
school.
What will determine where either one of those sites, how are you going to determine where your bus stops are going to be?
It's going to be a combination, obviously, of our location, but then as people register, we're going to do community stops based on where the majority of the registrants are. And, you know, right now we're anticipating, based on what happens in Guilford County from other schools, about 25% of the students on that bus are going to be the kindergartners. So we know we can't do 3 per seat when they hit 4th and 5th grade. But about at least a quarter on each of those buses will be the kindergarten, 1st grade, and those we think will be able to do the 3 seats. But again, we are open and understand that we might have to move that around depending on what happens. But it's going to be very hard right now to say bus stops will be in place A, B, and C when we don't know exactly who's going to be coming yet or where our permanent location is going to be.
So if you want to target a particular portion of your population to be economic disadvantage, and those people don't know that you're going to be going, you're not going to have a bus stop at a particular location, don't you feel like you're creating a barrier right from the beginning?
No, I don't, because I think in the targeting of that southeast Guilford County area, as we go out with marketing, and I think last time we mentioned to you guys that we'd be using specific digital marketing based on zip codes. At that point in time, we're going to be responding back to those comments we get, and that's when we'll begin to develop the bus stops based on who's coming to the school and where they are. But I think to do the bus stops where they're going to be most effective for our routes, for the time that the children are on the buses, we're going to need to know where most of the people are coming from.
I don't think I was here when we discussed this school year. I'm gonna ask you guys, is it permissible to go back to talk about the contracts with the EMO and things of that sort?
Obviously, yes, sir.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to understand the key players here. The EMO ATA.
Correct.
Has a board member, Kristen Morley. Am I saying that right?
It's Taft Morley.
Is the vice president? How does her relationship to ATA?
It's a him.
It's a him.
I'm talking about Kristen. Is she his wife? Is that not familiar? Okay. So who is? Help me with.
Taft Morley is a partner in ATA, but also functions with ACD, which is American Charter Development, and is going to be one of the principal people working with ATA and Mary Catherine Sauer.
But he's not going to be on the board, right?
No, he's not going to be on the board.
What is his?
This is the. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What's his relationship to Mike Morley?
Mike Morley is his father, if I'm not mistaken. Mike is Taft's father.
So Taft is on the board of the EMO.
Yes, of the EMO.
And Mike is the developer in which is putting in the building.
There's a separate company, ACD, and that is the one that Mike is the founder and principal in.
And so how, from a development standpoint, how How is that relationship being negotiated?
Well,
how do we understand that? The son being on the EMO and the father being.
I think really I'm not sure of exactly how they're working through ATA as far as that goes. But I do know that he is a managing partner with ATA. We have a history of what they've done in Guilford County with the schools that we've mentioned in the written responses you guys have got.
So I'm to understand that, okay, ATA, you're going to do 50, I looked at the contract, it's
Sure.
15% of all revenue, including federal.
It was
14, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
of all revenue, including federal,
Mhm.
is going to the EMO. And then there's a separate contract with the father of Taft, who is a development person, in which is gonna develop your facility, and that's who you're gonna be paying interest. And that's
That is a possibility of when we get ready to build, because we are not building in the first year. You know, like most schools, we want to build an enrollment up, but when time comes to build, they are one of the people that we'd be looking at that are going to give a line of credit or help funding in starting up on the building.
But that's what you submitted in your charter,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
When
you say that-
that development agreement is what you submitted in your charter.
Yeah.
Yes, that is true. That is true.
So that's your intention.
Yes,
Yes.
ACD, as
It's to go with
Doug
ACD.
was mentioning, yes.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that's all I have.
How many schools is ATA currently the EMO for in the state of North, or anywhere, not just North Carolina?
At this point in time, ATA does not have any schools in North Carolina.
So why do you keep telling us about the history of ATA?
I'm sorry. Last time, if I'm not mistaken, some things were brought up in reference to ATA being new.
Right.
And what we were saying was the principal person in ATA had developed schools in Guilford County before. So it's the same thing going forward with simply a new name. A company started as ATA, but the principal person that had done the schools that we're referring to as history, being Piedmont Classical Revolution, that's the connection between the two.
Were they contracted to give 15% of their income to Mary Catherine Sauer, who would have been the ATA person by herself then?
No, no.
Like, okay, so ATA is a new management company.
Exactly.
It
yes.
does not have a history.
Yes,
Mary Catherine Sauer has done some stuff before, but ATA does not have history.
that is correct.
Okay.
Are there any other contracts that are going through family members from Taft or Mike Morley? Are there any other construction, are there anything, or otherwise?
No, please.
No, there aren't any others.
And any other board members of ATA, any of their family members, any contracts going through that?
No. No. And just to clarify about ATA and Mary Catherine Sauer. So Mary Catherine Sauer developed these three charter schools in Guilford County. Cornerstone Classical Academy. I'm sorry, I'm getting the names mixed up. Piedmont Classical High School, Cornerstone Academy, and Revolution Academy. So she was not part of ATA. ATA is a newly formed corporation, but Mary Catherine Sauer is the executive director of ATA, and Taft Morley is a managing partner.
What did Taft Morley have to do with the other three schools?
Did he have Go ahead.
He was the developer.
For the other three?
Mm-hmm.
You mean the developer of the property, of the facility, or developer of the program?
Of the facility. He's a real estate developer, through ACD, American Charter Development.
So he's in development and management.
So he's ACD?
He's a managing member he's in both. He is part of ACD, Taft Morley is, and Taft Morley is
Also on the board of the EMO?
Yes.
Yes.
And the dad does what?
I mainly talk with Taft. I'm not sure. I'm not as familiar with the father.
Listed as a CEO.
The dad is the CEO of ACD?
ACD. Right, the principal and founder.
Right.
Y'all don't see that as a conflict? That seems a little conflicting to me. Where's the lawyer? Oh, he's not here.
Say that again. He's the CEO of the company.
I also have a question.
CEO of ACD.
It says in your,
son is a managing partner
your
of
startup
the-
expenses
of
that
ACD as well
ATA
as
is
on
gonna
the
give you a
board of
$150,000 loan. Is there any interest charged to that?
Um,
Or are they just,
It's just a letter from them saying they would give us a line of credit, but they've not referenced the interest charge. Not to say there wouldn't be one. It would probably be whatever they were paying for the HELOC at the time.
So who's actually providing the line of credit?
That is ATA.
I had a bank account of.
Yeah, I thought that was gonna be my question, thank you. It doesn't have to be this way, but normally when we have an EMO come before us that's gonna propose to manage schools, they've got some semblance of do I dare call it a war chest that can help the school get off the ground, hiring staff before it opens, financing the facility. And I seem to recall that we had bank statements or financial information, the ATA had like $400 in their account.
Right.
So how are they pulling this off financially to get you as a board the facility and everything else you need to open?
This is more than we've ever had. I mean, we started Piedmont Classical Academy with nothing. So $150,000 line of credit was just something nice that they.
What is the EMO telling you they're going to bring to the table financially to help you get off the ground? What are the things that they're going to pay for right here and now if you get approved?
That is all in my understanding. But like I said, in other boards that I've worked on, like Piedmont Classical Academy, we did not have any funding from any management company in that
You didn't
situation.
have a management company. That's the difference. The purpose of working with a management company is the support that you get, particularly up front, and that's why most schools even decide to do it, because there's no money up front. So when you can't tell me what it is they're bringing to the table up front, that's concerning when 15% of your income is going to them.
It is primarily for the expertise of Mary Catherine Sauer.
So essentially a consulting contract.
And we have the line of credit.
$400 give you $150,000.
It's $150,000 that ATA will provide us as a startup budget, and this is on page 169 of the application. It includes personnel, and that mostly is the principal, the school leader for the planning year. She's going to she's going to be able to devote all of her time during that planning year to starting up the school. And then office software, marketing, 501c3, so on and so forth. It's all on page 169. And ATA has said that they're going to finance that. And it is a line of credit, so they haven't said anything about interest for that.
Okay, but right now, at least when they presented this, they didn't have $150,000. They've applied for more than one school that also has been promised $150,000. You don't see that as a problem?
No, because I think that they have the capacity to get the money. There's a letter from a bank in our application as well that says that they're good for up to $500,000. So I think they have the money, and I can only trust what the bank has said. I'm trying to find the page that's on.
I think it's page 127.
Page 127.
And in that, you guys were given the bank statements for Taft Morley. He had several accounts that were 7 figures, 6 figures, and that he had committed to funding at the beginning of the school. So the money, if you will, would be coming from ATA via that source.
So the money's really coming from Taft Morley, essentially?
Yes.
Yeah.
But it would be there, and you guys have the statement saying that it's there, and that he had said that he was willing to do that.
And that line of credit is a loan, initially a loan?
Yes.
But you don't know what the terms of it are going to be at this point?
At this point, no.
Have you signed it?
I'm sorry, it isn't in writing that it does roll into the facilities cost. As we're building the school, it would just be one cost in there. I'm so sorry, I didn't recall that piece of it.
Makes sense.
But Taft Morley ACD has developed over 100 of these schools, so they are very, there's no concern about their financial solvency, and that's part of what makes them a strong partner. They're not new to this rodeo, if you will. And like I said, I've worked with them through Piedmont Classical High School. They didn't give us any startup funds there. We did it just off of our backs. Mary Catherine's son even gave us a loan. So it was, it's a grassroots kind of an effort. So this is even more than we've had in the past.
Who is the agreement with ACD? Is it with ATA?
Yes, and us.
And Taft is ATA, and he's the COO of ACD, right?
Well, it would actually be the school. ATA is managing it. So I'm sorry, I said that incorrectly. It would be more us. We have contracts with both. We would have contracts with both, signed contracts with ATA and ACD.
I guess I'm struggling with, yes, you've done this before, but you weren't tied to a management company. You went out on your own, you found financing. Many of us have done the exact same things with our school. But if I'm partnering with an EMO, I mean, one of the biggest values the EMO provides you, particularly as Ms. Turner mentioned up front, is access to the cash to do all of these things, the hiring the head of school for the first year, getting all the expenses you incur in the first year, and facilities. And I'm struggling to understand how ATA has the financial wherewithal to have all that in place, because usually I'm not saying they can't, I'm just, we're used to dealing with EMOs that just frankly have hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars ready to allocate to that school and that board to go.
Mr. Friend, if you don't mind me adding to that, as an independent charter school in my first year of operations at Central Carolina Academy, and a 40% pretty much markup on everything, supply-wise, whether it's steel or if it's anything, that $150,000 is
not going very far.
Isn't going to go very far. And also to add, this is a question I've asked of almost, because I'm trying to understand, again, in my first year, I'm trying to understand EMOs. And that when an EMO says that they're going to charge 14% of your total operation budget, right, to 14%, you can't take federal money and spend it on anything other than what the federal money is proposed for, right? So that means you're getting more than 14% because then the contract is going to have to pay that, or the school's going to have to pay that percentage back of whatever they took from the Fed money. So it's more like and I can't criticize, again, it's a choice of the school to go with whatever they want, but not only are you getting a small startup amount with a small piggy bank, but then you're also paying 14 to 18% for an agreement.
I don't disagree. I guess my line of questioning is like just getting the school open. Like,
would you, and it's up to you, but would you like to hear from Mary Catherine? She is in the audience today, if that would be helpful to you. She's willing to speak.
I think because there's so much concern about the EMO, I believe we should let the EMO speak.
Okay.
Also, the 14%, I have to assume, and Mary Catherine can confirm, is going to cover finance, HR, all those back office services, I would assume. So it's not they're getting 14% and then there's no services provided. I totally understand the concern of startup costs isn't 150 enough, and I also understand 14% of Fed money, so it means a little more is coming out of the budget.
State, local.
But at the same time, they're getting services for the 14%. Is that correct?
That's very correct. And actually, you'll see in the budget, in the application, there are some budget items left blank because those are directly coming out of the fees from the management company. We to clarify the relationship. I don't know. Some of you were probably here and remember that a few years ago, I came forward with a nonprofit EMO of CMO. Proposing a new school, and some of the feedback we got was that I didn't have any resources, and you were questioning if I could make that happen. So, kind of to address that concern at the time, I got partners who have lots of resources, and that's where the partnership with the Morleys and Taft came in, because they have the resources. If we need more than $150,000, they have resources to make that happen. They've proven to me that they're good to work with. I've worked with them on several projects. They actually, without any contract at all, they lent Piedmont Classical money for their startup. So just because I couldn't find the money for that anywhere else, and they kind of came in and helped us out. The partnership with ACD and the school for the facilities, we see that as a huge benefit to the school, because a typical EMO will come and do the facilities themselves, but then it's hard for the school to dissolve that contract and keep their building, right? I know of a school that wants to do that, and they can't. They're tied to the building. By having two separate organizations and two separate contracts, that kind of helps with that. The contract for the school will be separate. For the facilities will be separate from the EMO contract, and so we think that will help them kind of in both ways. It gives the school more flexibility and more control over kind of their destiny there. The plan is for them to buy back the school and then own it, the way that Piedmont Classical and Revolution both own their schools now, and that's their model. Again, that's in opposite. That's different from other EMO contracts where the EMO owns the school forever and is just a lease forever, the length of the term.
Since you're up there, can you
Yes,
go
sir.
over what all the 15%? I know we briefly, HR and other things, can you walk through all of it?
I can. I would need to look up. It's in the contract. The things that ATA provides. It is the back office support. It's the managing the day-to-day operations, right? It's the HR responsibilities. It's the financial management, and it's the student data management. I don't have the others in front of me, but it's kind of a turnkey. The idea is that the board can be a governing board from the beginning to the end. So it stays a governing board, and we handle the day-to-day operations of the school.
Does it include HR services as well?
Yes, sir. It does. We also handle the professional development and the marketing as well.
So, we're out of time.
Yeah, we're out of time. Does any last comments or questions? Bruce, go ahead if you had one.
I'm still trying to understand the role of your organization.
Yes, sir.
To bring the financial resources to this board so they can secure a facility, stock the facility, hires, all of that has to be done before day one, before you get state money.
Yes, sir.
What your role in that is, as opposed to, couldn't this board have went out and got that money from Taft themselves or somewhere else?
Well, maybe. I'd like to think Taft's kind of careful where he puts this money that's at high risk. But, and one reason that I think that he and I work well together is that he's seen what I can do. And that's part of where that comes in. First of all, we've already spent almost $30,000 just on these applications coming in. So there's a significant expense to even submitting an application to you. There are ways that I've found that I'm very creative. Starting out in a temporary facility, for one thing, is actually different than trying to open in a new building. I've got vendors I can work with that give us terms and put off the payments, and so we can delay payments for some things. I've got other resources, work with other charter schools to get some other things that we can use if we need to until we get that money. So there's ways that I've found, so they're using my expertise to be creative and to make that money work. $150,000 based on what I've done in the past seems like a lot. But we also have resources that if they need more than that, we can get them more than $150,000. We're going to get them what they need to get open. We're in this to give more choices to more parents and students. So, yes, sir.
Time, but I'm gonna, if I can ask one more question. So post-opening.
Yes, sir.
When you talk about the services that ATA is going to provide for that 14%.
Yes, sir.
Is your company doing those services? Are you doing payroll? Are you doing HR? Are you going to then be outsourcing that to someone else?
So at the beginning, we're going to be outsourcing that because we're a startup. We're starting out, and especially because we're looking at one school and then maybe 2 schools, then it doesn't make sense for us to hire someone and try to do that and train them. But I also know that there are people out there that do that very well. So at the beginning, we'll outsource some of those things. The plan would, as we grow, then that can change.
Can I just confirm you do have a weighted lottery?
Yes, ma'am.
In your plan? Okay. And your teachers are jointly employed?
Yes, ma'am.
Between the charter board and the, and the MO? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you have 5 minutes for closing remarks.
Thank you for letting me address that. I really appreciate it.
Well, I want to thank you all again for inviting us back. I sensed both at the last interview and at this one that this board rightly has some misgivings about the relationship between the charter school board and the management company. And I just want to give you my personal assurance that as chair of this board of trustees, I understand what can happen when an administrator or an executive exerts pressure on the board or manipulates the board's membership in order to achieve their own aims. I've seen this in my own professional experience at 2 universities that I've worked at, pretty private universities, so it's not exactly the same context. But I've seen that happen, and the real damage that's done, well, there's obviously some damage that could be done to just the financial health, but I think the real damage that I've seen is that the institutions can lose focus on their own mission. And I just want to assure you that it's the mission that first attracted me to this position to begin with. The proposed school, Centerpoint Classical Academy, I think really meets the legislative requirement that the charter school provide an innovative approach to learning and that really benefits students. I've seen this benefit of this classical liberal arts education in the students who come out of it and enter my classes at the university. And I've also visited both Piedmont Classical High School and Revolution Academy, and I've seen the light in the students' eyes. They really are energized and engaged by this approach. And anything that would threaten that approach, anything that would threaten the integrity of that mission, like an overzealous administrator or some sort of an attempt to try to influence the board, I'm hyper aware of that possibility, and I'll make sure that those tendencies are stopped at the very beginning. So I remain committed to this school and to its mission, and I'm. As time has gone on and I've had a chance to return to the application and think more about this and talk to my board members, I'm even more aware of the responsibility, the huge responsibility that's on this board's shoulders to not just to use these public funds in the way that they're intended, but really to contribute through this school to the betterment of our students and to the betterment of our state. And I take that responsibility very seriously. I'm eager to take that responsibility very seriously because I think at this point in my life it's something that I really believe in based on 36 years as an educator, as higher educator, but really see the need for this. So I hope that you'll give us your approval and that we can get this school off the ground and get it going. We're looking at fall 2024 for our opening, and thank you again for your invitation for us to return. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so we have 10 minutes to deliberate based on what we've heard. Again, as a reminder to the board, we have two options since this is a second interview. One is to recommend this school for opening to the state board. The other is to recommend not moving forward with this school. So those are the two choices on the table. What kind of comments or discussion do we need to have?
So this board came before us in 2021. This is the second application, is that correct?
I don't know if it's the same board, but it's definitely the second application.
The same head of school, right? Felicia Bowser was the intention of the first a year ago. So they came in 2021, and I guess the CSAB gave them some recommendations. They came back this year now with a follow-up application at another attempt, and then we gave them a second interview, and they've come back and responded to that. And I'm comfortable with their responses and with their plan. I think this board has a depth of experience in education and business operations and finance and real estate, and they've thoroughly responded to our inquiries, and I don't have any follow-up questions.
In terms of the resources that are available for them to start, to get up and running, while they may not have a legally enforceable guarantee at this point, because the funds aren't in the organization that would provide it, they do have a promise of support from an individual who has been engaged with charter school, with the creation of charter schools in the past, and they have from the bank evidence that there are resources available to do this. So while the legal formalities may not exist, it appears to me the practical guarantee does exist, and so that is not an issue of concern that I have.
I'd like to hear more from this board before any kind of recommendations made, because there was lots of questions about conflict of interest with regard to where everything's coming from, who's on what board, who reports to who, and I'd like to know more about whether or not this board feels confident that those questions of conflict have been answered, because I think those conflicts have caused issues in the past, especially in the last year. So do you feel comfortable that that there's a clear line of communication between who's responsible for what with regard to operation of order with finances and decision-making, things of that nature?
So are you referring to the management company and the development company?
Yeah.
So how is that different from an organization like Movement, who has the foundation and
Are
the
they an
management
EMO?
company?
Well, not yet.
No.
Well, but a similar structure in practicality, right, in practice? Or name another, I mean, how is it different from another building development, facility development, as
Well, it's
well
also
as
that it's
the EMO?
family. It's also family. It's father-son.
So if Taft Morley owned both, that would be better. If it wasn't his father, it was him.
Probably not.
I think that an EMO's role is to manage a school day to day, and most of the EMOs is to be the development arm of that school. That's pretty common practice across the country. Most EMOs, they have a development arm that will build a building. An independent charter school has a very difficult time getting capital to build that, and then to run the day-to-day operations. The 14%, that's most fees are between 14 and 15. So none of that bothers me. In the fact that the Morleys are owners of the development company and part of this new EMO doesn't necessarily bother me either, because the Morleys are the financial backing of this group. Now, is $150,000 enough to get this school off the ground? That's debatable. Unfortunately, where I am right now is, and I said this at the other applications that came forward, I don't think this EMO has a capacity to open up now 2 schools. State Board just sent one back that we've already
That was the next thing I was gonna say.
And I think we need to fight hard to get that one approved. And unfortunately for this board, in my opinion, I won't say sacrificial lamb, but this, I have concerns, as I mentioned before. This EMO, I don't believe, has a capacity to open up more than 1 school. We've committed to the school that we've already sent to the State Board. Very disappointing that they sent it back to us. But I think we should put all our energy into getting that one approved. Due to my opinion that the EMO, in all due respect, doesn't have the capacity to run 2 schools. I think get one open, show what you can do, and let's do another one. But that's where I am right now.
And one of which is an acceleration.
Correct.
And that, I was gonna suggest that we hold off deciding on this school until we resolve the issue of the other school. I agree that we've already said that we think the other school is a go, and that it's a go in the upcoming school year. So when we look at, even with the money coming from Taft Morley or whoever's coming from, there's gonna be a significant amount of money that has to go into that quickly. And this is an EMO where the money's coming from someplace else. So I don't think they have the capacity to open 2 right now. I wouldn't be comfortable agreeing to this one until I know what's gonna happen with the other one. So I would really rather put off the vote until this afternoon when we know whether the other school's going for it or not. Makes sense.
So would this school have a better opportunity if they had come to CSAB without an EMO?
I think that's where I'm struggling, because I don't have an EMO serve I think a vital role in the charter industry, and I think we've talked about this, that we can squabble on whether it should be 12%, 14%, whatever. And that, to me, that's for the board to decide and feel comfortable with. I know we've had discussion too, sometimes it's been brought up, well, why do you need the EMO, just do it yourself? And I've been one who have sat here and said, having done it myself, it's hard. There's days I wish I would have had the support of an EMO, but I am concerned about the bandwidth of the EMO. I mean, I'm hearing they're not the ones bringing the initial capital to the table. Even some of the services that the school's going to receive from the EMO is having to outsource that to other people. That does beg the question: if you're going to outsource your payroll, if you're going to then why does the board need the EMO to outsource? Like, just there's 2 or 3 folks in it, just pick one. So I'm struggling with, in this case, I am struggling with the value that the EMO brings. Not in all cases, for sure, but in this case, I'm struggling with that. And I think you raise a good point about But is an EMO that wants to get off the ground and do good work, and they've got to start somewhere. I mean, someone's got to give them a shot. I appreciate anytime you're trying to launch a business if that's the case, but
We've already approved their opportunity to launch a shop.
Mhm.
you're right.
They are opening in separate years.
But, yeah, it's a lot of money. To be able to open in August, that's a lot of money. And it's, based on what they're telling me, Taft Morley can afford that. At the same time, though, the other school would also need money, plus the bandwidth of the EMO. So even if you've got the money, which is actually coming from someplace else, the bandwidth of the EMO, I kind of am like Dave. We committed to one of them, and I feel like, and that's already in question. And so I feel like if we push, I think we push hard on the one we already committed on. And if we were to agree to another, I don't think it's getting past state board anyway.
Do we think that the first one that is coming back to us later today is the
the better
challenges
of the
are
two?
related to the EMO? Are the challenges related to that?
It's come back from state board, yes. It's absolutely about the EMO, from the state, at the state board level.
So if we hold off voting right now and wait till this afternoon, and the outcome of this afternoon is to not push it forward back to the state board, just hypothetically, it's not there's not the vote to push it back to the state board. Are we then saying, okay, well,
What are we saying?
let's give this board a chance then?
Right.
Like, I just seems like,
I would
I think
be
I think we're either in for it or we're not. Like,
Yeah,
either
either
way,
way.
the merits
Either
of
way,
this
don't
board,
know.
I mean, this is a different.
So I guess my question then is, if you're comparing this school and the other school, which is the stronger school, which is the stronger board, which has the greater need? Is that what we're asking? If we're gonna decide on one?
Well, I think another thing too, though,
Yeah.
isn't the other school is an accelerated school with a
Right.
building already identified. It's already got establishment, where this one's gonna be in a temporary facility. It's gonna have to outsource some of the responsibility of the EMO. So, I mean, if you take a look at just those two things side by side, which school is gonna be able to sustain itself and guarantee itself better?
And unfortunately, we're having to compare the two applications, which really isn't fair to this application, but at the same time, we can't help but think about it. And the one that we've already sent forward is in an area that has no one middle school charter school, has no elementary charter school. This is Guilford County that, even though it's right there at the Randolph County line, and there's huge economic development there, there's a lot of charter schools. Again, when you come in with a brand new EMO and 3 acts, this is what happens, and unfortunately, again, that's where I am. I think we need to fight like crazy for the one that got sent back, and this one doesn't, I don't think is quite ready to open myself.
Can I ask, it seems to be kind of resolved, I guess, in certain minds. Why isn't the Taft Morley thing a bigger issue? He's the managing partner of the EMO and the COO of the developer. Like he literally is part of both. And I will say that, ACD, I'm not going to go into specifics because I think there's more research to be done, and I don't want to speak out of just some simple research, but probably has a mixed bag. You start looking at some of the storylines and some of their history as what has happened. I don't think money's going to be an issue. I'll tell you that. I mean, you look up ACD, money's not an issue. They're turning a nice profit on every piece of development, and Taft isn't going to have a money issue. So I guess why isn't that a big issue with him being part of both?
Well, when it was, I was more concerned about it till they kind of explained how it was set up. And then, when Dave was talking about how other EMOs manage the development, they're two separate corporations. I do think it's,
These are no procurement
daddy son
deals.
is issue, but
no bidding procurement deals that are coming in the tens of millions of dollars across the country. in terms of revenue,
but
because
the-
there's no bid process, there's no procurement
The
piece.
board's gonna have to approve that, though.
Yeah.
Are we really thinking?
If the board doesn't approve it, and I presume that anybody who has a conflict will recuse themselves from the vote when the board has to vote on that.
Yeah, I would think he would have to recuse when they vote on the.
That certainly it's in the donor's interest here to see this. He's not completely removed from any financial incentives. I would absolutely agree with that. But the board has to vote on that, and they have to do it independently, and they're held responsible for it. And I don't see this
And
as
the board is
particularly uncommon.
aware, the board's aware of this relationship, it's not a secret.
Right.
And they provided a separate contract for the facility so that the charter school has the opportunity to
And
actually
that's
own
a,
their
that's a
facility.
plus.
That is.
That's a plus, because
Rather
we have
than
schools who
it
can't get
becoming
out
part
right
of his
now.
assets.
We have schools that have been with EMOs that want out and can't get out because they lose their facility and everything.
What
Yeah,
was
I mean,
at? Oh, go ahead.
Now, I mean, clearly it's relatively closely held and controlled, but in this situation, I think is actually a benefit to the charter school when the EMO is not actually the developer also, which is very often the case.
Yeah.
And they get stuck. You know, they can separate from the EMO, but they can never separate from the facility.
Right.
In this structure, you know, they could.
If they wanted to.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Because very often what happens is the EMO is also the developer. These are two separate entities, obviously with some management and control overlap, but two separate entities.
Good point.
Very
Well,
purposeful.
Yeah, very
if
close.
there is a buyout, that will inherently separate them at some point.
Right, yeah. But
Yeah.
but to Cheryl's
Yeah.
point, we absolutely have schools that are, you know, in relationships with EMOs who are the developer that are stuck. You know, that the dollar amount is just impossible to overcome.
Okay, another vivid and lengthy
So are we voting now?
conversation, so I guess it's time to consider the entertainment of some sort of motion. Or table.
I feel like you need to vote on this now. I don't think the opinion changes, and here's the thing, if this board, if what happens this afternoon doesn't go the way that some of us hope it does, then this board currently will not get approved by the state board. Either. So, and that's just the reality that we're facing.
Well, especially since the issue really was the EMO contract.
Yeah, and I hope we have a more robust discussion about that one specifically. But I think I'm in agreement with what everybody said about the building. I don't have any problems with how this is structured at all. It's more the capacity of the EMO specifically, and which horse I guess we're going to tag to on this one. And I think we're going to have an interesting conversation this afternoon. So. I can't make a motion, so.
Notice how we're all rushing to motion here.
I'll make a motion that we do not move this application forward. Reluctantly, I do make that motion.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion to not move the school forward and a second. Any discussion?
Let me pose a question. Do we make our decisions based on what we think the state board is going to do with it? Okay, so that is not a compelling reason here. Okay. Because we have to send what we believe in, right? And then let them decide how they decide.
I agree with that. I don't think, we need to do what's best for charter schools and propose that, but I do think the majority of the concern is the capacity of the EMO.
Right, that has to be the weight for the motion. Okay.
Well, I think that's a fair question, Rita. I think every member of CSAP has to individually answer that question.
Well, you're an advisory board.
Yeah.
I mean, failing to give advice because somebody might not like it doesn't seem to make you a very good advisor.
My concerns is about the capacity to do two. And we've already committed to one.
It's also what I believe.
All right, roll call.
Okay, so as a reminder, this is a motion to not approve. John?
Aye.
Bruce Friend?
Aye.
Rita Hare?
Aye.
Hilda Parlay?
Aye.
Shelley Shope?
Aye.
Cheryl Turner?
Aye.
Todd Gogby?
Aye.
Eric Sanchez?
Aye.
Dave Machado?
Aye.
Bart Danielson?
Nay.
Okay, it passes 9-1. So this one does not move forward, and this will go to, State Board with all of the other application recommendations in January. So we are, fairly far behind. There's, we can make an agenda kind of decision at this point. Lunch has been delivered. It's been here for about 30 minutes. So we could either go into the Riverside, the remaining second round interview, or we could take a quick, maybe 30-minute lunch and then get back for the last second round and finish the day. It's up to you.
What do you guys wanna do?
They're here.
Just keep, let's do Riverside. Okay, we're gonna go on, and we're gonna go ahead and do Riverside.
Okay, Riverside Leadership Academy?
10 jumping jacks, let's go. Isn't that what they said earlier?
Yeah. And we approved them, didn't we?
That's right. Let's try it.
Well, it's.
Yeah, when we go to lunch, I wanna be able to chill. I don't wanna be rushed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Riverside's me.
This school is slated for opening for Craven
I don't
County.
remember them either, and I admit it, and I
Their
read
mission
it.
statement here serving grades K through 11. In year one, they'll start 480 students in grades K through 7. They will provide lunch services by way of a vendor. They do not have a facility at this point, but they do have 2 slated zip codes. They will also partner with the Craven area where we'll transfer support systems. So they we'll be able to speak more about that. You all asked about half a dozen questions, of which you have the written responses to those. There are currently no charter schools in the Craven County area. We have 26 traditional LEA schools there. We can allow Ms. Hopwood and her board their support for the 5-minute opening, and then we'll allow CSAC to deliberate. So if you all want to come up.
connections in the community, as well as her knowledge of raising funds for organizations. Our next new board member is Mr. Greg Sims. Mr. Sims is a project manager. His family co-owns Mitchell Hardware, which is an extremely popular and historically significant business in downtown New Bern. His wife serves on the board of the New Bern Area Chamber of Commerce, and sister-in-law serves on the board of the Swiss Fair Downtown Development Corporation. Collectively, they have personal and professional relationships with important New Bern figures, such as the president of the New Bern Area Chamber of Commerce, the director of the Swiss Fair Downtown Development Corporation, and a former alderwoman of Ward 1, which is in downtown New Bern, and the owner of several New Bern businesses in real estate, including the birthplace of the Pepsi store, whom is also a strong ambassador of New Bern events, development, community participation, and progress, and is also a member of the Downtown Business Council, which Mitchell Hardware is a member. Mr. Sims also has a personal relationship with a lot of local business owners, many of whom have kids, and all of whom would be happy to help promote Riverside Leadership Academy with flyers, social media, possible donations, and more. Our third new board member is Jennifer Davis. Ms. Davis could not be here today as she is an elementary school teacher and is experiencing the substitute shortage in her area just as others throughout our state. Ms. Davis was born and raised in Craven County and therefore is knowledgeable of the community and its needs. She is a graduate of East Carolina University and holds a bachelor's degree in elementary education with a minor in reading K-12. As an elementary school teacher, she is connected to families of school-aged children and has a keen understanding of the desires of families in the Craven County community and surrounding areas. Her husband is also an active duty Marine. She therefore has a close relationship with the military community. Her connections with families, both military and civilian, are an asset in educating the community about charter schools, and Riverside Leadership Academy in particular. With such a connected board, we have been able to make enormous strides in gaining community support for our school. We have been able to obtain business and community partners that have agreed to support Riverside Leadership Academy by advertising, supporting local events, and partnering with RLA to support our future students. These businesses include Lenore Community College, the New Bern Civic Theater, Sweat Camp, Joy and Light Shop, Baxter's 1892, Mitchell's Hardware, JMR Services, Rogers Builders, Mason Construction, and O'Brien and Sons. These businesses range from retail to educational institutions, service providers, restaurants, and construction companies. Having such a diverse set of community partners has allowed us to gain traction with community support and will only grow as we move forward in this process. As you stated in our last interview, when we have boots on the ground, we would be able to accomplish much more. Over the past 7 weeks, we have seen a 130% increase in parent interest in Riverside Leadership Academy, as evidenced by our interest forms. Through advertising posts on Facebook, 1,068 users have navigated our page to receive more information about our program between October 1st and November 27th. the structure of the FF&E budget and arrangement with the facility developer is based on the successful opening of 8 additional North Carolina charter schools in partnership with Charter Success
Ms. Hopgood,
Partners.
I need you to wrap it up. You're overtime.
Okay. With the experience on our side and a strong board that is dedicated to meeting the needs of the Craven County community and surrounding areas, Riverside Leadership Academy is prepared to meet the challenges of opening a new school and understand the need to adjust as circumstances require. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this is our opportunity to discuss. We, again, this is the second interview, so we have 2 choices. One would be to move the school forward to ready to open status. The other would be to not move it forward to ready to open status. Floor's open. Okay, and Ms. Parlay is recused.
Could I think we have one of the new board members on, and we have one in the audience. Could we just, like 30 seconds for them just to explain why 60 seconds, why you decided to join this board and what led you to it?
And these are the people who actually live in Craven County, right?
And I think, is there a Greg Sims, is that his name too?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's on
okay,
remote,
awesome.
okay.
Everyone, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, well, Greg, why don't you go first since you're on the line?
Yeah, sounds good. So I was drawn to the opportunity that, particularly for my kids, community lacks a charter school option, and from what we've seen from living in Atlanta, the benefits are enormous to the children that live in Craven County, and I believe I can lend expertise in senior project manager in the startup and building portion of the charter school, and that's what drew me to it. I wanted to get involved with the community in a number of ways, and this opportunity presented itself, and I think it's just a wonderful addition to our county.
Awesome, thank you.
Is Mr. Sims the person who owns the hardware store?
Yes.
Okay.
His wife, him and his wife,
Okay.
and their sister. So when I moved to New Bern, I was looking for charter schools. There are no options. I have a 5-year-old, well, could be 5 and the 19th, and one on the way. The options for schools are very limited, and when I heard that this was coming, possibly, I got extremely excited, and I said, how can I get on board? As a director of development with New Bern Theater, Civic Theater, I've this year raised over $70,000 for the theater, so my connections with the community, with businesses, knowing how to get money and funding into something that you truly believe in, I feel like that's my expertise with that, and very passionate about bringing this to our kids in New Bern.
Thank you. One of the things, I don't know that it's a humongous concern, but one of the things that I hear a lot from this board, they got lots of connections in the community with businesses. What I'm not hearing is response from parents. That it's almost as if the businesses will generate the students, and I'm just not sure that connection actually exists. Like I said, I don't know that I think it's a huge concern, but it is one I would want you to think about. You really have gotten out, and the businesses in your community know what you're doing, support what you're doing, but in the end, it's children's behinds in the seats that runs the school, that makes the school work, and that's what I'm not hearing from you.
Well, I was actually kind of, although it's still not about 50% there on the way to what their projections are for their first year, I was impressed that they've increased the amount of contacts that they've had. And a lot of times we sit around this boardroom and we say, you need to go out there and do the work and do targeting, and they actually listened to our advice and did that. So I commend that on that. But also, having family in this part of the state, people go to their local hardware store, and people go to these local stores, and I would hope that these stores would offer pamphlets or things to parents saying, hey, by the way, there's this new school choice option. So I actually think it's pretty good being in this part of the state that they're tying themselves with a lot of businesses. I think that's actually a benefit. I do think when you get to these states, having done a lot of research on charter schools and how do you get people interested in them, it's a huge learning curve for people that have never had school choice before. And so I think if they were to get this charter from the state board, then I think it would kind of gaslight what they would be able to do at the local level to get people, oh, there's this thing that actually exists now. And then when it's something tangible that you can look at, I've been very impressed that they've taken our advice and they've done all this legwork and they've gotten people involved. So I do share your concerns, but with an area that doesn't have charter schools and local businesses really driving interest in things, whether that be the local performing arts center, or whether that be a school, or you name it, I think that's a very smart plan for them at the local level.
Just a clarifying question, the new board members are new additions to the board, they're not replacing anyone that was before.
That's correct. No, they were additions. They only had 4 before.
I have a question. How did you come into a relationship with Charter Success Partners? That is a very good company, but how did that relationship come in place? Is there a fee for them helping you at this point? And is there any future commitments to business if you were to become a school?
So both my previous school and Damien's school work with Charter Success Partners and has seen a tremendous success working with them. There has been no fee for them to support us at this point. If we receive a charter, then they would offer the back office support for us, which would include the finance piece and the student information piece.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
I guess I would just say that this was a strong application to begin with, and we gave them really 4 action steps to respond to, and I feel like they have adequately addressed everything. They have increased their interest list by 130% in maybe about a 5 or 6 week period. So I'm very comfortable with what they've provided and know that it's an area of need. And again, we gave them some things to respond to, and they've come back and responded.
Is anybody prepared to make a motion? Oh, closing. I forgot your closing remarks. Sorry.
I could see somebody was ready to talk.
I did just want to address Ms. Turner's concern about parents, and I just made a couple of notes, so forgive me for my nerves. But our business owners host parents, so a lot of those business owners will have events. They've offered to have events to garner interest, to raise money. Sweat Camp being one of them. Baxter's is a music venue that's opening downtown. They've renovated, a really old building, and their owners have asked if they can have events to garner interest and to fundraise for the school. So it's there, and one of the owners is a parent, and that they have a vested interest. With that, I'm going to go through a statement here. First, we want to thank you for allowing us to come back and address your questions regarding our charter application. We want to reiterate that there currently is no charter option in Craven County, and we believe that once we have our charter approved and concrete details to offer our community, the interest and support will grow exponentially. Our board has grown locally and includes parents of Craven County students who have a vested personal interest in ensuring the school's success. Our board has expanded to include not only parents, but a current Craven County Schools teacher, bringing even more knowledge to our board about the needs of Craven County students and educators. Our area in eastern North Carolina serves 2 military bases, and in addition to support personnel for our students in the way of project-based learning coaches, performing arts instructor, and 4 EC educators, we are committed to serving our military students with a military liaison. We believe that it is imperative to offer academic and emotional support, so we will also serve our students as whole people, keeping their mental health in mind and including family in our school through a personal advocate and for our students, and encouraging family involvement in every aspect of our school. In addition to the 130% increase in 2 months' time since our first We have expanded our business support network. These businesses, like New Bern Civic Theater and Mitch's Hardware, are the roots of New Bern's community. They have been a part of the foundation of New Bern for decades. Their support, along with other businesses and a local community college, gives us the confidence that we will garner the community support needed. On a final personal note, I want to thank you for this opportunity for my children and those of my friends and family. I'm so excited to offer such a strong educational plan to the children of Brigham County. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I did that totally backwards, so now we've already made our comments. Does anybody have any other comment?
I'm ready to make a motion that we move this school to ready to open status.
We have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
It's seconded. Ashley, could you please do a roll call?
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Accused.
oh, sorry. Shelley Shope,
Aye.
Cheryl Turner,
Aye.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Bart Danielson.
Aye.
All right, so this one will go to state board in July as well. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Yeah. We don't have to do anything to go to lunch, right?
And I shoot's missing at your toes. I'm trying to figure out who lit up that reindeer. They had a fun time with it. And Vin Diesel is the GOAT for getting paid for saying 3 words. Yeah. You know what's interesting? He has a serious.
Mics are on, just so you know.
That's the one thing we think they're gonna, no, because they're not reliable. And I think what he hopes we'll do is start anticipating what they'll do and changing what we do based on that.
So what I did in that note was I listened to my colleagues and just let your wisdom guide it, because listen to them and think this is a strong district. You've done it. You've seen a lot of them. This is what you're saying. And
This one's
I'm
new.
advised by that.
This one's new. Let's see what they can do.
Good.
Hello.
Hello. All right. Good afternoon. Jenna Cook with the Office of Charter Schools, continuing with our renewals cohort. Just a quick at-a-glance for you again. So as a reminder, we do have 38 schools. We will hear from 5 of those schools today. So there is the cohort in totality. And today our presentations will be schools that we believe fall into that 3-year placement. And so as a reminder, I will show you the renewal guidelines. So first is the statute for the review and renewal of charters. This is really outlining primarily for our 10 years, but then I did want to highlight at the bottom, it does say that if one of the conditions set forth in subdivisions 1 through 3 applies, then the state board may renew the charter for a period of less than 10 years or not renew the charter. And so for the 3-year renewal guidelines, that lists compliance issues for more than 1 year, creating a pattern, financially sound audits for at least one of the last 3 years, and then academic outcomes have been comparable to the local school administrative unit at least 1 year of 3 years, or met growth 2 of 3 years. As a reminder, again, from last month, the academic comparability data that we'll be using is from 17-18, 18-19, and 21-22. And then for a bit of logistics for what we will be doing for interviews today, so we are going to host interviews for 20 minutes. So schools have been prepped that they have 10 minutes for their presentation, and then you all will have 10 minutes for any questions to the school. And then I will introduce the schools with the data that we have collected in the OCS, and then I will call them up individually to present to you and answer any questions. So we will start with Thomas Academy. So Thomas Academy is a 6 through 12 school in Columbus County. Last year they had 107 students. For academic comparability, they were not comparable in any of the last 3 years that we're looking at. We are not aware of any compliance issues or aware of any current financial issues for Thomas Academy. And then Thomas Academy is an alternative school, so I did want to give the CSAB just a bit of information about their growth data, since it's different than the other schools that we're looking at. They have used a different model in the different years that we're using. In 17-18, they were using the traditional growth measure. 18-19, they used option C, which gives them the ability to kind of design their own model. And then option B is basically a state model, but it's specifically for alternative schools. So that's what they used this past year. And then in that model, they were rated as declining. And I did want to give you all, I met with accountability just to get an understanding of what declining means. And so because they're an alternative school, they may use a different accountability model. And a declining rating is defined as indicating a change in the overall score from the previous years by at least -3 points. And then also in speaking with accountability, they said that that is to be expected given the pandemic and the issues that many schools saw. So wanted to give you all that context and just to understand their rating is a combination of student persistence, student achievement, and student growth is how they get that model. So the student persistence is the one that I didn't quite understand. So student persistence was to basically, it's the percentage of students enrolled in the school throughout the year and remained enrolled in a North Carolina public school till the end of the year. So that's how they get that score. Okay. Any questions about the growth model for Thomas Academy? All right, so for the rest of their data, they do not have a school performance grade for 22 or 19 because they were an alternative school, but in 2018 they did score at a D. They did meet growth in 19 and 18, and then according to EVOS, they did not meet expected growth, but again, that's only a portion of how they met their overall accountability model, which was the declining rating. And this is their first renewal. They have been open, so they had a 10-year initially, but this is their first renewal. So with that, I will invite the Thomas Academy team up to present to you.
Good afternoon. Hello. How are you doing? My name is Owen Robinson. I am the chair for Thomas Academy. I'm also on the board for Boys and Girls Home for the past 14 years. I have my team here, which is the principal, Kathy Krantz, and Dr. Krantz, and Ray, who is the acting CEO for Boys and Girls Home, and board member from the Boys and Girls Home, Dave Weiss, as well. Little history on our students, and as you heard within the presentation regarding the fluctuation of our numbers, we don't serve your typical average students. When our students come to us, we are dealing with students 3 to 4 years behind. As I said, we are a part of the Boys and Girls Home, and when these students get to us, they are mentally, physically, emotionally abused. So when we get them, we can't just focus on education, we have to focus on the entire students themselves. We bring them in, and first we have to know mentally that they're there, and also physically that they're taken care of. So that's the purpose solely when we started the Boys and Girls with Thomas Academy through the Boys and Girls Home. Our kids' needs weren't being met in a public school. We actually had a public school on campus, and they were not being met. They would go to Columbia's High School, and they're either picked on or just don't feel like they belong. So we had to take it in our hands to say, what are we going to do for our kids? Now, over the years, we have the struggles, but our numbers are not, we fluctuate because we have kids that come in and out throughout the Boys and Girls Home. So we don't serve your average population. We serve our kids as a whole. I can't verbalize how important this school is to that county. It's so important that we started off only with majority with our kids, and now we have with community children is now the majority. Because frankly, parents realize that the regular traditional system that's in that county is not serving their kids. So we have a large population of community kids and also a declining population, fluctuating population of residential kids because we don't serve our enormous students. They're taken by the state from their parents, then they're placed in foster home, so we are a temporary stop for them. I'm going to have Dr. Gens to come up and speak more on what we're doing and where we're looking to go.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kathy Gantz, the principal of Thomas Academy. I've been there for a year as of November 30th. As you can take a look at our mission and vision, our mission is all about providing individualized instruction to prepare our boys and girls to get back to their communities in a meaningful way. And our vision is to serve the whole child, to help them, to assist them in finding connections, compassion, and character. As you take a look at our academic standings, the following data to the left, we used, that was our first benchmark. That is Renaissance Star Assessment and Power School. And so with the change in leadership and staffing, this is the first time Thomas Academy has had data to review with staff members, student present levels. The data allows the multi-tiered system of support to identify students and teachers to modify target instruction based on individual needs of each student. So Renaissance Freckles has allowed students to practice individualized focus math skills and help them level up. The data shows that reading is a greater struggle for our scholars. Interventions such as small group instruction and tutoring are being utilized to help fill the gaps. This year, we have a new Power School point of contact on campus, our school counselor, and she has done a great job of tracking down lost students who have been identified as dropout students. So you can see at the top, you can see that our graduation rate for 2021 to 2022 was a little over 68%, which is great. This last school year, Thomas Academy had 17 graduates, and you can see the breakdown in the verification classifications from employment to community technical college, trade, business, nursing schools, and public sector institution to go to a university. We recently received our pre-ACT scores. They just arrived, and 93% of the students scored bronze or better in the composite score, and their readiness for the ACT, their composite score. 7% was below bronze, 50% was in bronze, and 36% were in silver, and 7% was in gold. Moving right along to academic trends. Data from previous years was never collected and shared with students and teachers to make comparisons of growing trends, as well as using data for small group instruction. While Thomas Academy experienced a large decline in scores, new leadership has overhauled procedures and protocols to hold teachers and students accountable for learning. All faculty and staff attend regular MTSS, PBIS, which is the Positive Behavior Intervention System, to every other Tuesday. We utilize this year NC check-ins and academic progress monitoring to adjust instruction along the way. Thomas Academy this year is enrolling students in Foundation of Math course for students prior to enrollment of Math 1. Student focus on the work of foundational math skills will help students bridge academic loss in math due to COVID-19 and virtual learning models. Academic goals. Our goals are to meet growth on state test, to utilize all funding in the best interests of students, and to maintain over 50% certification among our teachers. At this point, we're 67% with goal 3. In order to meet growth on state test, as I said before, we're utilizing benchmarks, check-ins. We have purchased a new curriculum aligned with North Carolina Common Core State Curriculum. We're also utilizing SchoolNet, which revealed academics were not rigorous enough in previous years. The use of SchoolNet is expected to help improve scores on state testing. Edgenuity was purchased to enroll students into classes which Thomas Academy is not currently offering. We've had students transfer to our school from other places, and we didn't have those courses to be able to offer it to them. And so now we have Edgenuity. This year, we purchased a DentaKit along with the hiring of a school resource officer to ensure safety for our students and staff. Students learn better when they are in a safe environment. Land School was purchased to control content that our students have access to. Prior to Land School, students were constantly assessing sites like YouTube and Instagram. I've talked about the second goal about the funding. We definitely make sure that all of our decisions are made in the best interest of our boys and girls for purchasing appropriate resources. So in the past, Thomas Academy has struggled with having 50% of certified teachers, but we're definitely improving in this category. As I said, we're at 67%, which is phenomenal. Some challenges and areas of opportunity include retaining those highly qualified staff and maintaining the required 50% certified instructor ratio. Addressing achievement gaps as a result of COVID-19 impact, and finding qualified staffing to teach the after-school math program. Not all students living in the boys and girls home attend Thomas Academy. This is a challenge. And this is something that is a challenge, but we want to make it a reality. We want to be able to purchase Chromebooks for all of our boys and girls to use at home. Things to celebrate. We have increased our number of family nights. We've had 4 so far. We have another coming up in December. As I said before, we have our multi-tiered system of supports and implementing PBIS. We also have our school improvement team consistently twice a month involving more parents and our Thomas Academy Board of Directors. We have a rigorous academic program. We have boys and girls involved in competitions such as Christmas card competition, and we had 3 winners. We have a strong partnership with Innovative IPG, which is part of Raleigh Triangle International, our Innovative Partnership Grant. All of our goals are complete or in progress, and that reflects our Wise Way indicators. As I said, we have a school resource officer. We have increased elective offerings. We're proud to say that we have an Interact Rotary Club, and our boys and girls are actively engaged. And also, we have boys and girls that are involved in teen court, Columbus County Teen Court. We have weekly social emotional learning classes for our boys and girls on Wednesdays, and also monthly professional development for our teachers in SEL. Recently, we had an Art SEL team building for our teachers, and it was very enjoyable. They created a fall painting. As principal of Thomas Academy, I'm part of the Access Fellowship Institute for Purposeful Leadership, and I come to DPI once a month to learn innovative strategies to implement at Thomas Academy. We have innovative teaching and learning. Prior to this school year, I want you to look at the top right. It's equality, equity, and justice. Prior to this school year, an equality and equity mindset was present. This school year, the equity and justice mindset has to be a focal point in how we tackle issues. For instance, Thomas Academy provides free meals, backpacks for buddies, and that's food that go home to families that are interested in having additional foods for the weekend. We also offer supplies, school shirts, school portraits, yearbooks, and even sessions with therapists as needed. Identifying students who need extra support from the MTSS model will allow for students to get that extra support instead of waiting for a student to fall further behind before noticing academic struggles.
I need you to kind of wrap up.
Okay. And we have a small class size, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have small class sizes of no more than 13 students per class. Thank you.
Are we just going through
You
the?
have, now you have, if you want to, you have 10 minutes of questioning if you want to interview or ask any questions of the board.
Okay, but we're not voting today.
No, all votes will take place in January.
Anybody have any questions for Thomas Academy?
I do.
Go right ahead.
Who facilitates your social emotional classes?
Well, we have the chief clinician for the Boys and Girls Home. She provides the Wednesday lessons. And we also have a partner, as I said before, our Innovative Partnership Grant allows for monies to be used for monthly SEL sessions.
So I'm curious as to how Thomas Academy uses Pause for People.
Pause for People. Actually, guess what? We have a new elective this year, and it is called dog handling. And we have a partnership for Pause for People, and boys and girls learn dog handling, and they work with therapeutic dogs. And our students have access to those sessions with the therapeutic dogs, which is quite a partnership.
Just out of curiosity, you talked about at the beginning the type of student that you're serving and a lot of the challenges and needs they bring to the table before they're even ready to learn. Do any of your students kind of, you help them get that right, for the lack of a better way of describing that, and then they return to another school, or are they usually with you?
And this is our hope. When we admit students, we want them to graduate from Thomas Academy and to go out into the world and do great things.
You're 6 through 12, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you track the attrition rate from students who are in 6th grade? How many of your students stay with you from 6 to 12? Or do you have a lot of students coming and then leaving?
And it's both. It's both. And we definitely do track exactly their trajectory, and if they leave Thomas Academy, say for example, they have arrived to Thomas Academy, say Greenville, North Carolina, and then there's a time that they may go to their parents or maybe a foster parent in another setting, then that would be that decision based on the departure. But most of our students stay into graduation. I don't have those percentages, but I can certainly provide those for you.
How large is your current senior class?
Our current senior class is around 20. Our total student population at this point is around 77.
It's below the 80 level that.
Yeah, you might want to find 3 kids.
We will. We have more interest every day for Thomas Academy.
Where in Columbus County are you?
We're at Lake Waccamaw, North Carolina, on the campus of the Boys and Girls Home.
Do you actually recruit students that are not in the Boys and Girls Club?
Our students, we have a group of residential students that come from all different places. And we also have boys and girls from Columbus County. They might have not been successful in the public school system, or they want to come to Thomas Academy for the small class size. And we also have students from at least 8 or 9 surrounding counties, Columbus.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. The next school that we have for you is Veritas Community School. They are a K-8 school in Mecklenburg County. They had 148 students last year. They did not meet the academic comparability, or were below CMS for all 3 years that we are looking at. We do not know of any current compliance issues or financial issues. For their school performance, they were at an F this past year, and they were at a D in 2019 and a C in 2018. They are currently on the continuously low performing list. They met growth in all 3 years that we are looking at, and they are up for renewal. This is not their first renewal, and previously they were given a 3-year renewal. So with that,
How many students did you say they have?
148 is what we had for them last year. All right, and with that, I will invite Veritas Community School to come present to you.
Hi, I'm Erica Bowen. I'm the board chair at Veritas Community School. I'm also an administrator at Community School of Davidson. I've been on the board at Veritas for 5.5 years. When we came here for our renewal 3 years ago, we had been through quite a rocky road of different leadership, but I stand here before you having had the same head of school now for the past 3 years. And even looking at those numbers, we've had a lot of great gains, I think, and stability that we've added over the past 3 years. So I have Mr. Silver with me, and then our Dean of Students, Ms. Christy Washington, and Lindsay Betzel, who's our board secretary. But Mr. Silver, I'll let you take over.
Good morning, or good afternoon. Thank you all for having us. We're going to jump just right into the academic piece. We had a really good school year last year where our students showed some tremendous growth, similar to Thomas Academy. A big piece of what we do is around our students' mental health and social emotional health. And so we've spent a lot of time over the past 3 years through COVID and all the changes that came, focusing heavily on that. But we're very proud to say that last year was our highest growth percentage that we've had in 5 years. As a school, we know that, as you'll see here, third grade reading, third grade math, our third graders had a tough school year last year. That classroom is heavily populated with students with some pretty specific needs that we have supported throughout this year, last year, and the year before. If you'll go to the next slide, you'll see that there are really just 2 areas, third grade again, and then if you'll notice, sixth grade had a tough year in math last year. But all in all, our entire school shows growth. We currently sit at 161 students. You'll see that whenever we get into the enrollment slide here in a second. Our students, for our class sizes, performed extremely well considering where they started whenever we returned to in-person instruction following COVID. So our students, and again, like I said, the class size is so small. There were only 15 students in third grade last year, and a majority of that class has some pretty specific needs that we're meeting. So for the majority of our school, we did not miss on them making growth. Our students came back from COVID and were lower than they were prior to COVID beginning, and so we were making up some ground. But throughout our entire building, our students showed up and worked extremely hard, and our staff did as well. On the enrollment slide, thank you.
Greetings. Yes, I would like to just say thank you to everyone here fighting for our students, as we are doing as well at Veritas. Our biggest focus has been on relationships. We find that we can't teach our students if they don't believe that we care. And we are in that process of doing that diligently. We're reaching out to the community. We have various activities that we do in order to achieve that. We have several things that we are doing. The first thing that we're approaching is the restorative practices piece. We are doing things that are somewhat unorthodox in most schools, where we have students who have difficulties with one another. We also have families who may be having difficulties with family members, that we bring those students in, and we give them the opportunity to more or less be somewhat of a mediator so that we can have a healthy school, but we're also dealing with the children and the families holistically. We don't want to miss out with the families, because we recognize that the kids go home, they have their environments that they live within, and if we can get that opportunity to teach each family member those same skills that their kid is learning, that hopefully it'll merge together and we all become one unit, because that's the opportunity that we're looking for with Veritas Community School. So I say that with the strength that we're looking to truly create that community that we're saying that we are. We also do enrollment activities. We have spring festivals where we invite all of the families as well as the communities, as well as our partners that we collaborate with, to come and partake and just get to know our families. The board attends those events, and we just have a good time. We have utilization of our professor, enrollment professor, where we work with this guy who does a lot of our for lack of better words, I guess, profiling of what it is that it looks like we need to present on our social media, making sure that we're also building partnerships within the community. We have local businesses that we currently work with, and we're there looking for more partners as the days go by. We also provide in-home therapy. Basically, we have therapy that comes, and they're a part of our school day, where the families don't have to look outside of the school, and they're full. We actually have a waiting list for those services. Over the past 3 years, our enrollment has increased, as you have seen up on the slide there. We've increased the first year by 25, and then the next year by, I believe it's 18, and that we're constantly growing. At this year, we sit at 165, as Mr. Silver has stated, and we're looking to grow those numbers. In fact, I think our enrollment manager has at least 3 students looking to enroll currently. And so those are the ways that we're looking to keep retention as well as gain new enrollments.
One thing we did mention last time we were here around community and putting community back in our name, we built a partnership with the Boys and Girls Club of Charlotte, and they utilize our campus to provide summer camp, aftercare, as well as many other services. But the goal was for us to be able to provide a hub of resources for our community. And so from the therapy that she mentioned to the services with our partnership, the Boys and Girls Club has supported over half of our school in some capacity over the past year and a half, and we're excited for that. What you see on the board currently is our finance situation. We are in a much better place than we were several years ago. Last year, we finished the school year with over $200,000 surplus, which is the largest surplus we've had in at least 5 years. You'll notice that our board has continuously showed up to support us financially. Last year, donated just south of $50,000. We also received a grant from the Challenge Foundation to renovate our library, which the renovations are being completed as we speak. We're in the final stages, so our students are excited to be able to get back in there. So financially, we're in the best place that we've been in quite some time. And then as far as staffing goes, we've been able to stabilize our staffing as much as you kind of theoretically can do right now, just with the way education is. But we did lose a couple of our staff members last year instructionally. We decided to part ways. 2 of the positions were mutual, 1 or 2 were not. So we feel confident about our retention of staff. We have people that come in and begin working with us, and we help them grow into positions. So we have a couple TAs that have gone to school and are continuing their education. The goal is to be able to grow from within, because what we do is different from a lot of others. We made a ton of growth last year, and we were very pleased with that, but we weren't settling. So you'll notice that in the changes for this school year, we departmentalized 3rd through 8th grade. For a school that only has 1 class per grade level, it's hard to have collaborative conversations with like-minded or similar content. So we have a math department now. We have an English department. We have teachers that can come together and collaborate. Last time we were here, we also mentioned that we really needed an interventionist. We really needed a coach, an instructional coach. Both of those positions were prioritized over last year's budgeting process, and we added those positions. Due to the fact that we had the surplus, even though we didn't hit the 175 that I was looking for, we haven't had to compromise either one of those positions. So our teachers have more support than they've had in 3 years, and so have our students. We got a little creative with our interventionist. Our interventionist isn't just an all-day pull-out. She's a part of our special area rotation. So we actually have intervention that occurs in the morning where she pulls them out of class and gives them that additional piece. And then we have the intervention that occurs in the afternoon whenever she's pulling her classes during the special area rotation, so that we are able to provide a little bit more for our students there. And then the plan of action is really just a recap of everything we've kind of discussed today, as far as we're strategically continuing to try and improve our instruction in our classrooms. Our instructional coaches attending the Transforming Charter Schools being delivered here in Raleigh once a month. We're making that implementation a part of who we are. Whenever you look at the curriculums that we're providing, we're ensuring that our students have well-rounded options, as well as our interventions are research-based and able to support their needs. Our social emotional, Ms. Washington does a phenomenal job of supporting our teachers with the zones of regulations. And we also have implemented the 5 points of self. Our students check in every morning so that we're able to have an idea of where they are. We find that if you can name the emotion, there's a better chance that you can regulate your emotions whenever you're feeling it. So we work through that so that we can coach them on how to identify and then address them in an appropriate manner. We as adults feel it. We just know how to control it in a way that doesn't get us in trouble. That's a big piece for our students. Is it's okay to feel it, but we have to learn how to control it. So we're very intentional in that. As far as our staffing goes, and it goes the same with enrollment, the easiest thing to do is retain. And we understand that, so we do everything we can to fill them up. So Fridays are half days for us, so every single Friday is designated for some sort of support. The first Friday is an in-house PD. The second Friday is committee. We have an instructional committee. We have a culture committee. The third Friday, we partner with Dr. Betty Butler from UNCC for some restorative practice training, so it's continuous. It's not just that shotgun at the beginning and then we forget about it come January, February. It's something that is a part of what we do every day. And then we provide them with support on the fourth Friday of the month when they have their free planning to be able to bring the instructional coach, myself, Ms. Washington, in to provide that support that they may need so that we know how to best support them whenever they're teaching. So I appreciate y'all for giving us the floor today. We are looking forward to where we can go in the next 3-5 years. COVID hit our community hard, and so an opportunity to get another 3-year charter. While I know it's not the convention to receive back-to-back 3-year charters, this would give us an opportunity to actually have students in front of us for the majority of that time, so that we could really make that impact.
Can I ask a question?
Surely.
Can you scroll up to the finance page? So you touched on this, but that can you get whoever's on the unmute button there? Perfect. So you had a surplus last year, which is great, but I was looking at your ESSER funds, and it seems which is great that you're spending them, but you're one of the few in the state that's really drawn down on them. You only have about 40% left. I think most of the states are like 60-70%. So how much of this is inflated with federal money to give you the solvency that you have right now?
So I don't think that it's drastically impacted by the ESSER funds. I will say we've been utilizing them for helping with some of the unexpected expenditures that, it's given us the ability. We are currently in a CMS facility that is in need of some repair, and so we've spent quite a lot of money over the past few years in that particular area. We have just been extremely diligent in not overspending and being conservative. The goal for us is to be able to receive this charter, but also then look at a long-term facility, and the only way that we can really do that is by preparing and not spending every dollar that we have in our budget. So it's been more of a conservative approach over the use of ESSER funds.
What is your lease arrangement with CMS?
So we just started our new lease with them last year on a 5-year lease. They're required to provide us a 2-year notice. We're required to provide them a 1-year notice. We're still in good standing with them. We are actively in conversations with several community members about the possibility of finding somewhere that would be a long-term fit.
Any other question?
I guess just acknowledging that you invested your renovations into the leased building, just for the advantage of your students.
Right. And when I say we're extremely conservative, everything that we do, I mean, on the way here today, I was on the phone with a contractor as far as handling an HVAC situation. We try to make sure that every dollar we put in the building, we can take with us when we go, but there's a certain amount of it that we can't, and we have to make sure that our students have the most up-to-date facility to work in as possible. So I appreciate that.
Are you guys at capacity with students?
We are not. We have currently 2 classrooms that we could put homerooms in, but even then, all of our special areas are on carts and mobile, so that if we hit that area where we can expand and divide a classroom in 2, we'll have the space to do it. We're prepared and continuously prepping for that addition. Yeah, our current location could hold roughly 220 students, and that's if we went full capacity. But our goal is to stay as close to 20 to 1 as possible.
So I was looking at academic results from 16 on, and you guys had a pretty consistent stretch where you were, good.
Right.
You had your biggest decrease other than this past year before COVID.
Right.
Went from 55 to 47 from C to a D.
Right.
So you can argue that decline started prior to COVID. I guess my point is, I know you went over a lot of things, but can you just summarize it for me, just quick bullet points? Your big dip happened before COVID, then your biggest dip happens after, like
Right.
all of us.
Right.
What really is, as you look back, and I'd rather you not reference COVID, I'd almost
Right.
rather you reference 19.
Right.
What's your way back?
So she can add on to
Pure
this,
academic.
right?
And pure academic too. I know you do a lot of great things.
So for us, our population has changed drastically as far as the families that, whenever the question was asked earlier about retention and how many students have been present, we have about 50% of our school is new each year. And that's the biggest issue, is that we're trying to retain our students. And so academically, we had to really narrow it down and be very specific in our instruction. And being data-driven, we meet weekly with our data meetings. We have planning meetings weekly to help fill those gaps. But the high-achieving students that we had in 19, we do not have that same student body anymore. So each year, we had 45 new students this year, which is what got us to the number that we're at the 160. So for me, we have phenomenal teachers in our building. We have people that are working extremely hard and meeting students' needs every day. But the biggest piece is our student body has got to settle down. Part of that, and our conversations with our families and trying to figure out where are they going and why are they going, they can't afford our neighborhood anymore. So they're moving out, and we have buses that we run 15, 20 miles north and south to try and reach them so that they can stay with our school. But we have quite a bit of turnover, and I think that's what plays a big piece in the dip, is that the students that we've had at our school for an extended period of time perform well. The students that are new to our school, new to our process, new to restorative practices, new to the way that we teach, it's taken us some time to get them.
And your point is that started in 19?
Yes.
So now we're 3-4 years from there, and the reality is it changed, right? Like it did. The community changed, like you said.
Right.
You're not going to come back in 3 or 4 years and say, oh, we're still not getting consistency with our students. You're going to say, well, we've taken the new reality and we've done X, Y, Z to get where we want.
Right.
What is the X, Y, Z?
So for us, it's going to be continuing to retain the students we have so that they can be a part of our process for longer, so that we have them in our system. But it's going to continue to be data-driven instruction that focuses on their needs, making sure that they are receiving on grade level content, making sure that they are receiving that adequate base instruction. But for us, it goes back to the intervention. It goes back to providing them support on the areas that they need the most support in, and not neglecting those and just moving on to go to the next standard. For us, it's meeting them where they are. Ms. Bowen?
Yeah, I'll add, because I think there's a pretty critical piece to the puzzle from the 2019 timeframe, which is that we had 3 heads of school in 18 months. And we had our startup population of families that was with us from the beginning that just couldn't stomach that level of turnover. And so you saw we did see a big dip in our population in 2019, and we hired Michael right in the middle of COVID in May 2020. So it's taken that. We had that huge hit right before COVID happened because of our head of school turnovers, and that original student family population who was with us left, and then COVID happened. So we have had we had an exodus for one reason, and then we had COVID, and so now we've been trying to play catch up out of that, and we are in a very different situation now with our student population in the nature of where the location of our families and our building resides in Charlotte. So we are really focusing, there's so much in this retention piece because we are trying really hard to look at keeping the students we have. And when we really dig down and disaggregate our data and look at the students that we've had for 5 or 6 years, they are our top performers. So we know that if we can keep them, we can do great things, but we have to keep them. And when we have families with 6 or 7 kids who are having to travel 30 minutes to our school, we have to help them figure out how to get there. And we've made strides in doing that with adding busing routes. But at the end of the day, we do have families who just have to leave because they can't figure out that transportation daily. So we do know that we are continuing to face turnover with our enrollment, but I would say it's 2 kind of different things from what happened in 2019 to what our ongoing struggle now is.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do you have any combined grade levels?
We do not.
Okay.
Yeah. We have 1 class per grade level, K-8.
Okay.
Yeah.
You mentioned that, so there's redevelopment in the neighborhood around the school that's forcing.
So we're about 5 minutes north of Uptown, and our neighborhood is it's located between NODA and Camp North End, which are 2 areas where houses are astronomically priced, and we are the last little pocket where the houses aren't there yet. And so the houses in our neighborhood are being bought, flipped, and so that process has started. And so we have families that have lived in our neighborhood forever that can't afford rent anymore or can't afford to stay, so they've headed up towards Concord, or they've gone south towards like Pineville. So
I appreciate the fact that you're attempting to run bus routes to where your existing students are. Have you been able to market and crack the population of people moving in?
So we're trying. It's an interesting conversation that we're trying that happens in that situation. The physical plant that we are in is a big barrier for us being able to enroll with the families that are moving into our neighborhood.
Yeah. Are you still a Challenge Foundation school? And if so, what are they providing you at this point?
So Challenge Foundation right now, we more or less participate more in their leadership cohorts where we can have conversation with other leaders in the Challenge Foundation. We do have 1 line of credit or 1 loan that we are currently paying, but that's less than $1,500 a month payment-wise. We just actually paid off our $600,000 loan from 2015. It actually, our last payment, signed a check, goes out this month. So we are done with that. So our relationship with them is not relying on them for any fiscal purpose. It's more of a partnership and conversation and what permanency looks like for us if we come across the right situation for them to support us in making a move.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The next school we have for you is the Institute for Developing Young Leaders. They are a K-8 school in Durham County. Last year with a student population of about 378 students. Their academic comparability, they were not comparable to Durham's public schools in any of the 3 years. They did meet growth in all 3 years, and this is their first renewal. Their initial charter agreement was 10 years. So I will invite Ideal up to speak with you.
Good afternoon. I am honored to be before you after 10 years of operating in Durham County, charter school that has exemplified allowing children who are at risk of failing or failing in the traditional public school offering an opportunity to succeed. The origin story is simple, and I hope you give me 1 minute to briefly tell you that I was a clinician, a social worker that opened private mental health agencies for children. And many of our children, indeed most of our children, would return to the public school systems and have trouble staying. They would be suspended repeatedly, expelled repeatedly, have behavioral concerns. So the team and I decided that we would go into the public settings and offer our services to teachers and administrators on how to support children with neurodiversity, children with special presentations, children with common disorders of young children, you may see in young children, ADHD, OCD, ODD, anxiety, depression. And those doors were unanimously closed to us as an opportunity to support the public schools. That was when push came to shove for us, and we escalated our commitment to children and opened or applied to open a charter school. Children spent too many hours in public schools, 10 hours or more, and certainly most of their waking hours, that we thought if we were going to make a difference, it could not be in the hour that we gave them for therapy or in the medication management services. So that is what brought me to the charter school world, and since then, for the past 10 years, we have recruited exclusively children who are at risk of failing or are failing in the traditional setting. This is our chairman of the board, and I invite him to.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
No, we were Bowman, IDYL.
I'm sorry, I didn't say that well. This is Dr. Christopher Edwards. When I met him, he was the medical director at Duke University. He's since retired and is doing some fantastic things at North Carolina Central University, where he's opening the first behavioral mental health clinic on a campus or university.
That was much more than I would have said. Look, we were born, IDYL was born from the community in which we all live and function. A lot has happened since the last time that I physically stood here. I think one event that I think is most salient to understanding who we are would be COVID-19. It was the first real stress test of our organization, our delivery of services, our commitment to students. I certainly say in this active COVID period, but as we move toward a post-COVID environment, I think we did well. I think we are stronger because of COVID than we were before COVID. I look forward to talking to you about that, having Yvette talk to you about the specifics of that assertion. Thank you.
So the presentation is as follows. Because of my contacts, I'm going to read it from this screen rather than that one. Our mission is to provide a project-based, child-centered educational enrichment environment that is inspiring, intellectually stimulating, personally affirming, and emotionally supportive. This setting will meet the needs of every child to be educated in a caring, stimulating, culturally competent setting. This setting is designed to empower students to be the owner of their educational experience and to use their gifts to benefit others. We offer students a comprehensive educational experience that is engaging, meaningful, challenging, and highly supportive to the achievement of academic success as well as social and emotional growth. Did I introduce my great team of some board members and some building leaders? And you notice they handed me a pair of their glasses trying to support my disability. Every year, we've met or exceeded growth. Every subgroup met growth. Hispanics exceeded growth, and may I say that 30% of our population are Hispanics, and about a quarter of those are newcomers, meaning that our school is the first school that they arrive to. Ideal has met or exceeded growth since 2014-15 school year. 80.5% of teachers were experienced for the 2021 school year. We have 21 lead teachers and 6 instructional assistants. We use HMH for reading in kindergarten through 2nd grade. We utilize iReady and the Ready Basel textbook for 3rd grade through 8th grade in reading, and we utilize Ready for math in all grades. Part of using those curriculum materials is that we have embedded in them assessments and checking for understanding. We have embedded their opportunities to scaffold for children who are with disabilities or exceptional children or children who are English language learners. You will see from the EVOS trends that in math in 2018, thank you. Thank you. In 2018, we met growth. In 2021, we met growth, and in 2022, we exceeded growth. Similarly, in reading, in 2018, 19, we met growth. In 20, I can see it. Yeah. It's okay. You can see that in 2021, we met growth, and in 2022, we met growth. Along with that, you'll see our science, where we are meeting growth and exceeding growth in 2022. What I hope some of this, the EVOS course would tell you the story is that we were escalating or getting closer to proficiency rates and growth rates prior to the pandemic. And if you look closely at the data, there was an uphill movement. Our children, educating the whole child, for us means social and emotional learning. That's done through a variety of ways. We have leadership classes. We have 3 master level social workers that are providing anything from check-in, check-outs to group work or individual interventions in the classroom. It has decreased our suspension rates and our behavioral concern rates at school. We also do interventions in reading and math, small groups, where children are being pulled out to provide them with personalized instruction, but also they are receiving it through our model, which is whole group instruction for the first 45 minutes, and then small group instruction for the other, for the next hour to address their personal needs. We also have data-driven instruction blocks in which we use the assessment, the weekly assessment data to drive instruction in those blocks. So it's not left up to the teachers to decide when and where to use it, but a block of the day it is used to remediate or reteach students. In our, of course, we offer an extended day program, which means that at 4 o'clock when students typically go home, we transition our students into a double down or a double dose of instruction along the lines of standard-based instruction.
Ma'am, I'm gonna ask, we've gotta wrap up, we're past time.
Perfect. All I would love to say in wrapping up is that our student culture, our staff culture, we spend a lot of time in making sure our children have joy in their day and making sure that our children see themselves as leaders and as citizens that can become productive as adults.
Thank you.
Any questions?
So the 3 master social workers you have, are they push-in, or do they see students on a case-to-case basis, or a combination?
Both. Some of the time they are pushing in on identified students who we have looked at and assessed data on and understand when and what is the trigger. And so they're moving into the classrooms to support the student at those points. And some of it is that students need the work in small group therapy work, where they're learning anger management or learning to identify feelings and other ways of expressing their feelings that would get them a better outcome than the negative responses.
To also support that, they've done an excellent job with teachers as well, working in a partnership. So when teachers, because they're with the students the majority of the time, see the students who may not have had a trigger prior, if they see them going down that path, they're able to reach out to the SEL support team and say, can you come check on them? Can you come do observation or whatever with this particular person and see if you see something that we see? And so we've been able to be proactive and curtail a lot of behavior that normally would have been a reaction prior, to really keep those students in the classroom. They do check-ins, and the students enjoy the check-ins to the point where we had to create a whole system on how to have them check in. But it really has helped them feel like supported so that the learning can take place.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
You guys are one of the few schools that didn't show a drop between the COVID years. I'm curious, what was your remote time? How often were the kids at school versus remote, or if they were remote, how often were they synchronous?
Great question, Ms. But Carol, I can say to you that we were the only school in Durham that was open for a vast majority of the time, and I would dare to guess in the whole state of North Carolina. And that was because we were pushed by the neediness of our students. So we did shut down when the governor called for the closings, the emergency, but as soon as we were able to, so we were closed from March till August, and then we opened in August of 2020 and continued to support our children. We were concerned more about their physical needs, being out of school and what would happen, but the counter effect was that they were before us being educated and not at home with remote learning. Unfortunately, we did have to close again in January of 21 as there was an uptick in cases, and I think we didn't get as much as we would have gotten had we been able to stay the course from August 2020 all the way till June of 21.
What is your current enrollment?
397 students, and we've had a continued growth in enrollment.
Do you still have your Saturday school?
We do. I spoke too long, or else that would have came up on the slide. But every year, beginning in January through May, we have Saturday Academy, and all students are expected to come. And I say expected because it's not attendance where there's absolutely, you have to be there like a regular school day. And most of our students come. We have a backpack buddy food program that helps them to get there as well, because we are able to give them food during Saturday Academy.
That's awesome.
How do you crack the code though? Like I applaud the consistency. I looked through it, and from 15 to now, there's a 1 point difference. I mean, nobody can say that. We can't say that. But it kind of plateaus at a certain number. How do you crack the code? What actually instructionally, like really, really getting into like the thick of things of what kids are doing in classrooms? How do you get to the next level?
It's a great question, and I think that we've cracked the code. Our curriculum director and 3 instructional coaches is something new that we have not had before. And I think we needed it in order to elevate to the next level. Along with that, we have 5 staff members, including myself, attending the North Carolina ILA. And that is where the folks at Get Better Faster in coaching is supporting us in understanding how to coach teachers. Teachers have to be developed internally so that we can crack the code, as you suggest.
Can I also respond?
Yes.
Straight line.
Straight line.
Look, I appreciate the question on so many levels. What I would say is one of the easiest way to conceptualize what I believe we do is Maslow's hierarchy. And that is, I think the better we are at providing food, clothing, shelter, stability, and safety, the better we are at educating. And I think over the years, in terms of cracking the code, we have become more efficient and more effective at the base of that hierarchy so that students are more open and more capable of receiving instruction.
We're in a position where last week I officiated, and my team officiated at a student's funeral as he was shot dead in the streets of Durham. And they had no one else to officiate. The family knew of no other people that were upstanding than us. So with no experience, myself and 2 other building leaders stood up over the open casket and officiated. I just share that with you to tell you that's not while that was the first time for that, that's not an unusual occurrence in our community that we serve and in their other needs. We have children taking EOGs where their father is taken out of the house the same morning. We are recruiting those children, and we could pad our school differently and recruit other people that are middle class or have some experience with doing well in the traditional public school offering, but those children are safe. We're going after children who are at risk of failing. So we are in the McDougall Terrace. We're not anywhere else. We're in, and we've become known as those people who want the children who are at risk of failing. But we're not settling for where we are, because we want to become known as those people who take the children who are at risk of failing or are failing and cracked the code.
I think you guys got a new mantra now, crack the code. Might need to make some t-shirts.
Crack the code.
Make sure you put a TM on there for Mr. Sanderson. And I applaud you guys for bringing such a large, the commitment is obvious in the number of people that have decided to join you today, so thank you for that.
I have one quick question. Where are you in relationship to McDougal, Terry? So you have Lawson?
We are not. We're actually in the Research Triangle Park in a beautiful building, 47,000 square feet, where we'll be adding a gymnasium, a 7,000 square feet gymnasium. So when they come, they're about 5 minutes from us, if you know how Durham works, right? So they get on the freeway, and we are on North Miami Boulevard by 40 and Cornwallis. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Right. I didn't get to say that. We have 5 buses, 5 drivers going all over Durham. And because we're on the edge, some couple of stops in Morrisville, couple of stops in the Cary.
Well done.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, we have Aristotle Prep Academy next. They are a K-8 school in Mecklenburg County, 178 students last year. They were not comparable in the years that we are looking at. In January of 22, they received a final letter from EC on not meeting some requirements for IDEA. And then in October of 22, they were out of compliance with school nutrition. But after making this presentation, they did submit to me documentation that they have submitted all corrective action for that noncompliance for their school nutrition. So that's under review. They had an audit finding in February of 22, but that's considered closed. And then as far as school performance goes, in 22, they were a D. In 19, they were a C. And then in 2018, they were a D. So they are still on the 21-22 continuously low performing list. They met growth in 22 and in 19, but did not meet growth in 2018. Their initial charter was 10 years, and this is their first renewal. So I will invite the folks from Aristotle to come talk with you.
Good morning, friends. My name is Charlie French. I'm the board liaison for Charter One, representing Aristotle. I am here to let you know that the board could not be here, but they are online. I have several of my members online. Brian Payne is the vice chair of the board. Christy Roddy is the secretary and treasurer. And Linda Shelton is also joining us. She is a board member. I think there was a mix-up on the date. That may have been my fault. I thought they were supposed to be here tomorrow, so I had them on the wrong day, and I apologize for that. But anyway, we are going to introduce our director, Kelly Scott. Most of you know I'm the former director of Aristotle and still proud to be a part of this school, and excited to hear Kelly share some of the history with you. So, Kelly.
Good afternoon. My name is Kelly Scott, and I've had the privilege of serving at Aristotle for the past 6 years. For 4 years, I was the assistant director under Charlie French, and for the past year and a half, I have been the school director. Our mission at Aristotle Preparatory Academy is to prepare students of all racial and ethnic backgrounds for success in college and to become productive citizens by combining a rigorous STEM-focused curriculum with focused character development. So I want to share a little bit of our history. So as you take a look at our academic history, you will see that Aristotle is committed to closing the achievement gap and improving academic achievement for all scholars. The first graph depicts our performance grade history. When Ms. French and I arrived at Aristotle in 2017, the school's academic performance grade was an F. We knew that it was imperative that everyone, staff, scholar, and parents of APA commit to a shared vision of academic excellence, building a positive school culture. So we knew that we had to shift, and with this we would increase buy-in, student engagement, and accountability, and in return enable teachers to drive academic growth. And as you can see from the data in front of you, it took us a solid year from 2017 and 2018 to achieve our goal of creating a positive school culture, which in return lowered our discipline referrals and allowed us to address the academic deficiencies. When the 2018-2019 year school approached, our focus on core academics intensified as we began to analyze how we could foster teaching the curriculum with fidelity and using our data successfully to drive instruction. In 2019, our efforts paid off when Aristotle received its highest school performance grade of its letter C. This was an outstanding moment for Aristotle, but if we were to achieve our mission of preparing all students for success and to become productive citizens, we knew our focus must continue to be on academic performance and closing the achievement gap. In 2020, when COVID hit, we were actually disappointed that testing did not occur, because with our internal formative assessment data trending upward in reading and math, we were confident that we were on the right track to achieve a school performance grade of B and to meet or exceed growth. So when COVID hit, we, along with the rest of the world, were forced to send our students home for remote learning. Honestly, we were not prepared for that change. However, our staff worked through the weekend and prepared a virtual model. Some of the challenges we faced during the school closure were access to internet for our scholars and attendance. Prior to COVID, our attendance rates were 90% or higher. During remote learning, our attendance rates were around 70%. So this began to impact the academic performance of our scholars. While we did not have state data to show the magnitude of the academic loss, we did continue to monitor performance through our MAP data and knew that we had to have significant challenges ahead. So last year, we added a full-time academic coach to work directly with the teachers during PLCs to plan effective interventions based on current data and to teach core knowledge and Eureka math with fidelity. At the end of 2022, the state test data revealed APA would receive a letter grade of D. Next slide, please. So if you look at this, I'm gonna look at my computer. If you look at this slide, it depicts our EVOS growth data over the past 2 years. And on the left is our EOG math growth data, and on the right is our reading. So you can see that with strategic focus on math in 2021, resulted in us meeting growth in all grade levels. And then the same strategic focus on reading in 2022 also resulted in all grade levels meeting growth. APA's most significant growth has occurred in science, where we went from being 34% proficient to 65% proficient. And also, evaluation of our subgroup data indicates that we are making significant growth for our African American and economically disadvantaged populations. So our current situation is not one that we haven't faced before in the past. So we know what we have to do. We have to hit a hard reset to frame the following areas as priorities. And the first area that we are going to focus on is our core academics. Currently at Aristotle, our PLCs meet twice a week. We have one that's a planning and one that's a data. And during that planning, we're really focusing on looking back at implementing our core knowledge and Eureka math with fidelity. We've also implemented tier coaching, and we have placed our teachers into 3 categories. Our red category is our intensive teachers, and with those, we are in the classrooms doing informal and formal observations at least 3 to 5 times a week, and also providing coaching feedback. In our second group, that's our moderate group, we are seeing
on it. Hi, I just got a text. For some reason, the audio cut out for her. Give us just 1 second here. She's gonna maybe hop off and join back on. I apologize for this.
Will you put yourself on mute really quick?
I think your mic might have gone out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think he's trying to talk to you,
Yeah.
so you can't hear.
Can you hear me?
Nope.
I'll see if I can get tech. In the meantime, you could maybe, if you mind using that mic, I think our mics are on, yeah. Yeah, do you mind?
I don't mind it.
Because I don't know how long it'll take me to get them up here.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Just tap it.
Yeah. Yeah, you're good.
Okay. All right. Do you mind if I sit?
No, yeah, sit.
I am sorry.
It's okay.
All right, so we're talking about data-informed instruction. So we are actually implementing and providing training on strategic target research-based interventions such as Lexia and ALEX. And Lexia and ALEX are basically they're personalized learning paths that provide differentiated learning for each of our students. Also, our last priority, which we feel is very, very important, and it provides the foundation so that we can look at core academics and data-informed instruction, is our RAISE leadership. And our RAISE stands for Respect, Accountability, Integrity, Service, and Excellence. And with our RAISE leadership, we are creating a culture with high expectations so our learning can thrive. Our RAISE values are something that it's not a class that we just teach. It's infused in everything we do, and it's purposely integrated throughout the day. So just last week, I went to a classroom and I saw a teacher talking about how you can be accountable in math. Then I walked into the next classroom and I saw a teacher talking in history about how we can respect each other's culture. So it is infused in everything that we do throughout our day. We have also begun to utilize discipline matrix with Fidelity, and this has helped with lowering our discipline referrals so that learning can thrive as well. All right, some of our challenges that we have had, we have had some challenges with transportation as it has become the national bus driver shortages, and this has impacted our attendance as well as our instructional time on task. Some things that we are doing, let me back up just a little bit. Our students, 95% of our students utilize the bus transportation, and we still offer door-to-door bus stops. So to kind of remedy that, we have been having monthly bus driver support meetings. We've also increased pay scale and added benefits, and we are currently adding cameras to increase safety for our students as well as our bus drivers. Another challenge at Aristotle has been recruiting highly qualified teachers. So we have gone out and talked to some of the local colleges and created community partnerships with them. We've also sponsored job fairs showcasing APA's opportunities. And we also feel that once we recruit those highly qualified teachers, that it's very important that we retain them as well. So we've been investing in our current staff with tiered PD. So as we look at that tiered coaching and look specifically what do our ones in red need, we're providing personalized PD for that. We do have a group of teachers attending the Teach Like a Champion that's offered through NC Access. And I myself am going to Transformational Leadership with Alex Quigley, which is phenomenal, by the way. Also, our last challenge has been academic learning loss. So we have been intensified with our screening and progress monitoring. We are utilizing strategic targeted interventions to address skill deficiencies, and we've utilized some of our ESSER funds. We've hired some additional interventionists for our small group instruction as well. With all that being said, even with our challenges, I can tell you that we are still APA strong. We are not going to let the obstacles get us down. We have lots and lots of things to celebrate. We are very proud that our data is informing our instruction. We are proud of our professional development that is tiered toward the needs of our teachers. We have also created community partnerships. During COVID, we partnered with some of the local churches, and we turned our campus into a food bank, a food pantry for our community. We have also partnered with the Air National Guard, and just recently, this past week, our 5th and 6th graders participated in a Starbase Academy, which was on the base, and it is a STEM-focused curriculum that is aligned with the North Carolina standards. And then finally, we are very, very proud of our family engagement. With our ESSER funds, we have hired a parent involvement specialist who has been key to bridging our parents and our community to the school, and she helps plan family engagement events like curriculum nights and social events as well.
I think we're up against,
we're
up
out of
against
time.
time.
We're out of time. Thank you.
Questions?
It's that one, I can't, the mic went out.
All right, this is our opportunity to ask questions of Aristotle. I think your plan is really solid. Doing it with fidelity will be what makes the difference on whether or not it produces the outcomes that you want, but the plan's right on.
Yes, ma'am. I guess for us, we have trudged up this hill before, and that's what got us to the C was being laser focused on our academics and using that data to drive that instruction. So we plan to go back to what we were doing before.
What was there? Are they on financial non-compliance?
It was EC. Yeah, you want to speak to that?
So our EC finding, we had a student that came to us with an expired IEP. He was in the red. Our EC team worked diligently to set up meetings, and then that student transferred out before we were able to get his IEP compliant.
So what do you have to do to fix that, because you're still on the list?
We have a letter that it was closed out.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
School business will report on the audit in January.
Okay.
There was a finding, I don't know if it was it last year's audit or this year's?
February 22.
Okay, from last year.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Can we take, are we done yet? Or can,
We've got one more.
all right, let's do that one, then we'll take a break.
No,
I'm gonna try this one, or you want to go
Cameras?
that?
I can't stand.
Oh, there it is.
Here we go. All right. We have Cabarrus Charter Academy up next. They are a K-12 school in Cabarrus County, 740 students last year. They were not comparable to Cabarrus County in any of the 3 years. We do not know of any compliance or financial issues. For their additional data, in 22 they were a D, in 19 they were a D, and then in 18 they were a C. So they are on the continuously low performing list.
They did not meet growth in 22 or in 19, but they exceeded growth in 2018. This is their first renewal, and their first charter was 10 years. So I will invite Cabarrus Charter Academy up to talk with you all.
Good afternoon. I am Kim S. White, the current principal at Cabarrus Charter Academy. I have with me also Ms. Cheryl McDonough. She is the CSUSA Director of School Support and Compliance, and then also Ms. Claire Porter, who serves in that same role at the Carolinas or state level region for us. Thank you for inviting us here today, and I'm happy to share with you our journey that brings us to this place of renewal. As she shared, we originally opened to students in 2013, 2014, and we are here today for our 10-year renewal. Our mission is Cabarrus Charter Academy will build a rigorous and productive learning environment where students from all socioeconomic levels can realize their academic and personal potential. One thing that we can be sure about, when I joined the team at Cabarrus Charter Academy in November of 2019, I was tasked, as the school leader, I was tasked with something of a needs assessment, finding out where we could get better, and then implementing a plan, creating and implementing a plan that allowed us to get better. So what we found with that kind of assessment is we had a problem with alignment. We had a problem with fiscal alignment. How we spent our money match what we said we were going to do with children? We had a problem with instructional alignment. Did we have the most qualified people standing in front of our children delivering instruction to them? And then finally, we had a problem with monitoring alignment. How did we know what we did or were doing? How do we know that it worked? So what I will talk with us about today is our data review and some challenges we are facing, but how we are intent on forging forward, showing some progress. So on this slide of our 2022 core academic data, you see in the green area, though we are underperforming for our county and we're underperforming in some instances in state data indicators, we have some bright spots. We have some places, some points of growth. And so I'll point those out. You'll see in the darker green where we are above average for our state, and in the lighter green areas we are above average for Cabarrus County. That includes our reading achievement, and that also includes our achievement in biology. We have some indicators where we were within just a point of the state's average, and if you see that, that's in our math growth, in our science achievement, and then in our number of students passing Math 3. Now, even though these are bright spots for us, we know and we acknowledge the fact we have lots of room to grow, and that has to do with the instructional plan that I will mention in just a few moments. So if you'll move to the next slide, you will see some of our academic trends using this year's 2022 EVAS data. Last year, we were tasked with, before last school year, we were on 2 campuses. We had a K-5 campus and we had a 612 campus. Coming out of COVID, that was no longer a fiscally sound decision. Remember, we talked about that fiscal alignment. So last year, we unified into one school building, having K through 12 on a single campus. K through 4 was on the first floor and 5 through 12 is on the second floor. With that type of change, our team members can become change weary. So you see that first bullet talks about the fact that we had some staffing challenges. We had vacancies at every grade level last year when we made that move to unify, and so we had to respond accordingly. Even with those challenges, you note that we were able to meet growth in 10 out of 17 tested areas. If you look specifically at our reading achievement, 5 of 6 grades, only 8th grade, did not meet or have exceeded growth in that area. We acknowledged finally that math is an opportunity for us. It is the biggest opportunity for us on our campus. So you see some inconsistency in our performance data, especially at the high school, the middle and the high school levels. But we are aware of that and we are interested in creating, or we have a plan to address that. Moving on to this year's school level data, one of the features of Cabarrus Charter Academy and many of our, or all of our CSUSA schools is that we offer personalized learning plans. Those personalized learning plans are driven by data, and the data come from NWEA and iReady. And so on this next slide of CABA's core academic data summary, you see where our achievers are and where they have been for the past 2 school years as well. Again, reading continues to be our brightest spot, but you see that we have students who are on grade level in some of our math areas as well this school year. Overall, the trend of all 3 years is you see an increase in growth. So again, the growth is not adequate, but it is trending in the right direction, and that comes from having a solid instructional plan. So we'll talk now just a little bit about our current academic goals. When we worked as a leadership team last school year to think about what it is that would set our school apart, why would parents choose Cabarrus Charter Academy when they had many other choices in Cabarrus County just based on our performance data, we determined we could focus on mathematics and put a plan in place that allows us to do that. So our first and biggest academic goal is to increase mathematics proficiency scores for students in grades K through 12. In addition to professional development that focuses specifically on mathematics achievement, we also have research-aligned curricula for all grade bands, K through 2, 3 through 5, 6 through 8, and 9 through 12. In addition to having the appropriate curricula, we are effectively implementing the MTSS process. And what MTSS does for us is it indicates students who have larger learning gaps that may place them below their particular grade level, and it gives us an opportunity to provide interventions. For the first year in a really long time, we have effective evidence-based interventions at each level, K through 5 and 6 through 12. And that's both Tier 2 and Tier 3. With a focus on those specific learning gaps through that personalized learning plans, we are sure that our achievers will continue to grow, and if they continue to grow, proficiency is the next step. So increasing the social and emotional learning for all of our students K through 12. As I'm sure my peers from other charter schools have shared, our achievers came out of the pandemic with some specific challenges that they did not have going into the pandemic. So in addition to addressing all of their academic needs, we needed a solid plan for their social and emotional learning, because if they are not well social and emotionally, they cannot learn the content that we are putting before them. So you see us adopting evidence-based curricula, including AIA, which is Attitude is Altitude, for our K through 5 achievers, and then Second Step SEL curriculum, which is more in-depth and more age-appropriate for our achievers in grades 6 through 12. Finally, you see us using our grant dollars, because fiscal alignment is important, using our grant dollars to establish a partnership with LifeStance, a professional counseling agency that provides on-site counseling services to students who need a referral for those services. And finally, improving our overall student proficiency. Our theme last school year and moving into this school year was Make It Count. Where are the minutes in our day that we can make every interaction with every achiever count? And how do we hold ourselves accountable for that? So in addition to leaning into the professional development, committing to the professional development, not just complying with it, and that's a different level of educator engagement, but committing to our professional development paths, and then also delivering instruction from moment to moment. Even our dismissal process, we include the drop everything and read process, so it is truly a silent dismissal from 2:30 to 3 p.m. every day, because we know our reading ability is directly and positively correlated to student success on our summative exams. We have during our school day personal or purposeful PLC meetings. That's where teachers have the opportunity to answer those questions. If our achievers are not learning, what are we doing about it? We cannot wait until May to address that. What are we doing about it? And that happens within the purposeful PLC meetings. And then finally, a process for real-time feedback for everybody who's delivering instruction in our building. We use the Get Better, Faster model, where the feedback, if I visit a classroom and there's an opportunity for us to do something differently, we do it in that moment. So some of our challenges and opportunities, like I said before, our student performance data indicate that we have several challenges and opportunities. So let's start with our academic challenges. Our proficiency scores are not up to par, and they have not been up to par for a couple of years, 2 of the last 3 tested years, and we are aware of that, and our way to address that has to do with our math acceleration plan. Family and community engagement. It's a partnership that we have to have with the home, and that includes some parental education opportunities as well as a role in our building. And his entire role is to focus on family and community engagement. What are our opportunities for strategic partnerships with the communities and with our families after school hours to ensure that we are creating a safe space for our achievers to learn? And finally, school enrollment. School enrollment has been a challenge for Cabarrus Charter Academy since I've been a member of the team and before. And what we have been what we've benefited from more than anyone else is the support of Charter Schools USA as our EMO. I think that is the reason why we've been able to remain fiscally sound, is because we have the academic and fiscal support of our EMO. So we are, even though we have that support, the plan is to step away from needing that fiscal contribution from CSUSA by putting the word out about our solid instructional program and then giving the families a reason to believe and delivering on those reasons to believe. So one of those messages that we're sending out to our families, if we'll move on to the next slide, is our plan for math acceleration at Cabarrus Charter Academy. And students are achievers in grades as early as grade 3 and as late as grade 8. If they show a math acumen, they have the opportunity to receive 1.5 years of math instruction, so that by the time they get to grade 8, they have an early opportunity for math coursework from the high school level. Additionally, we have dual enrollment for grades 9 through 12. Well, that's not unique. What's unique about ours is that in Cabarrus County, we are the only high school that offers dual enrollment as early as grade 9. Every other high school in Cabarrus County offers it at grade 11. And we're able to do that through a partnership with Gaston College.
Yeah, we're going to ask you to wrap up. We're past time.
Okay. And then, wow, 10 minutes goes really fast when you're stuck. Okay. So the community events and engagement we have done, because we have a position that supports that, we are much more intentional about it, and you see us more visible in community activities and our strategic partnerships. I stand before you as the 8th leader of Cabarrus Charter Academy in its 10 years of opening. So my goal has always been, since I joined in November 2019, was to bring stability and traditions. And so we've done a solid job with that, and then you see some of our traditions with graduation walk pictured there, the Boohoo or Yahoo breakfast for our kindergarten families, and many other events where we are really seeking to give the school the chance that we know it should have.
Thank you. Boohoo Yahoo.
We have tissues and balloons. Okay. You get to pick. Yep.
So are you using the CCP? Is that the Career and College Promise? Is that what you guys are using for?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Is it like an early college setting for your high school?
It's not early college. It is remote access to college curriculum.
How many classes do you think kids have exposure to over their 4 years?
So they have the opportunity to complete the coursework for an associate's degree. So they determine the path. We have one student currently who will graduate in May with her associate's degree, and then she will have her high school diploma 2 weeks later. Awesome. So it varies depending on their program, so 2 to 3 classes a year.
Did I understand you to say you are the 8th out of 10 directors out of 10 years?
Yes, and I have the longest tenure at 2.5 years.
What happened to the others? Do you know?
I think so. It's been an interesting and circuitous journey as we've tried to determine what model works best for Cabarrus. Is it 2 principals? When I opened school last year, I opened with a co-principal at grades 6 through 12. We went out for quarantine for 2 weeks, and then only 1 principal came back. So it's just been this interesting journey of determining the model that works best for Cabarrus, because K-12 is a unique model.
So they have to prove themselves quickly.
Yes, perhaps, yes.
But most of that turnover happened far before COVID, right?
It did.
It seems like
It did.
What was the issue there?
I would propose that it's a challenging, K through 12 is a challenging model. So you really have to dig into it. There's a level of commitment that's required for K through 12 that looks different than any other model. And so at the end of the day, the leaders in the building have to ask themselves, are they that committed?
could salary have been a reason? The model.
Not from my viewpoint. CSUSA has a salary schedule that is competitive for its building leaders.
Very competitive.
Very competitive.
Well, do tell. Any other questions?
Yeah, just one last one. What's your math curriculum that you guys are looking to go towards?
Yes, so it depends on what the level is. We have for K through 5, we're offering Envisions, and then there's some Ready support as well. The Ready curriculum, as a part of Curriculum Associates, is connected to iReady, so it makes sense to us to have Ready and iReady as the PLP plan. That's K through 5. We have for 6 through 8, we have several curricula, including More Ready and then IXL, and then IXL solely exists 9 through 12.
Are your math teachers math certified?
Some of them are. Some of them are. Certification is a challenge for us. Of our 59 instructional leaders in the building, 35 of them qualify for beginning teacher support.
Okay. Yeah, because if you guys figure out that math part, the growth that you have in reading, if you can equal that with math.
We're going in the right direction. I agree. We're on track to do so this year.
Thank you for your time.
Absolutely.
Presentation.
Thank you.
So, CSAB, we do have 2 more agenda items. Reconsideration of applications that came back to us from the State Board of Education last week. Before that, though, we're going to take a 5-minute break, but we're going to go from break directly into closed session. So. It's 2:25 right now. Let's plan to go into closed session at 2:25, assuming you approve this motion, or 2:30. Excuse me. So I move that we go into closed session pursuant to NC General Statute, Section 143.318.11A3, to consult with our attorneys in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorneys and the public body.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Okay, so we're going to break until 2:30, and then we'll go into closed session immediately there.
except everybody's excited about a management company that's one person, essentially. Because that was one, and I said this then, I said, do y'all understand that by year 3, $750,000 are going into Torchlight Group's pocket, into his home? Because there was nobody in the management company was him and his wife. And that's how I feel about salary. This is a one-man band.
I get the whole conversation about that, yeah. But ethics needs to be part of it.
Three schools. There were two of them that were fantastic. Do you know they ended up having to delay both of them?
After you took a risk like that.
All right, are we ready? So we are going to, at the last part of this meeting, we will be considering two applications that were returned to the Charter Schools Advisory Board via the State Board. At last week's meeting, the State Board was poised to reject American Leadership Academy Monroe and Legacy Classical Academy. When that occurs, charter policy asks that they send it back to the Charter Schools Advisory Board. So we have, I'm going to have the American Leadership Academy Monroe, their representatives come up first. I've allotted 30 minutes approximately per applicant. And because this is just a reconsideration, there's not an actual, opening statement, that sort of thing. I'm just going to let them come up here. You can begin your questioning and then ask anything you would ask of the applicants. And then you will need to vote again for me to take that vote back to the State Board in January.
Thank
Okay?
you.
All right.
All right.
I just want to remind everybody that I'm recusing from the ALA Monroe.
Okay, is anybody else? You're recused from ALA Monroe or from
ALA.
From ALA Monroe? Okay.
Good afternoon. My name's Greg Senders, and I'm with the Education Management Organization, Charter One, and we're proposed to be the MO for ALA Monroe. And so joining us today, we have the board's attorney, Stephen Walker, and then Yolanda Hill, board members here, and then our Southeast president, Michael Way, and then our school director, Joan Roman, for ALA Monroe. And then we have other board members online, as well as the CEO of our company, if you have any questions for them. But I think we'll start off letting the board's attorney address some of the concerns that were expressed by the State Board of Education. I think it's a challenge for all of us. We appreciate the CSAB's support on our initial application and the initial recommendation. We're here to ask for unanimous approval today. And I think as we look at common themes, one thing I want to remind people is our EMO agreement's been approved 6 times by both the Charter School Advisory Board and the State Board of Education. And there hadn't been one change in state law during that period. So somehow the bar's getting moved on us. And I don't think that's fair to the nonprofit board to penalize a nonprofit board applying for a charter because of the EMO, that they're partnering with an EMO. The other issue that's come up is, well, Charter One, you're growing a little too fast. You don't really have data in North Carolina. We have schools in other states. We have 17 schools in Arizona, and 15 of those schools are rated A or a B, and 2 are rated a C. So, data does exist. No, those schools don't sit in North Carolina. So, Stephen, do you want to start just basically with some of the concerns and we'll be happy to address any questions you have.
Good afternoon. I'll say it was more fun sitting on the other side, asking the questions than getting asked the questions. I just want, and I have provided you all with a letter that kind of lays that out, and so I will go very, very briefly. But there were 4 main issues that were in contention when the state board considered this. The first was the governance of the school, and I think this board understands because I've met with this board, and this board has already started undergoing training. They know who is the governing body of the school. They know it is them. They are the ones that govern. They do all the governance and the operation and everything that comes with an EMO contract. That is for management and operation. It's not for governance. You set the policies. That's what they follow. And very importantly, they set the budget. And the EMO's got to operate within that budget. So really, where does the buck stop? It stops with the board, and the board knows that. The management fee, pull whichever EMO contract you want. You'll see something almost exactly similar to this EMO contract. So don't understand why all of a sudden it's there. I have probably referenced this 100 times. Some of y'all may even remember that we're on this board when I was on the board. I believe I even passed it out, an op-ed that was written that took a child through their day of school. And they woke up in the morning and they grabbed their books that were by Houghton Mifflin, which had a gross profit margin. You might imagine that the people that print the books make money. And then then they put it in their Eastpak backpack. And guess what Eastpak does? They make money. Then they got on a Thomas school bus. And guess what Thomas school buses makes? Money. And you could go through to the desk they sit in, to everything. And so many of y'all operate charter schools, and everybody that you're contracting with, they're making money. But now all of a sudden we're talking about, well, if an EMO makes money, I don't know, why are they profiting off of education? Well, they're profiting off the work that they do. They're getting paid for the work that they do. And this board, the ALA North Carolina board, which would operate ALA Monroe, understands that, and that's something that they have negotiated out, and they see that it's a valuable service and it's worth the money to get the quality that they're going to get from it. Also, the leaseback arrangement, don't really need to say a lot about that. That is very common is that somebody builds the school and then leases it to the school. That's pretty common. Don't know why there's even a discussion on that. And then as to the board's composition, the concern about Mr. Schwab, it's legal for him to serve as the board chair. I think he ought to be able to serve as the board chair. I think he's a good board chair, but he is on the call, I do believe, online right now. And I think that he's really good at what he does for this board. But he has offered that if that's a problem, he'll step aside. If that's a problem for this board, and it's a problem for the state board. So with all that said, there's 2,000 students and families on this wait list. And so we're wondering if there's going to be boards that are going to say, sorry, I know you want to go to this school, but you can't. You can't because we have concerns over a negotiated contract between a board of directors, a nonprofit board of directors, and a education management organization. And would have been maybe even nice to have all 2,000 of them sitting in here and saying, we really want to go to this school. And so that's where we're at. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Again, I would encourage you not to get into the nitty-gritties of a contract that you've approved multiple times already, and that is similar to just about every other EMO contract that you're going to see out there. So we would definitely, on behalf of the board, I would ask you for unanimous approval of ALA Monroe. Happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Walker, one of the concerns that we discussed, I think, whether it was last month or the month before, was this idea that is this too many schools too soon in the state of North Carolina by this relatively new EMO in the state of North Carolina. Can you remind us again why you feel confident that is not the case, that you have the bandwidth to do this?
I think, one, it's a very vast organization. There's a lot of people there. And I know that there were 2 applications associated that were going to partner with Charter One, ALA Monroe and then ALA Garner, which is the same board. This board that's the board for ALA Monroe is the same one as ALA Garner. But I have talked, and I don't know if Greg wants to fill in on this, that we can maybe have some movement on the Garner School as far as just maybe even withdrawing that application if that allays some of the fears that the board has and that maybe the state board has to move forward with one in Monroe, just knowing that this one's ready to go, accelerated. Let's get it done. And I'll let Greg verify that was the word that I got.
Yeah, we've talked with the board and with the board chair. And again, I think as we look at the 2 applications, Monroe's the accelerated application. I've been involved with several charters before this board. There's not one that's more prepared than ALA Monroe. We have a building, we have a leader, we have 2,000 students on the wait list. I don't know what else needs to be done as far as critical success factors. But as Stephen said, we've heard the concern about lack of data in North Carolina, growing too fast. And as Stephen said, we're committed to this state. We opened the 2 largest first day schools in North Carolina. We've proven that we can do it. We opened one with 2,000 students and one with 1,800 students. And we can do it. But we've heard the concern and are willing to withdraw the Garner application in order to move forward with the ALA Monroe. And that will give us time to gain more data on the schools we have operating here in North Carolina.
I think Mitchell Schwab's got his hand up.
Yeah.
And definitely would let the board chair talk over me.
Yeah, sorry, the little hand it's on here just kind of wasn't sure if you'd be able to see it or not. But if I can add here, I just find it ironic. It was brought up in the last CSAB meeting that we had with y'all, and the fact that it is the board itself that's submitting the application, not Charter One. And I find it ironic that had we just been a board on our own without an EMO who has expertise in running a school, this wouldn't be an issue. But the fact that we chose to partner with an organization with a track record of success and experience in running a school, now their track record could prohibit our board from acquiring a charter when most boards out there without EMOs have 0 track record at all. I just find it ironic there. And I think that if anything, partnering with an EMO should honestly give more credibility to the board for willing to search for and contract with those who are professionals in this space. And we feel absolutely confident in Charter One. I mean, me firsthand, I have firsthand knowledge of what goes on at Charter One. I don't work for them now, but I can attest to the expertise that they bring to the table. And that's why they're so willing to, whatever we need to do to help the kids is what we will do. That's the move we will make. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Okay.
Other questions?
Yeah, time.
What's the order?
We now are going to ask questions. As we all rush to ask them. Well, Stephen, I know you said you didn't think we should talk about what's in the contract.
I think I said I don't think you should get into the nitty gritties of it. I think your question is can this contract and this board, can the board with that contract provide a high quality charter school? And the answer to that's 100% yes. So I don't want to. I don't want to sound like I'm being flippant about it at all, but that, these are decisions that are best left to the charter school board, rather than the advisory board. And I know that was the position that I took for 7 years.
I honestly didn't see this in the contract initially, but there is something in it that kind of concerns me that I think is the issue, and maybe I don't understand it well. The EMO picks the lawyer for the board? Can you explain that?
I don't know if that's the case. Is that what it says in there? Well, that's not what happened in practice. I will say that.
Here's our attorney.
That was an issue in the other contract
It's the
that we
other
talked
contract.
about.
Okay, I take it back. Never mind.
Okay. I was going to say, why did I have to go through getting questions by the board for them to hire me? I could have just called the EMO.
Can I?
Go ahead.
Okay. The landlord, S.H. Monroe, what relationship does that have with the CEO of Charter?
And I did address that in the letter. I believe it's through Schoolhouse Dev that's doing the construction and acquiring the property. And one of the many founders of Charter One, Glenn Way, he is also one of the many founders of that. But they're two separate companies. But he was the founder of both.
So he's the founder, he's the landlord and the EMO CEO.
School Dev East, I believe, is the landlord, and so he would be, he was a founder of that along with other people. And I think if you go through, maybe Charter Schools USA has, I think they call it Red Hat. And so Red Apple? Red Hat, that's the Linux computer thing. But, so you have Red Apple, and while there is some overlap, there's two separate companies. Just because, generally, I think it would not be preferable for the EMO themselves to build and lease back. I think it's more preferable to have someone else that is separate, that is a separate entity that you're working with on that.
So looking into some of the relationships that Charter One has had from a building standpoint, from a development standpoint, one of the accusations that have been made are just huge levels of profit. In some ways, people say because it's non-bid procurement, that's leading people to just set prices that are pretty high. I guess my question would be, and I know CEO's on the line, I know you're here, what is the expected return on this? This is a profit corporation.
The expected return of School Dev East, the landlord.
What is their?
I have no idea.
Wow.
I have no idea. All I know is that with the school that they're going to have, that it is a fair market valued rent that is going to be paid, a fair market value lease. And after that, it's the same way. When I buy an iPhone, I don't go and say, well, how much is Apple going to make on it? I just say, yeah, that's a fair price, and I'll pay it for that product. And so, I don't know why I would know, or why anybody on the ALA North Carolina board would know the profit margin of the landlord.
Well, bear with me. So the chairperson of the board, in your own letter here, does some contract work with Charter One.
Yes.
He's also a previous employee of Charter One.
Yes.
Then you have Charter One, which has a CEO who's the same founder who's the same owner as the landlord of the building. So, and given what I said, are some accusations that have been made. I'm not saying I agree with them or not, but they are out there, and they are public record, and they're easy to find. I think it's a pretty reasonable question to get a little more detail into what this return of investment would be for this facility.
What do you think would be a reasonable one?
I'm just asking the question.
Well, I mean, you must have in your mind some idea of what would be a reasonable amount.
You can answer it, you don't have to answer it.
I mean, I've already told you I can't answer the question.
He's on the call.
Who, Mitch?
Wasn't I told that the CEO's on the call?
Okay, I mean, if he wants to answer the question, he can.
Well, both Mitch and I heard the founders on, no? Is that what you said, correct?
I don't, somebody.
Stephen, I believe, I saw a hand go up from Charter One.
Yeah, not sure.
I can say, based on my experience as well, relationships typically have a net benefit versus a net detriment to an organization. Because typically, if you know someone in the space, they can get you rates at a much lower rate than that on the market, which is typically what we've been able to see. But since there's a hand up with Charter One and there's a question directed towards the CEO, I will turn it to him.
Was he there?
How you doing? My name's Glenn Way. I am the CEO of Charter One. I'm also a minority owner of Schoolhouse Development. I'd love to discuss this and be more than happy to sit down with any member of the board of CSAB at any given time and go through absolutely every part of our business. I have been involved in development of charter schools since 2004. I've built 84 schools across the country. And there is some information that has been out from a reporter from the state of Arizona who has done everything he can do to try to discredit the method of buyback buildings or leaseback buildings. And he just flat out has the wrong information. He's got an opinion. He has no facts. We have built close to $1.2 billion worth of facilities over the last 16 years, and every single time that we built a facility, we have sold the facilities at or below appraised values in every situation. I personally have given close to $8 million worth of free rent and free money to various charter schools over the last 16, 17 years. And I was only in the development side of things up until about 12 years ago, when we had more and more schools that were becoming more and more less savvy on how to run a school. And then that's when we took over an existing school that we were building for, that was an F-rated school, 180 students. And we took it over and operated the school, and we built that school to 14,000 students, 17 campuses, went from an F-rated school to an A-rated school. And have done so with complete disclosure across every state and every instance. We have, you're asking how much profit will be made. What I can tell you is that our lease contracts are pretty much customary. We patterned our business after state leaseback buildings. Roughly 50% of every state building in the country, in the United States, almost 50% of every building that states across this country have are leaseback buildings. And I patterned the model after those leaseback buildings, with the exception of one thing. When I've gone out and I've built facilities for states, I typically am going out with what would be considered a lease market rate, which is usually, and has been usually over the last 18 years for state leaseback buildings. We're running at which I would say is very market. The lease is roughly somewhere in the neighborhood of 11 to 12% of the project cost. Our charter schools have averaged, lease rates have averaged 9.5% of project cost, and our purchase contracts have been for the state leaseback buildings, when we've gone ahead and sold buildings to the state or we've sold buildings to the open market, they've been somewhere around 125 to 135% of project cost, and the schools have averaged 118 to 120% of project cost. So And then there's been many times that we've sold them for quite a bit less than appraised value because the schools went out and built and didn't get the enrollment that they thought. They didn't run as well as you thought they should, or any other authorizers thought they should. And trying to help them out, we've turned around and sold multiple schools for significantly less than what market rates were. So that's pretty much how we run our business for the last 16 to 18 years. And all of the information that I just shared, I'm more than willing to open up all books and sit down with anyone, and was willing to do so with the reporter in the state of Arizona. But that didn't fit his narrative. His narrative wasn't about anything but to try to criticize charter schools and eliminate people to go out and provide facilities to charter schools through leaseback buildings. But quite frankly, if you want to talk about leaseback buildings, they're all over the spectrum of industry. Almost every bank building in this country is leaseback buildings. Almost every grocery store is leaseback buildings. Almost every single 50% of state buildings is leaseback buildings.
This is Bill Guthrie. I'll have just two other quick points. We don't take money from the school unless they can afford it. We wait until the school stabilizes before we take a fee. We've done that over and over and over again. The other big point that I think is so important is that bondholders, when we put these things out to bond, they do a deep dive into every aspect of our business and every aspect of the school's business, and they look at their financials upside down and backwards. And they will not bond out a school unless it's financially strong and unless we're financially strong. And so you have Wall Street that determines whether or not that is a good deal or not. And that's a really great measurement as to whether or not it's financially viable, whether or not the market rate for the lease is good or not. Those banks, those financial institutions know better than anybody whether or not those are good and whether or not, the developer is sound. And we've passed that test over and over and over again.
Just one more statement, and that is this. I'm very proud of the work that I've done over the last 15, 16, 17 years in charter schools. And what I will tell you is that early on, every school that we built, we had no problem filling them up. There's a handful of schools out there in the last 3 to 4 years that they've just been run poorly, quite frankly, really poorly. In fact, I will never, ever be involved in a facility, in building a facility or doing anything in charter schools ever again if I'm not involved in the operation of the school, because the risk is just way, way, way too high. That said, the facility that's available for this Monroe school is a school that this board, CSAB, and the State Office of Education approved 4 or 5 years ago, and the school never made a full payment. In fact, for 2 to 3 years, made less than half of its lease payments. And we've let them completely off the hook. They don't have to go back and pay back rents or anything else. They have absolutely, that facility has cost me and my wife on average of about $250,000 a year for the last 3 years. And so we put our money where our mouth is.
I'm not sure I have time, but I did it for the questions in this. I'll yield, but time is an issue.
Anybody else have questions?
I think we need to get as many questions out as we can so we can get this.
Yes. So if you got more questions, Eric, ask them.
No, it was just reference, and I appreciate the explanation, Mr. Way. Just referenced that Arizona article that said the charter was paid $46 million in that year to founders' businesses. I think the number you're quoted as saying that it was smaller, but I guess the question I have is maybe not about the exact amount, although that is an enormous amount of profit.
Mr. Sanchez, let me cut in real quick and just tell you about that article, because that reporter has gone out and has spread that lie completely across this country. And every time it's been spread, including in the state of North Carolina, we've given an opportunity to give all of those numbers. What he was trying to do is he was trying to sit there and say, you built a school and you sold the school for, he says, you basically got a construction loan for $36 million, and you turned around and you sold the school for $62 million. That seems like an obscene amount of profit. I go, first of all, we spent a whole lot more money than $36 million on the facility. Second of all, I said, I'll show you all the books. I said the facility cost $56 million, and it did sell for $62 million. And I said, he goes, well, I don't have those records. I said, well, you're not showing the land cost. You're not showing the actual cash that we had in the deal. All you're doing is pulling up a loan that was out there on public domain because it was a construction loan.
And I'm willing
And I
to,
said,
I'm willing
so-
to definitely
We had
take
to
your
print a
word on that.
retraction on that article as well, but nobody ever
Let me
looked
actually
at
finish
that.
the
We had to
question,
print a retraction.
because you guys aren't answering the question. The question really isn't about the amount. I'm willing to concede in some ways, or just agree with you and take your word for it that the amount is wrong. The question I was really going to ask is, it references numerous companies owned by family members that are then being contracted through the schools. Many different companies, from obviously the management company to even apparel. And I guess my question is, what is your response to that part of it? Not the amounts, but that the schools are contracting through companies with various different names, but pretty much the same pockets are getting filled with an, and I'm just quoting them, it's not mine. It's from the
Well, can you hear me?
Sure.
Once again, let me just explain this. There's only one entity that we've contracted out besides Charter One, and that's Charter One Apparel. And Charter One Apparel is owned by Charter One. And so, yes, we do provide the apparel for all of our, to keep the brand and to keep the trademark of our branding and keep it solid. What we had is, after several years of operating a school in the state of Arizona, we had about 30 different vendors that were trying to come out with their own logos and everything else. And the brand creep was going ridiculously crazy. And so in an attempt to protect the brand and then protect our trademark and everything else, we created Charter C1 Apparel. And C1 Apparel is owned by, the majority owner is owned by Charter One, which is our company, and 25% was a son of mine who was part of that. It's the only company that we've ever sat there and had besides Charter One.
What about
So
Wade Construction?
Wade Construction is a company that goes out. Yeah, I have construction, and what I showed him is that article. Let me just explain that one. Wade Construction is a construction company. I'm a general contractor and I'm a developer, and have been for the last 35 years. Wade Construction has, when I told you that I've given over $7 to $8 million to American Leadership Academy of Arizona, every single thing that I've done for American Leadership Academy was done when I did it through Wade Construction. It was done at cost, and it was done without any profit motive whatsoever, and no profit came to me. It was done as a way to sit there and help American Leadership Academy, period. And that is completely provable. The reason it's on our 990, because if I go out and I do $200,000 worth of work on a football field, and all of that passes straight through to Wade Construction, all I'm doing is taking the invoices from the subcontractors and passing it through, and half the time I'm paying for it myself. So the reality is the newspaper reporter was given all that information. He did have to print, I think, a total of 3 different retractions, but those retractions, even though they were printed, the North Carolina newspapers never sat there and grabbed a hold of those newspaper retractions. So it's
Can I interject?
Yeah, we need to move on.
Yeah, I think I don't know even why we're going down this rabbit hole about how things get funded. I mean, it just seems to me that this is missing the forest for the trees right now when we're supposed to be focusing on whether this gets a great education for over 2,000 families that want it right now. I mean, I remember when I first started in public policy for education, I actually had a charter advocate pull me aside. I was a newbie, and they said, Jamie, just realize that education, K-12 education in this country is an $800 billion a year industry. It's probably more like $1 trillion a year industry. They said, everybody makes money off of education, so just always keep that in mind. But with this one specifically, I mean, there's so many different rabbit holes. I don't understand why, if they own their own, apparel, I mean, I would hope that they would want everything to be the same, just as that you have the same uniform everywhere you go, so it's the same product everywhere you go. And I just, and then maybe Charter One could speak on this. I mean, did you all, during COVID, when the big school district shut down, did you not open up your doors and give basically free tuition? Because you guys, I don't think you guys ever got paid for it. Correct me if I'm wrong. But don't you always put students first in everything you're doing? And also, with I think with the school that you're referring to in Union County, you haven't collected much money on that one because they never had the enrollment. That's why they're having to leave that school, because they need to find a building that suits their needs.
That's correct. I'm Joan Roman, and I was the leader at Bonnie Cone Classical, which is a Charter One managed school. During COVID, we all shut down like everyone else did. But we opened up as soon as we could, and we opened up in July of 2020, and we did not close after that because we wanted to serve the students and our families that we had, and we're doing that.
Did you take more students than you actually had?
I was just going to say that. So we opened the first year with 247 students. We were approved for 600 the next year. We took 750 because we had families in the area that wanted their kids in school face to face. And we did not get paid for that 150 additional students that we took in.
But you did the right thing.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I guess we really need to kind of focus on what are the issues we need to look at to decide if we're going to send this application back. So, does anybody have any questions around that would affect their decision to vote on whether or not we send this application back?
I'm just, I understand if you think that EMOs expand too fast or make too much money, but the product is there. And I know we can't use Arizona data in North Carolina, but we can reference that data. But also, according to their own attorney, I mean, I'm trying to find all of it. I mean, having all A's and B's everywhere else they're at, I'd really like this to focus on the substance of allowing a school that is on the fast track. Is that the right term? Accelerated, where there's a school building already there. There's 2,000 parents interested. Why we're not focusing on that substance right now, and bringing this back to the state board to say that this school needs to open for those families.
For me personally, I think just so the state board knows where, as a board member, where I stand, I think everyone is hypersensitive after all that the charter school world went through last year with the closing of some schools and some impropriety with an EMO. And so my question for the whole system is, I really believe that I feel like there's a weight on me when I make decisions on behalf of the CSAB, and starting to think about what the definition of what the state board is looking for when we send them a school. And so we've spent so much time in talking, and I said this earlier to some folks, we spent so much time talking about the contracts, we don't even get down into the weeds about what's happening with the school instructionally. Or what is there a need for this school? Is there excitement for folks to go to this school? So to me, it's, just where I stand today, it's up to the board of the school to decide what they're willing to do to get their school open. And if that contract to me seems exorbitant, then I wouldn't engage in that contract. But if another person sees that it works for them and that's what helps get them open, then I think that's up to the board. It's then up to us to determine whether or not the educational program is going to meet the needs of the students in that school. And I understand that there's some financial obligation we have to make sure that schools aren't being taken advantage of. But I think this has gotten very cloudy, and me personally would like to know moving forward how this is going to get rectified. Because it's going to be an ongoing conversation until someone defines what's legitimate and what's not legitimate with regard to how charter schools open, whether they go with an EMO, CMO, or try and do it independently. Because everything's gotten very clouded for me.
Yeah, I want to say one thing, and then I'll be quiet. And I completely agree with everything you said, because it seems that there's no baseline where, because it's been moved with this application. But how much you make, is it 15%, 20%, 5%? I don't know, but I'm going to use this, and you're probably going to think I'm crazy to go on this tangent, but just hear me out real quick. For you and for Bruce, when you guys opened up your schools, you guys did it all on your own. You bit the blood, sweat, and tears in it. Some charter boards need that extra help and assistance, and there's a fee associated with that. And there's this talk right now, and I know this is going to sound crazy, in Major League Baseball, where players are getting given upfront investment costs to hone their skills. They're getting paid $500,000, $1 million by management companies. These management companies make money off of them in perpetuity. And people are saying, well, you're exploiting you're exploiting the Major League Baseball players because you're taking money off their contract for forever. And every single baseball player that has gotten signed on one of these contracts said, I would not be where I am today being in the big leagues if I did not have that initial investment. And that's how I kind of look at these EMOs, is they're putting the building up there, they're putting the support, they're putting the background to help these well-qualified boards. I really wish you all really look at who's on this board, because it is incredible people that I know personally and have seen around the state. But this board has decided to go with this EMO because of their track record, and that's the investment that they've taken. And I don't think we should penalize them for taking that investment. Now, are there too many schools that need to open at one time? Or that's a discussion that we can have as a board, and maybe we'll have that discussion later. But right now, this board's qualified, and I think the track record that was shown by Charter One, what they're doing around the nation and what the investment they get, and that they put students first, I really think this should be a win for the state and for the parents of Union County. And I'm done.
So I didn't know that about baseball, but I was never that good at baseball that I had that challenge to be exploited. But I do know this. I've been to Charter One schools. I was exceptionally impressed with the facility, the staff that was assembled. I've met with board members, but more importantly, I've met with students and sat down with them and talked to them when I was in those schools. I'm pretty proud of my school, but I tell you, if I had been a part of those schools, I'd be equally as proud, because it's in the results and the stories and the experiences that the students are receiving at Charter One schools. So I've seen it firsthand. The debate that was held last week at the state board level, profiting off of education, I'm tired of that. That has been a standard line used since the first charter schools opened up in the 80s. And we're holding charter schools to some type of level of how and where they can spend their money that we don't ask of any of the traditional public schools. The agreement is in place, operating in this state. It's for the board to decide if there's parts of that agreement that maybe they need to ask questions about before they sign it. Maybe it's our role as CSAD members to give them, hey, from our experiences, you might want to consider this. But the agreement has been reviewed by an attorney at least 6 times. That was a question that was asked last week, or a suggestion that hadn't been. As far as data to support them to open new schools, if we apply that same litmus test that you have to have data as a board member collectively to come here and get a school opened, then no independent
charter board would ever get approved, because we would have no data. And I guess I feel like we're penalizing them for opening schools during the pandemic, because we're not accepting any of that data in this case. Too many too soon? I think all of us could have different opinions on that. They've indicated a willingness to back off of the Garner application. I guess we'd want to know if that's an official request before we vote, perhaps on this one. But I voted for this school last month or the month before, and everything that I've seen, heard, and had talked about since then only, for me, doubled down that I made the right vote when I was one of the 7 people that moved this forward.
I agree with you. I think that's well stated as well. On September 12th, 7 of us approved to move the school forward, and we've taken a good, reasonable look at issues that have been raised, and I think it's been a good process for us to closely examine some of this. We may make some edits in the future, and things will be adjusted and changed, but we certainly express confidence in this board and this plan to move forward with the school. And I agree with you, Monroe, Garner, what do we do? They've expressed a willingness to maybe only focus on the one, the accelerated, the ready one. That's a good discussion to have next, I think.
They don't need my vote on this one being contingent on what they do with Garner, but I will say that if that's something they want to formally request, that I'll make the motion to do that, and maybe that gives them the ability to be laser focused on getting this school open in an accelerated timeline.
I would like to make a comment, though. I'm a business school professor, so I'm the oddball here, without a doubt. One of the things, though, that I am surprised by and just frankly discouraged by is this, and as a business school professor, I'm not really that hostile to businesses, to for-profit businesses. That they exist for a reason. And I'm surprised that, I guess as an advisory board, I'm surprised that the State Board of Education has expressed, or members of the State Board have expressed a reluctance for for-profit businesses to be engaged with charter schools, to be advisors to charter schools. In my experience at the university, we are constantly trying to bring in business people to advise us to get better. For-profit business people. School systems across the country try to engage the business community, the business leaders of the community who run for-profit businesses. They try to engage those people to help guide them and make their systems better, make the processes better, make them better not-for-profit institutions. And for the State Board of Education to express hostility to for-profit businesses, I think that's a big mistake. I don't see any place else in the state where we're expressing hostility. We want to bring businesses into North Carolina. We want to engage with for-profit businesses, but our State Board of Education doesn't want them involved. And that is a surprise to me, and I'm discouraged by it. And I don't see a problem with having a for-profit organization advising a school and being paid to do so. Thank you.
So I apologize if I went down a rabbit hole there. Jamie, next time I'll ask to tell me a positive student story. I'm just busting. But no, seriously, I'm a fan of charters, obviously. I run one. I founded one. I've worked at more than one, and I partner with many across the state and country. I'm also a fan of making money and private money coming in. I think it's necessary to ask the questions about decision making and about how money is being made. I think, you know, we know that absolute power corrupts absolutely. I mean, it's the most true thing out there, and we know that it's not coincidental that that EMOs are, especially the two EMOs we're about to talk about, have a lot of similarities to themselves as they decided to come to North Carolina. It's not coincidence of all of the ownership and autonomy that they have and the amount of money that they're making. And so it's necessary to ask those questions, right? You have a management company that controls all aspects of the school, every aspect of the school. I don't even know what the school does, like what the board does other than say yes, because when it comes to hiring, curriculum, money, budget, like it's all there. So if you're not going to vet the management company, then you're not vetting the school. You can't separate the two when they're this linked. To then say like, oh, but buses and computers and these guys all make money, that's not the point. The point is they're making decisions about what happens every day, every minute of how money is being used. And then after they make that decision, however lean they can keep the school, then they take in 15%. You know, this year our school decided to do something really bad financially. We decided to take our 4th grade and put it in our elementary school, which means we already had 4th grade space in our middle school. So now we're doubling up on our space. It cost us $500,000 to do that. That was what was best for kids. And that was what was right, but it was not budgetarily right. There'd be tons of arguments against doing that. Our schools that are for profit, that are making decisions like that manage the personnel who make those decisions, going to be able to make those decisions in a similar way. I think there's an inherent conflict, and it's necessary to ask about it. Then you go to the board chair, and he's not from here, he did live here, worked for Charter One, still does contract work for Charter One, and is the chair of the board who then makes the agreement with Charter One and with the landlord. If you're not going to ask those questions, then what are we doing? What question? Why do the interview? If we're just gonna like ask, hey, how are the kids? Like, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna ask the right questions within it. At the end, I don't think they're bad people, or at least the people I know from North Carolina, Steve and Greg, people like that. I don't think they're bad people. I think they're good people. I'm friends with them. I believe in them. But I'm going to ask about a group that decides to come into our state in a really fast manner and has, to me, multiple red flags. Because if that's not our job, then I don't know what our job is.
Mr. Sanchez, I think it's fair to ask the questions that you're asking. But I think we have to ask them to, I'll just say that you use the word skimp, that as if there's an incentive for them to skimp on their schools.
Skimp?
Skimp. That was the word you used, that they would,
Go ahead.
Cut corners.
I usually Sanchez.
Yeah.
But
I'm going to say again, I've been to a few of their schools, and cutting corners and skimping is not an adjective I would ever use to describe what I saw.
Sure, I said that. I would have said it would have been tough to make that decision. That's what I would have said. The one that.
I'd like to add that for-profit businesses don't necessarily make a profit. They're in it to attempt to. This is a tough culture, business culture to make a profit in, to be profitable. And 15% is not their profit margin. 15% is the fee they get to provide all the services they provide. Their profit margin could be quite small. I don't think we know that bottom line. And my experience has been that business can operate very efficiently because they have to. If they're going to survive, if they're going to make it, they're not like something that's not a private industry that is funded or can receive grants or tax dollars. They have to make the money that they operate with and then arrange it so that there's a profit. It's not skimping, as you said, that will show up in their clientele. I mean, if they skimp, they're going to lose families. They're not going to be a quality school. They must perform with quality. They must do it efficiently. and then hope in the end that they can realize a profit, and probably in some cases, since I was here, turn around and put that into the next endeavor. That's what entrepreneurs do and business people do who are there, quote, for profit.
I would be a lot less worried about whether or not this was just a charter school issue. I think there's the same kinds of questions as a guy that spent 20 years in the, in the regular public school side of things. You could have the same conversation about nothing against any one department, but you could have this very same conversation about how Title I money's been spent. There's no telling me billions of dollars have been spent for for-profit organizations where they continue to work in school systems where nothing changes about the schools that are there. And I can say that from schools that I've had to supervise. So, that's a bigger issue, not to take it down a different rabbit hole, but it's the same thing. I mean, we could have these same conversations about regular public schools that we're having about charter school for-profit conversations that you're having in contracts that you sign. So I think it's a great question. I think it's a great area for schools to be thinking about, but I think it's also more than just a charter school issue. So, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I'm ready to make a motion that we, once again, take this school.
I want to make a comment first.
Yeah.
Oh, please.
Several years ago, when Charter One first came to North Carolina and was applying for Bonnie Cone, I was not a fan. I was absolutely not a fan. And we addressed the issues that we were concerned about, and they came back and said, we will fix all of them. And in all honesty, they did exactly that. When Bonnie Cone opened, everything they said they were going to do, they had done. And so I have no reason to think that suddenly now, all of a sudden, they're not going to do what's best for kids, because the things that we asked them to do at Bonnie Cone that were going to be best, they were going to take in a large number of economically disadvantaged kids. And the things we asked them to do all cost money. None of them were free. And that wasn't in their original budget. But they added them, and they've done them, and the school's successful for all kids. And so I have no reason today to think that they're not going to do what they said they're going to do. I think the contract issue is not a Charter One issue. The contract issue is how much do we get involved in the contracts. And Charter One just happened to be the people, Charter One and ATA happened to be the people who showed up when this started, but it isn't about Charter One. And so I think that I'm ready for you to make your motion.
I'm going to make a motion that we once again move this school forward to the state board to ready the open status.
I'll second it. It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Yeah, go ahead, Eric.
One more point. One thing I didn't address in what I said was the idea of moving too fast. I think the example of that's been said has been a little oversimplified. With regard to the fact that schools have been opened, there are results. We do know, and I think we can all agree to this, that we are approving or not approving that the EMO is running this school. And to not take what has happened in North Carolina as data to say yes, no, or maybe, I simply just don't get it. We have two schools.
Eric, the two schools that you're talking about in North Carolina are not schools they started. In both cases, these are schools that somebody else had and they took them over. And they were low performing when they got them.
Even more of a reason. Take time to get it right. And you just opened a 2,000 person school in which we don't know anything about in terms of, I mean, it's not their fault, it's just only been open a few months. So you got two schools that are D's, one non-growth. You got another school that's finding its way back, and you got another school with no results. What's the rush? And if it's the idea that they have building and kids, well then anybody who decides to put that together and force our hand has now known the blueprint to force our hand. I think with all the question marks around what has been raised, along with the uncertainty with results and what we've seen, why not wait a year until we make this one of the biggest EMOs in the state? I don't see the rush in it.
The rush is that there's 2,000 families right now that are begging for this opportunity.
And a school, and a building that's available.
And a building.
And I'd like to make a counter argument as well, which is if you start penalizing organizations for stepping in when they see failure and trying to help, if you say, if you do that, we're going to restrict your future growth.
Yeah, because
You will have very few people willing to help out a failing institution. They just won't do it because they'll say, well, it'd be nice if we could do it, but the board, the state board, won't let us open anything else if we do that. And that's not the message we want to send, I don't think.
This is not the opinion. This is not the way we acted when we have vetted, and I hate to even make this comparison, but the schools that, the McQueen people. When we talked about, oh, your sister runs this or your brother runs this, it was a big deal. This, we're seeing apparel companies, we're seeing these pieces. When we looked at results, nobody said like, hey, wait a little bit, let's not penalize a school that took over another school or assumed another school. It wasn't any of that. We held their feet to the fire like we should, and that was the right decision then. Here, everything is given latitude. It doesn't matter what is brought up. Every single piece is like, no, it's good. He's just contracting. He's just an attorney. He's just, no, of course, getting the shirts is good, and they always wear the same stuff. It's like, if we're just why do we have a conversation if like literally we just have rose-colored glasses and everything that's been said?
I don't know if I agree with that.
I don't know that I do either.
I'll say that comparing they're two very different.
Situations.
And actually, since you brought it up, the name of the McQueens, their school was not performing. I know it's not North Carolina data, but it's a long day. 16 of the 18 schools in Arizona are A or B, and the other 2 are C's. I have a hard time. I understand that we're North Carolina and we have to do it our way, and our standards are, I guess, presumably higher than anyone of the other 49 states and District of Columbia. But I don't think that those students that are in A and B schools in Phoenix and Tucson and everywhere else would all of a sudden move to North Carolina and be failing students because they were at a Charter 1 school here. I think there is a track record of data that is worth looking into. And, I don't think it's the same as the Torchlight situation.
You could argue Torchlight outperformed both of those schools. Right now, if you look at results, I'm looking online, I'm just looking at results.
Which schools? The schools that they've
These
taken,
coastal.
But those were not their schools.
The schools that they have stepped in and said, we think we can turn this around for you.
And the school that Torchlight took over was a disaster, and we had to close it.
And I agree with it, but why not give time for it to come, for the results to come? Because I guess I'm going to yield because I think the point has been made that if a school comes and says we got a building, we got kids, even if we have question marks, they got a building, they got kids.
I guess
let's do it.
I would just say, and I'll speak for myself, and I do appreciate the questions that you're asking. It may sound like I don't. I really do appreciate those questions, but I don't approach any of these charter school applications with rose-colored glasses. I take the time to review every single one of them, try to ask questions that I think are very important to the boards, and in this case, boards and emails when they come before us. And I would disagree that every issue that's been brought up, we're saying, well, that doesn't matter, that doesn't matter. I spend a lot of time, as all of you do, volunteering to make the very best decisions I can about every application that comes before me.
I apologize, I came over.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure. Why not?
As far as the Arizona state grade, what is the margin for proficiency versus growth?
I don't know.
No, I just, if the discussion was that we can consider it, I think it'd be behooving of us to
know that ours is 80% proficiency versus 20% growth, that the letter grade can be.
But in their application, they actually had the data, percentage data, in the application. We have a motion on the floor that has been, that's been made and seconded. Any further discussion before we do roll call?
I would
Say
like
no.
to ask a couple.
Go ahead,
So,
Todd.
So there's been discussion that I don't know where we landed on a potential or perceived or potentially perceived conflict of interest with the board chair and doing work for the EMO as a contract attorney. I don't know where we stand with that, but it feels like a potential conflict of interest to me personally. And then I'm not sure where we stand on Garner. You know, we've talked a lot
About whether to do about Garner, yeah.
about growth and about growing fast and about this EMO and their capacity to grow fast. And we've had this conversation all day long. And the state board has been, clearly pushed something back to us that was a 7-2. To Mr. Sanchez's point, maybe there's a place here where let's not penalize 2,000 families and all the things, but let's say we too see that maybe we should walk slowly before we run wide open. Where do we stand on that on Garner?
Well, I don't think, and correct me if I'm wrong, and Jamie stepped away, he's always good at this kind of stuff. They can pull Garner and they don't need us to vote on that. That's just a call to the Office of Charter Schools.
I guess I'm wondering if they're gonna do this.
Or we can make our motion contingent on them pulling the other school. I don't feel compelled to make that motion, but like I said earlier, I don't think that I'm
So what
voting
is the
yes.
status of Garner?
It has nothing to do with Garner.
Is your
but-
intention to pull it? What are you guys planning to do?
So somebody from the board?
Yes, we're willing to pull the Garner application.
And it's the same board, right? So
Same
we're not
board.
doing this, saying this, and then the other people out there. It's the same
No.
board.
So is that officially you pulling the Garner application?
Yes, and we can send in a letter to the Office of Charter Schools reflecting that. And as Mr. Friend said, if you want to make your motion contingent upon us doing that, that's a decision of this board.
Yeah, it should be somebody from the board saying
Yeah, I
that,
think
not-
the board
but-
would have to.
Which is part of my point.
Officially.
Yeah, where's Mr. Schwab? He's up there somewhere, isn't he?
Yeah, Mitch, can you
here.
say you're going to
Yep,
pull
I'm
the
here.
Garner?
Yep, that's something that was discussed, and it's something we'll absolutely consider as a board. And if that's something we need to do and have a special board meeting to make that motion and present to the Office of Charter Schools, we'll do so.
Yeah, that.
Well, I mean, you are kind of asking him to speak for the board.
For the whole
But we have
board.
had informal discussions, but there hasn't been a board meeting to formally withdraw it, but that would be forthcoming.
So we haven't said that it
It's
was
not how it was said.
necessary or prerequisite, or
Okay,
are we
can-
saying that it is?
I'm asking if John would
If we're
amend
gonna
his
get a
motion.
unanimous vote, or if that's gonna help, I don't mind changing my, my motion, but I'll say something that
We're
Bart
not
said
getting
this
the
morning, that
unanimous vote.
I'd much rather take a risk and open a charter school that I think is gonna serve students than I would to say I wished I would have a year later. I mean, we've been talking about this for a long time, and I don't see any reason, if you look at the educational model and the 2,000 students that wanna go to that school, there's a need, there's a desire. So, if that helps, I'll be happy to amend my motion. I move that contingent upon, Charter One pulling the application in Garner, that we move the school in Monroe forward to the board for ready to open.
I second that. It's properly moved and seconded. Discussion.
The
Okay,
motion is to move the school Monroe forward to ready to open status with the contingency of, Charter One pulling their Gardner application.
Okay, Ashley.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay, recused. Shelley Shute,
Aye.
Cheryl Turner,
Aye.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
No.
Dave is recused, Bart Danielson.
Aye.
It passes, 2 are recused and, 8 to 1, no, 7 to 1.
Okay,
That will go back to the state board in January,
in January.
so I'll be in touch if we need anything else. All right,
So it would be helpful if they held their meeting and got the letter in prior to the January board meeting. That would be really helpful.
I
I'm
also
so
think
sorry
that-
we've been through all this, but it's a process. We need to do the process. We need to take a break.
okay. So when would you like to?
Let's give us 5 minutes, maybe? It's a long way to the bathroom.
Yeah. Let's come back at 4:35. We will reconvene at 4:35.
It would, wouldn't it? Do they
Okay, we have one last action item. So this is our second reconsideration. It's Legacy Classical Academy. This is the K-8 school proposed to open in Rockingham County, and they have partnered with American Traditional Academies. So I'm going to open it up now for the board to come on up, and you guys can ask questions, and we can take another vote.
Good afternoon, guys. My name is Bernie Parnell. I'm the board chairman of the Legacy Classical Academy. You can't hear me.
Thank you.
Sorry. As you know, we got voted down last Thursday, and we're back today making another appeal for our approval of our school. I will remind you of a couple of things. One is Rockingham County, Tier 1 county, has one charter school who's been there for 20 years that operates grades 6 through 12. Rockingham County still has no elementary charter school, which leaves no choices for people who cannot afford tuition at a private or church or whatever school. So, listening to the discussion for the last however long it's been this afternoon.
The last week.
I'm sitting here listening to this and I'm thinking, for a school, a private school, charter school, whatever, what dollar figure do you put on that school educating the students that they have on at least an equal level or a higher level of the LEA that they're a part of? How do you, what dollar figure do you put on educating our kids if in a charter school case, and I'm looking at this from our perspective, if we can minimally duplicate educating our kids on the same level as our local LEA, and it doesn't cost you not one dime more, not one penny more, is it worth it or is it not worth it? And I see this as a question for you, between you guys and the state board. You got to answer that for us, not just for us. You got to answer it for all the people who are coming behind us. If you don't do that, we don't know what to do. We don't know how to do it. We don't know what you expect of us. And all we're asking for is some clarification. And I think we have justifiably shown the need for an elementary charter school in Rockingham County. There is no question. If there's any question in anybody's mind, please ask us, because I can tell you. I assume you guys have access to the grades that just came out recently for Rockingham County. We have 1A, early college. They've always had an A ever since they existed. We have, I don't even know the name of the term for it. We have one school, I'm sorry? The lab school, I'm sorry. That is an F school. It's gone, since UNCG's had it, it's gone from a D to an F. It didn't even take them 3 years. They made it the first year. The other 20 schools that we have in the grades that were just published were C's and D's. We do not have a B school. We do not have an A school. If that doesn't demonstrate the need, guys, somebody needs to knock me in the head with a 2x4 or something, because I don't get it. So, please.
Are you saying that the only F school in the county is run by the university?
Yes, sir.
It's brand.
And they've had it for
it's
3
new.
years.
It's brand new. That's a whole new the university.
That is a whole different. That is a whole new kind. But it is in Rockingham County. That's my point.
The lab school in New Hanover is an F too.
I'm sorry.
The lab school in New Hanover is an F also.
Okay. UNCG's got our lab school. So we're here today to see if we can understand what else we need to do, what else we need to change, if there's anything. I don't know why, I don't know exactly why we're here, except, and you guys talked about this, one of the times we were here before, about the upheaval of the discussion, basically, that y'all just had this afternoon. And there's still no clarity. In my mind, I don't know if it is in y'all's or not, or the state boards or not. I don't know. All I know is, go ahead.
Do you have an update on your facility? An update
We're
on
ready
your
to go.
facility?
We're ready. After we get approval, we'll sign all the everything is set. Am I wrong?
Almost.
Okay.
Almost wrong or almost right?
We actually have been through the zoning process already, and we're ready for, we've hired an architect who has drawn up the plans and is working with the city. We think that we're going to have to add 2 water fountains. And so we're ready as soon as we get approval to submit that, and then add those water fountains, and that should do it.
Is this a refurbish or is this a build?
This is actually a church, and we're leasing space from the church.
I remember that. Yeah.
So we can all, I did this the last time I was here too, because I run my mouth too much. I need to introduce our principal, Dr. Renee Clifford, our other board member, I'm sorry, I'm not talking to the microphone. Our other board member that's here is Mila Tucker. Of our 5 board members, all of them have jobs except me, so they can't just come on short notice necessarily. I am retired. I can be here anytime you want me here.
So,
So we're open, guys.
Yeah, I want to, I'm sorry, Bruce text. I'm at this point now, I'm confused about who was what. So what was the state board's issue with this application?
Well, they wanted a facility update, which we just received, but also I believe this is the contract that had the clause that the EMO would hire the attorney.
No, that turned out to, the attorney came to me after and said that he made a mistake. It really was Charter One. He talked to Stephen Walker.
Okay.
It wasn't supposed to be in the contract in the first place, and they're fixing it.
Okay, well, that's good. So it's not you.
but other than that, we got it all straight.
No, it was actually.
So we're ready to vote?
So is a facility update the only thing the state board?
And there was also we're requesting clarity on the status of ATA and whether it was an actual nonprofit or how the kind of corporate structure was for the EMO.
Okay.
Or for the management company.
Okay, thank you. ATA is a for-profit EMO. Again, the first time I came to you with this idea, I came as a nonprofit, and the feedback I got was that I needed more resources, so I got partners, and we're a for-profit EMO.
And those were the only concerns that the state board raised?
Okay. Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Is this the group that was made reference to earlier?
Yes.
By Dave, that said, let's not approve this one, but let's work to get the one
To
that
support,
we've already
yes, it is.
approved
Yes.
to get, that's.
This is it.
We're brand new. This is our first school, and I'm anxious to show you what we can do. We've done things in our contract based on your feedback. We've changed our management agreement. We've done things. I think the only things we've done differently from other EMOs are things that are going to help our school, like separating the developer from the EMO. I think that helps the school. We've made it as easy as we can for them to get out of it. Our fee structure allows them to build a fund balance so that they're not under our thumb in that way as well. So we've tried very hard to make sure we're doing right by the students and the board, and that we can operate effectively.
Okay, anybody have any questions, comments?
Isn't this one with the board attorney question too?
No, that turned out to be the last one. It got addressed after the fact.
Oh, it wasn't?
It actually was the other school, but it got addressed after the fact.
I would just like to say I continue to hear the conversation around the board's authority and the board's responsibility and the board's input. We have taken the handbook for the students, the handbook for the parents. We have read every line item, and if we said we don't want that word there, we want that word taken out, we want this word in there, they have done that. We put policies in, we took policies out, but even over around the epinephrine, I mean, I was like, no, I don't want one person trained. We're going to have 2 or 3 people trained. I mean, we've talked about every policy. We're going to be very involved. Again, this is our county, and we're going to make sure that they bring what we need for Rockingham County for our students. We're doing this for the children of Rockingham County. We do not have a charter school, and this board, 5 of us, are committed to our parents, but more so to our students. And they have been very willing to work with us on everything we said. Maybe sometimes they look at us like with two, but we are involved, and we're going to be involved, and we're going to have oversight for this school.
What role did the board play, bouncing off what you just said, what role did the board play in vetting the developer? No, let me say this better. What role did the EMO play, and I want to ask you, as a board member, what role did the EMO play in vetting the developer?
The developer.
AC, sorry?
ACD is it, or ADC? Or?
The ACD is, what role did the board play?
Did the EMO play?
Did the EMO play? They gave us guidance. The board is made up of a nurse, a retired businessman, a judge, a state trooper, and a real estate agent. We do not bring the expertise to the table. We have expertise in all of our fields. We have expertise. I have an MBA. But we come and we're attending all these classes that your charter school board is putting on. So they are giving us guidance, but we're asking a lot of tough questions, and we're getting educated in this process. We couldn't do this on our own in Rockingham County. We needed to have that commitment from a team, and we've got that.
Are you the chair?
I'm the vice chair. I'm sorry. He's the chair.
Oh, no, that's fine too. I was just clarifying it for myself. Either one.
No, I'm not chair. We're working together.
Every time he's here, he makes me laugh.
Our board is learning. It's a learning process, and we wanted this accelerated process for our children. Again, we do not have anything in Rockingham County, and we feel like we're behind the 8 ball already.
But can you walk me through the process of making that decision of the development? Like how did it transpire? The EMO brought it to you guys. What happened?
Everything is brought to us by the EMO, and we sit and digest it.
But this exact decision.
Yes, they actually have been here. We've met them. We've had lunch with them. They brought the team in to meet us. That's who you're. Okay. Yes, we've interviewed them. We've met them. We've had lunch with them. Them is the son and the developers, the son and a dad and a son. Yes, we've had lunch with them, personal conversation about their philosophy, about our philosophy. So we've actually had to I sat down lunch with them and met with them about our philosophies and to get to know us. Oh, yeah. They came up here and spent a day with us and toured our.
Was there a discussion regarding the son being part of the EMO and the father being?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Was there a discussion with the board regarding the son being part of the EMO and the father being part of the development?
We knew that going in, or at least I knew that going in because of the involvement that I've had for the last year and a half. When I met Mr. Morley, I've met him several times, talked to him several times not long ago, had lunch with him.
Which Mr. Morley? Which?
Michael.
Dad?
His son
Dad?
is Taft. That's Michael, he's the dad, yeah. Taft is the son. We've talked in depth about a multitude of things and learning what he has done through the years. He has built, I think he recently told me, over 100 charter schools throughout the country. In the time, and I don't even know how long he's been doing this. I don't remember.
One last quick question.
Sure.
So, it was mentioned by the vice chair that you guys vetted every contract. If you wanted to remove it, you did it, and it was also mentioned that you're a retired businessman. So I guess my question is why 15% of federal funds, of federal revenue? Like why not just local and state? Why not challenge that, especially with a new EMO that this is their first one? Why not push that and negotiate that better and not get a?
Well, I'll go back to the question I started with to you guys initially this afternoon. I don't care if it's 100%. If we're educating our kids to a level that is at least state level or higher, how do you put a price on that? I don't know how you do that. If they can do it for 110%, I'm game if we can educate the kids right. I don't care. This country was based on free enterprise, entrepreneurial people willing to stick their necks out and their money out. Because somebody said it earlier, there's no guarantee that any for-profit organization, private, whatever, that they're going to make a profit. I think there's no guarantee. I ran a business for 21 years personally, my own business. The first 3 years scared the crap out of me because we started basically from scratch. Now, I can tell you that it ended up being successful, but I can tell you the reason for that is because we worked our families off, my wife and I both. As a matter of fact, our whole family, because all of our kids worked for us too. It was a restaurant. If you ever worked in a restaurant, you know it ain't easy. But how do you put a price on? And I understand this is different. This is education from a private business. I understand that. But how do you put a price on, and I'll go back to I shouldn't do that.
Can I ask a question? Because
yes, sir.
While that question is being asked, is it your understanding that the organization you work with is an EMO or a CMO?
EMO.
EMO? Okay.
Yes, right? But how do you put a price on? Look, our state budget is $27.9 billion. 40% of that goes to education in this state. There's plenty of money in education right now in this state. I would be willing to pay more in taxes personally to guarantee that the kids in Rockingham County were getting a better education than they're getting right now. I don't know how you put a price on it. 15%. From what I've been looked at before, I think it probably ranges from, and you probably know the answer to this better than I do, from 8 or 9% up to well above 15% for other contracts that are in place now. Am I right?
They would be smarter. But you keep saying 15%. How do you put a price on it? How do you put a price on the education kids receiving? Is your point basically then that the EMO that you are partnered with, you're paying for them to deliver you your results academically?
Mostly, but not completely.
Because you wouldn't say 50, like you wouldn't have made that point if it wasn't that like kids are getting taught based on that money.
They better be. Because we have the ability to pull them if they're not. And I'm willing to pay more than that personally to guarantee that our kids are getting educated on the level that I want them to be educated on.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other comments? Is anybody ready to make a motion? Go ahead.
I'll make a motion that we once again move this school forward to the state board for approval.
Was that a we like that idea or we don't? Okay. All right. It's properly moved and seconded. Oh, it's Bruce. let him vote. It's probably moved and seconded. Is there any other discussion? Okay, let's take a vote. Let's start with Bruce. Now, Eric's not done.
It's gonna be really quick. I just wanna say, and this is not my way of evaluating comments made fun, I think the chair is a genuine guy. And I appreciate his comments. But it's very obvious he's viewing the relationship with the EMO as the provider of the education for the kids. So let's not again go to the point where we're saying that separating the board and the EMO, the EMO is the one that's servicing the children.
Bruce,
Good or bad, we can all agree
I'm
that
just
that's a great
muting
thing.
you until
I'm
you
fine
can
with
talk.
that. If everybody here's like, that's awesome. I just keep hearing, oh, you gotta separate the two of them. They're not separating it, why are we? That's it.
Okay, let's let Bruce vote so he can.
Okay, Bruce, you can unmute now. We are, there's a motion to approve Legacy Classical.
Aye.
Thank you. Now I'm gonna mute you. John Eldridge?
Aye.
Rita Hare? Aye. Hilda Parlay? Shelley Shope?
She's still there?
She
No,
was like,
okay.
you gotta be kidding me. Y'all are not still doing this.
She gave up on it.
Yeah. Cheryl Turner?
Aye.
Todd Godby?
Aye.
Eric Sanchez?
Reluctantly, nay.
Was that a yay?
Nay.
Nay, okay. Dave Machado's not here?
He was recused, I think, anyway.
Oh, okay. No, he
wasn't.
No, but
I thought he said I'm recusing from both.
I don't know. But he had to take a call, so he can't vote anyways right now.
Yeah.
Bart Danielson?
Aye.
Okay. All right, it passes, so we will take it back to State Board again in January, and we will keep you posted. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, guys. We appreciate it.
All right, motion to adjourn, anyone?
Please.
Motion to adjourn.
All right, John Eldridge wins. 5 p.m. on the dot.
Why are we still here?